every night. El Chappie's chatting away, lost in the flow. One message from Chatty and off we go. He's grinning and rambling, forgetting the Fred, but that's the magic, yeah, that's what we said. This is the alternate corner, wild and free. A little bit messy, but full of good glee. We don't do the drama, we don't do the hate. Just love and a community feeling first rate. Sarah P's the boss, she keeps El Chappie in line. Gives the green light when it's our time to shine. If you're craving structure, best look somewhere new. We're chaos with heart and it suits us like glue. No fancy schedule, no strict master plan, just good vibes rolling wherever we can. El Chappie gets distracted, laughs with the crew, chatting to everyone, me and you. Mobs in the background, steady and strong. Put in El Chappie right where he belongs. We're not for the masses, we're a quirky delight. A genuine corner that feels just right. This is the alternate corner, wild and free. A little bit messy, but full of good glee. We don't do the drama, we don't do the hate. Just love and a community feeling first rate. Sarah P's the boss, she keeps him in line. Gives the green light when it's our time to shine. If you're craving structure, best look somewhere new. We're chaos with heart and it suits us like glue. Come as you are, stay for the ride. Laugh at the nonsense, let worries slide. No awards on the shelf, but we've got the soul. A proper warm corner that makes you feel whole. Yeah, this is the alternate corner, wild and free. Proudly unpolished, just you and me. We don't do the drama, we don't do the hate. We do love and laughter, come celebrate. Sarah keeps us rolling, Chappie keeps it fun in the beautiful chaos. We've already won. Oh, the alternate corner. Woo. Yeah, we're home.
Welcome to the alternate corner. Hang on, bear with me. Bear with me, people. I literally just spilled some coffee, so all over myself, all over the desk. So I just need to wipe it down. How are we? Sarah P, hello. Dave, how are you, sir? Nice to see you, buddy. Hope everything's well with you. Oh, all right. We're getting there, people. We're getting there. Oh. But Daza, how are you, sir? I hope you're well as well. Again, sorry, I spilled coffee all over my desk, so I'm trying to. Oh, what have I done there? People, we will get there in a second. We will get there in a second. Oh! I think I got most of it. Oh, yeah, the bad boy. That was not a good start. Also, it's all over my book. All over my book. My book is wet. That's not good. I have a book on my table and I've just spilled coffee all over it. Trying to get it going. Right, I can't deal with it now. I'll have to deal with it later. Bollocks. What can you do though? That's how you start a stream. Just spill your coffee all over your desk where everything is on. Anyway, it is what it is. Anyway, here we are. If you're on replay crew or if you're here, welcome everyone. Sarah P says welcome. Thanks for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell on the way in. If you'd like to support the channel, best way to do so is PayPal or buy me a coffee. If you're from America, best way is buy me a coffee. From the UK, PayPal. Football season this year. Subscribe to the Sports channel. Yes, there's a link there for you all. Morning, Sarah P. Hey, Dave. Bad Daza. How are we, everybody? I think Sarah P is darted out. I don't think she's here at the minute. So I do understand. I think that the closing statements for Lindsay Clancy is on right now. So I presume most people will be watching that and probably come back afterwards. So, but in the meantime, we'll just get straight into it because there's no point pissing about. I think there's only like one or two of you here. So let's get into it. Let's get the trial up. And yeah, here we go. First expert of the day, second witness for the defense. Obviously, what's going to happen, we're going to get at least 4 witnesses up, and they're all going to be long, I imagine. So strap it in and strap it on. Here we go.
Sworn testimony to get this case, not being heard, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Merci.
Thank you.
Can you state your full name and spell your last name, please, for us?
John Tilley, Tilley.
Thanks.
You may go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we start, Your Honor, I think between the parties, it's been stipulated that Dr. Tilley is an expert in forensic psychology, and we can skip through some of the curriculum and foundational questions.
So
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Heard you say your name. What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic psychologist.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
I've been licensed to practice since 2002, so 24 years.
Okay. In those 24 years, have you always practiced forensic psychology? And if so, what kinds of jobs did you have along the way?
Yes, I have. I've been in private practice throughout the duration of my career. I joined private practice shortly after completing my residency in forensic psychology at Central Ohio Behavioral Healthcare, which is formerly known as Twin Valley Healthcare. And early on in my career, I did mostly evaluations for the Franklin County Department of Job and Family Services. Those were disability evaluations, mostly for Social Security benefits. And then from there, I progressed to doing other types of forensic evaluations, both criminal and civil forensic evaluations. That work has remained steady, so it accurately reflects the current state of my practice, which is that I do mostly criminal forensic work, which is a lot of competency in trial, mental state at the time of the offense, violence risk assessment, sex offender risk assessment. I also do some civil forensic work as well, guardianship and testamentary capacity.
Okay. Let's skip forward to how you got involved in this case. How did you first learn of Bruce Foster?
I learned of him through a phone call I had with you, I believe, on February 8th of 2025. You advised that you had been retained by the family and were interested in having me do an evaluation with him.
Okay. And that was something like 4 days or so after the shooting at the KDC-1 warehouse on February 4th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Had you heard about him before that?
No.
Okay. Didn't see it on the news?
No.
Okay. Hadn't met him before that, and all of the jobs that you've had never come across him?
No.
Okay. When you were first retained, tell me what your first time that you met Bruce Foster was.
So my first meeting with him was on February 9th. So the following day after the phone call I had with you, and I met with him at the Licking County Jail on that occasion.
Okay. When you met with him at the Licking County Jail, did you meet with him through video, or were you able to be in the same room as him?
I was in the same room as him.
And when you are going in there, did you have the specific intent of writing a certain kind of report, or what was your goal as you met with him?
My goal was pursuant to your direction, which was to evaluate him and to form opinions about a few things, including his current mental state, his mental state at the time of the offenses, and his competency to stand trial.
Okay. So when you say current mental state, you're talking about what we in the courtrooms call a competency report, right?
Well, I think, yes, in part. I think that my impression was that you wanted me to see how he was doing currently.
Yeah.
and then contrast that with or offer opinions to how that applied to either his competency, both his competency to stand trial and his mental state with respect to the events in question.
Okay. With respect to the events in question, what I would have been asking is, can you look back 4 or 5 days? You're the closest in time. Can you tell me what you see?
That's correct.
Okay. You weren't asked to actually write a competency report, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Can you tell me what physical observations you did make with Bruce Foster when you first met with him?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So he was in the same room as me, brought in by deputies. My impression was that he was clothed in traditional jail attire. So his appearance wasn't particularly notable, but his mental status certainly was.
Okay. You understood what he was charged of as they brought him in, right?
That's right.
Okay. And tell me what sorts of observations you made with regard to his mental health as opposed to his physical health.
So there were a number of observations I made that I thought were notable at the time that I met with him. For one, and perhaps most notably, was that he evidenced a series of very delusional beliefs. And by delusional, I mean beliefs that I understood to be fixed and false in nature, not consistent with reality.
Let me ask you, as you walked into that room, did you have any of his mental health history?
Very little. I recall that you had advised me that that he had some involvement with the probate court, so that there were some indications that he had been hospitalized psychiatrically. Beyond that, I didn't have much details. You also advised that he has presented as paranoid and wary of his family, and so I should know that going into the interview as well.
Safe to say, as you walked in, you didn't have nearly the collateral documentation that you had as you did your evaluations.
No, at
Okay.
that point, no, I did not.
Okay. As you got in there, how long? Can you just tell me a basic idea? How long did you talk to him before you felt this is something where I can see mental illness?
It didn't take long.
Okay.
It didn't take long at all. Maybe within the first 15 to 20 minutes or so, I started to develop very strong suspicions that he was seriously ill mentally.
Before that 15 to 20 minutes, what was your impression?
My impression was that he was guarded. I certainly had some reservations. I wasn't able to make any firm conclusions based on just introductions and going over the paperwork, though he did come across as guarded, a bit paranoid, a bit suspicious, wanting to know why I was there. My impression was that the only reason why he was willing to talk to me at that time was because I was sent there on your behalf.
Okay. Have you had people who wouldn't talk to you in a situation like that?
Yes.
Okay. And he presented something like that. What's your impression?
So in between, so he didn't flat out refuse to talk to me, but he was certainly reserved. He had a number of questions for me. He was very cautious and again, guarded in his approach to me, meaning that he didn't just agree or sign off to start talking to me. There was a feeling out process, it felt like, that he had a lot of questions and wanted to feel comfortable enough in order before he wanted to proceed.
Okay. When you're doing an evaluation, there's probably a very standard battery of things that you have to go through. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Were you confined by that the first time that you talked to him, or did you follow that at all?
Well, I followed what I would typically do in a situation like that whenever I'm asked to do an evaluation, which is that at the outset, I kind of go over the parameters of why I'm there and explain to him kind of what the limits to confidentiality are. In this case, I advised that I was there on your behalf to conduct an evaluation for you, identified you as the client, and then went over kind of the purposes of the evaluation, what could be used, what could happen with the information that I collect. So in that sense, it was about the same. And then I proceeded to interview him, and at the same time making observations about his mental status, which is customary for the evaluations.
Okay. So in this case, you hadn't been asked to make a report, but you were doing a lot of the same stuff you might have done.
That's right.
As you sit here today, you've got a lot more collateral records, and I know you've prepared a report. I see you found that I put one out there. If you could, I'm gonna ask you to go from memory, and then anytime you need to, sure, feel free to look down to it. As you come in here today, tell me what records you've seen that are that were most helpful to you? Let me explain. We went through a lot of testimony about lots of points of contact that Bruce has had with mental health or police along the way. If you would illustrate for me some of the things that were most important to you in forming your opinion, and then I want to go through why those things were important to you.
With respect to just the records, the things that stood out, certainly the information in the way of police documentation was very important for me.
Why is that actually?
Well, because it helps to demonstrate kind of the fact pattern of the case. It tells me what it is that he did from the investigation that was conducted into the events in question.
Okay. And then how about other data points, collateral records that were helpful?
So his mental health records were very important in my opinion. There were mental health records or psychiatric hospitalization records and Columbus police report records concerning calls that have been made with respect to his mental health. So I was able to review those, and I found those records of his past psychiatric history and his history of mental illness prior to these events in question to be very important.
Have you done evaluations on people who didn't have any past contacts with the police or mental health?
I have, yes.
Okay. Do those people, are they just hiding their symptoms better? Are they younger or older? Can you tell me in the spectrum of things you've seen how people fit?
Sure. So there's a number of reasons why it could be. It could be that the person I'm evaluating is maybe young and they just have not been symptomatic for very long. So they haven't had the opportunity, or there's not been cause to have contact with the mental health system or contact with the police. Sometimes the person's symptomatology, while they may be older, doesn't emerge until later on. It may be, as you said, it might be that they're better at kind of masking their symptoms or compensating for their symptoms. With respect to Mr. Foster, it seemed to be a fairly textbook case, quite frankly, of cases of serious mental illness, which is that there was a established record of him evidencing serious mental illness to the point that it required involuntary commitment on at least 2 occasions, both of which occurred in 2022, therefore predating the events in question by a couple of years.
Okay. Is it important to you that it predates by a couple of years for establishing a pattern?
It is, yes. It helps to establish that the person has a track record of serious mental illness. It said a little bit differently. If I'm doing an evaluation and a person has absolutely no psychiatric history, no record of any symptomatology, then that's a bit atypical, because usually in my line of work, and usually the evaluations I do, there's usually some indications of mental illness before I'm getting to see them.
Okay. And that was the case here, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. How many times throughout the course of that first meeting until you sit here today have you met with Bruce Foster and been able to converse with him one-on-one?
5 times.
Okay. Do you know how many hours that's taken?
Approximately 5 hours, I believe,
Okay.
in total.
Roughly an hour a pop on average?
Roughly.
Okay. During the other times that you saw him, and I know one of them was 5 days after, how long after were the other times as you walked into the courtroom today?
So I met with him first in February of 2025. Then I met with him again in October of 2025. Then in November of 2025, January of 2026, and July of 2026.
And at times that was for you to complete reports, including the NGRI report that you're here with today, correct?
That's right. Information from all those interviews was utilized to inform my opinion with respect to the report that I wrote.
Okay. You have in your report kind of early on that you do a Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, shortens to MFAST. Can you describe what that is?
Yeah, the MFAST is a screening instrument that's used to assess for feigned mental illness, like feigned delusions or feigned hallucinations.
Is that something you do standard with your reports?
It's not something that I do in every single case, but it is something that I routinely administer as part of my evaluations, yes.
Okay. When you did it here, did you do it because you suspected feigned mental illness?
No, I did not do it because I suspected it, but I certainly wanted to rule it out. It's malingering or feigning is always a consideration in cases like this, where there's an incentive for the individual to embellish or exaggerate or feign symptomatology. So it was more of a play it safe, make sure that I'm covering all my bases approach to the evaluation.
Did the gravity of the allegations have anything to do with you wanting to be?
Of course.
Okay. You talked about some of those contacts with police If we can chronologically go through, I know one was in April of 2022. I'm on page 3 of your report if you need to make reference to anything. When you see that somebody has contact with law enforcement, are you able to, as you look backwards, see how the interaction went, or at least read reports?
You can, yes.
Okay, did you do that here with this first interaction?
Yes,
Okay. You saw him in February of 2022, so you had, February of 2025. So you had your own impressions of him, right?
that's right.
By the time you saw or read this report from Columbus Police, you had your own impression and you could match it against what you were seeing in the past. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
Okay. Can you tell me what things you saw in that 2022 report from this first interaction with the police that struck you or seemed important to you?
Yeah, the report is replete with indications that he was showing signs of serious mental illness. He was delusional. He was making claims his mother was trying to kill him, that he had cured cancer. He was also expressing thoughts of harming others, though I noted with some interest that he had advised at that time that he was only interested or motivated to hurt others in self-defense. And at the time of that contact, he was ultimately determined to have been dangerous, and he was placed in an involuntary hold and transported for further evaluation.
Okay, I want to go back and ask just a couple questions. When you say claimed that he had cured either COVID or cancer according to the police report, what kind of a delusion is that?
That would be a delusion of grandiosity.
Okay, so you were seeing delusions of grandiosity from that time, matching what he was saying to the reality that cancer and COVID had not been cured, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then when you talk about believing that his mother was trying to kill him, what kind of delusion would that be?
That would be a delusion of persecution.
Okay. Does that give you any insight into if this man is schizophrenic, like what the characteristics of this particular schizophrenia are?
It does, yes. Hallucinate or delusions are a hallmark sign of psychosis, and there are a number of different conditions of psychosis. Schizophrenia is one of them. It's probably the most prominent. It's probably the most well known. There are a few other conditions in which delusional beliefs play a prominent role, but certainly an indication that he is delusional at that time gives me indications that he was potentially suffering from some type of disorder of psychosis.
Okay. Seems like the police got to that point too because he's what you call involuntarily committed, right?
That's right.
And for short, people say pink slips, correct?
That's correct.
Same thing, right?
It is the same thing.
Okay. How long are you able to involuntarily commit someone based on that initial finding?
And my understanding is 72 hours.
Within that 72 hours, do you know what findings have to be made in order for a person to remain hospitalized?
Yeah, they have to meet the criteria having being a mentally ill person subject to court order.
Okay. In this case, he's released, correct?
Well, my impression is that the police took him into custody, and he was eventually placed at Mount Carmel Behavioral Healthcare,
Okay.
Psychiatric Hospital,
Okay.
for continued observation and treatment.
Okay. Do you know what continued observation or treatment was in that case?
I don't.
Okay.
I didn't have access to those records from
Okay.
Mount Carmel Behavioral Health. So what I know about that, I'm piecing together from records I had from other places.
Got it. Next time that Bruce Foster's records are things that you can easily document and look back on is another police contact, correct?
That's right.
Do you know how long after that first contact the second one was?
It was in May 31st of 2022. So that would just been a few weeks after the first contact.
Pretty short order, the police are calling that, correct?
That's right.
Okay. At that incident, can you tell me things that you thought, well, let me ask a general question. Did you have a chance to read reports and find out some information about the police interaction with Bruce Foster?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what things from the police observations struck you as important to the job you ended up doing?
Yes, they noted that he was being violent. They noted that he had apparently had slapped a cousin, and he was acting unpredictable. And so as a result, they again took him into an involuntary hold and transported him to a hospital.
Okay. Does this stay consistent then with the first interaction as far as what symptoms stood out to you and established sort of a pattern?
It was, yes, it was very consistent.
Okay. When he is involuntarily held, do you know where he was taken?
Yes, he was initially taken to Riverside Methodist Hospital.
Okay. Did you get records from Riverside as far as what their observations were at that time?
I did.
Can you tell me a little bit about what their and let me ask a simple question. When the police get called, gotta assume you're probably not getting mental health professionals who reply, although the police could have some mental health.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. To be fair to police, that's not their job, and we know that police go through specialized training, and so they endeavor to be sensitive to those type of issues. But to answer your question, yeah. No.
And it seems like they sorted him this time into a hospital, demonstrating some understanding of the fact he needed some help, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Once he gets to Riverside, can we draw the opposite conclusion and presume that he was probably talking to mental health professionals?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, now they're speaking more your language, can you tell me what things they observed that you were able to glean information from?
Yeah, my impression is that while at Riverside Methodist Hospital, he demonstrated indications of serious mental illness. Specifically, he was evidencing paranoia and persecutory delusions. He thought his mom was, for instance, putting semen in his drink and putting cocaine up his nose while he was sleeping.
Okay. Is that consistent with your observations made on February the 9th of 2025?
Yes.
Does he tell similar stories about his family when you eventually talked to him after the incidents that happened at KBC1?
He did, yes.
Do you see things that are discrepancies, as in things that he said back then when he was hospitalized that he was no longer saying later on?
No, it remained fairly consistent. So he was saying a lot of the same things to me then as he was back then.
Are you able to see upon his discharge if he was prescribed any medications to help with his symptoms?
Yes. So from the review of the records, it's indicated that he was prescribed Abilify, which is an antipsychotic medication when he was out Mount Carmel Behavioral Health Care. That was the first time he was hospitalized after the first incident. And there's also indications that he was not taking that medications as prescribed.
How do you get an indication he's not taking the medication?
Because they asked him about it, made that determination that he wasn't being adherent with that medication while he was at Riverside.
Okay. And they can't make him take medication, right?
Absent a court order, no.
Okay. And there was no court order in the records in this case, right?
That's right.
Okay. Why would somebody who's being told by doctors don't take the medication refuse to take, being told to take the medication, refuse to take the medication?
All kinds of reasons why a person would refuse to take medications. My impression in this case is that Mr. Foster was convinced that there was nothing wrong with him mentally, and so he was not taking the medications because he did not think it was indicated.
Okay. What do you make of somebody in Mr. Foster's condition, as best as you can guess, looking backwards? What do you make of him saying he doesn't think there's anything wrong with him?
I think that's textbook serious mental illness. Often it's commonplace in my experience for individuals who have a serious mental illness when they are acutely symptomatic with their serious mental illness to lack insight into their illness. It's something that's quite frankly paradoxical that we observe in instances of serious mental illness, meaning the more sick you are from a mental health perspective, the less aware you are of your illness. So Mr. Foster lacking insight into his need for treatment and medication is not surprising to me.
It's actually more normal for somebody who's really mentally ill to think everything's fine with me, you're the one who's got a problem.
That's in my experience, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about if you're discharged and they give you a medication that you're not taking, are there other services that tend to be provided? Are you linked with somebody? Is there follow-up recommended?
Traditionally, there is, yes. That's kind of standard protocol whenever you're being discharged from a psychiatric facility for them to link you up for services if indicated in the community at the time of discharge.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in Bruce's case?
My understanding is that he was, at some point, he was around this time linked up with North Central Behavioral Health Care for follow-up for outpatient care, which would have included things like medication management and case management.
Okay. And that's medication management because they have a team of people who understand mentally ill may not want to take their medication. Let's stay on top of that.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. As you started to prepare for the evaluation you've completed today, you said one of the important data points that you look at is anything surrounding February the 4th or the date in question for a NGRI report, correct?
Correct.
You've told me about 2 different police contacts that ended up in hospitalizations. Were there other records from before that were helpful to you before we get to the description of what happened February 4th?
There were also records from Sun Behavioral Health because he was transferred from Riverside Methodist.
So there's 4 psychologists, but that's 2 of them are saying his batch is crazy, yes, and 2 are saying he's not. This guy, and so the other guy who was on the stand yesterday was retained by the state. The state asked him, "Can you evaluate him?" And basically say that he is not insane. And he evaluated him and said, "No, he was insane. When he did this, he was delusional." So the state obviously didn't know what he was in his report or anything. So essentially, the defense hired this guy, and this guy said exactly the same as the state's expert. But obviously, the state don't want to use that. So that guy went over to the defense, basically. These 2, this guy and the other guy, they know each other, but they never spoke to each other. They interviewed the defendant when he was still psychotic. And the guy yesterday also interviewed him when he was taking his medicines. And he said, look, there's a difference from him when he was psychotic before he took medicine and when afterwards he started taking medicine. The 2 psychologists for the state are now saying he wasn't psychotic or delusional when this happened, but they never interviewed him when he was in his trance. They only interviewed him after he took the medication. So for me, personally, I don't put as much weight into their testimony because they never saw him at his worst. This guy did, and the state's own witness did. Expert, sorry, did. So I believe them when they say that he was batshit crazy at the time. And even though that's sometimes hard for people to understand, we don't know enough about people's mental health. So you have to lean on experts. And I would lean on the 2 people that reviewed him when he was still in psychosis. Especially the fact that one of them was hired by the state themselves. But because they did not like the answer, they were like, well, we're not going to use you then, if that makes sense. So I do believe that he, in my personal opinion now, I do believe that he was psychotic based on expert testimony.
After that second contact and for continued hospitalization at Sun Behavioral Health.
Do you know if any of the doctors at Sun Behavioral made a diagnosis, formal or informal?
Yes, the records indicate that he was diagnosed with a bipolar disorder when he was at Sun Behavioral Health.
Okay. Symptoms that he was showing back then?
Again, paranoia, claiming that his mother and his cousin were colluding against him. He was noted to show grandiosity and delusional beliefs.
Those findings from those mental health professionals match up with what the police had said and with notes that they had taken?
Yes.
Okay. As you get on forward to February the 4th, what things were provided to you to prepare your report that you're here to talk about today?
So in addition to the records that we've discussed, I was also provided reports that were authored by Dr. Ledgerwood and Dr. Stinson, and as well as a report that was prepared by Dr. Smith.
Okay. Dr. Ledgerwood, is that a doctor that you previously had talked to about this case?
No.
Okay. When you get a report for that, that would have been a competency report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you use that as a data point in arriving at your conclusions that you did for the report today?
Sure.
Okay. What did you see in that was noteworthy to you?
So Dr. Ledgerwood evaluated him not long after the events in question. I believe she met with him in February of 2025 to complete a competency to stand trial.
Rather than a number of days, can I ask you a more general question? If he was psychotic during the incident and was psychotic when he went into the jail, do you know if she would have seen him in his psychotic state when she interviewed him, or would it have been after he had received treatment?
It was before he received treatment.
Are you sure about that?
Well, I'm not sure what treatment he was receiving in the jail at the time. So maybe he was receiving treatment in the jail, but I do know that when she met with him, she characterized him as being decidedly ill, seriously, and psychotic.
Okay. What are the things that she knows that proved to be data points that you used in arriving at your conclusions?
I agree, Bardaza. I agree. Especially the fact that, you hire somebody because you know they're really good at what they do, and because you don't like the answer, it's just like, oh well, fuck you then. We hate you now. We've got to find other people that did not evaluate him when he was still psychotic. It's just like that. I don't like stuff like that. They should actually look at that and go, okay, well, we have this very reputable expert who's saying that he was psychotic at the time. Maybe he was, so maybe we shouldn't. Sometimes maybe we shouldn't prosecute. I just think that mental health and all this is so severely underfunded that when we watch stuff, I think that when everybody watched the video of him, everyone's just like, oh, he's faking it, he's whatever. And that's why these experts are so important, because we don't understand what goes through people's minds. And I think that mental health is severely underfunded, and the amount of knowledge on mental health out there is severely, limited as well. Do I think people fake it? Yes. But I also think you have to believe the experts when you have numerous experts that come in and tell you that he was psychotic. They got no fight in it. They got no skin in the game. But if it doesn't fit people's narratives, they're not interested. So I think that's sad.
Well, it was notable to me that she concluded that he was symptomatic with a severe mental illness, that he was evidencing indications of delusional thinking, hallucinations, and disorganized thinking. And she concluded as a result of that, while he was capable of understanding the nature and objective of the proceedings, he was incapable of assisting in his defense.
Okay. If that conclusion is made and somebody is then treated, do you know, and let's be specific to Mr. Foster, where treatment may come from?
Yes, I do.
Where?
So he could have been treated with medications in the jail, but after that finding of being adjudicated incompetent to stand trial but restorable, he was placed, as would be customary, at a state psychiatric facility, and specifically Central Ohio Behavioral Health Care.
Okay, and did that happen in this case?
Yes.
In Central Ohio Behavioral Health Care, do you know, was medication given?
Yes.
What kind of medication was it? And I don't
I agree about that, so I agree with you there.
mean the specific drug. What was it going to do?
It was to address the symptoms of his serious mental illness that he was presenting with upon admission to the hospital.
Okay. Do you know from looking at records if he took that medication and what that course of medication looked like over time?
Yes, so he did take the medication when he was at Central Ohio Behavioral Health Care, and there are indications that the dosage of the medication was increased several times upwards, because it was the case that the dosage that they had him on wasn't effective at abating or eliminating his symptoms, so it required an increase in the dosage to better target his symptoms.
Is that customary to start with a lower dose and move it up as needed?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what happened in this case, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how many times they had to increase his dosage?
Not offhand. It was 3 or 4 times, I would think, at least.
At some point, a determination was made that he was now restored to competency. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
Okay. And then he re-enters the court system, correct?
I'm not sure he ever left it, but you're returned to the jail.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And when that happens, then at that point, there are additional evaluations done. Can you talk about what there's additional evaluations done? Can you describe whether or not you performed one of those?
So there were some additional evaluations that were done. Before he went to the hospital, there was a second opinion that was done on his competency that was done by Dr. Stinson. So that's a report that factored into my analysis.
Okay.
And when he was at the hospital, the evaluation was done by Dr. Smith. Then once he was returned, I met with him after he'd been returned to the jail from the hospital. So I met with him several times after that.
Do you remember why you met with him after he had been returned to the jail?
Yeah, I met with him at your direction.
Do you know why?
Yeah, because you were concerned about his competency to stand trial. There had been a report issued by Dr. Smith that said that he had been restored to competency. You wanted to make sure that that was the case, so you asked for a second opinion on that, and also you asked me to continue to evaluate him to collect information that would be germane to offering an opinion as to his mental state at the time of the offense.
If somebody is treated with a psychotropic medication and within something like 3.5 months has been on that medication, do you expect all symptoms to be gone?
I'm not sure I would expect it or not. I wouldn't be surprised if all the symptoms weren't gone, given what we know about serious mental illness and how treatment refractory, meaning how difficult it is to treat some of those symptoms and how some of the symptoms may persist just in lesser form.
Just admit, therapy, you slept in. It's fine. You know, you can sleep in sometimes. No, don't worry. Bad Dad had exactly the same issue. He had to refresh the screen as well. I should put in here, anyone watching, we're live, so refresh the stream if you can't see us. How are you, Sarp? Oh, I just heard thunder, a roar in the distance. No, but Dad did exactly the same, Sarp. He did exactly the same.
So if you're saying that, would I be surprised if a person who'd been on medications for 3.5 months wasn't completely asymptomatic? That would not be surprising or atypical in my experience.
How about as historians of their own life, once they've been medicated, are they generally able to describe with accuracy things that they've been through?
I think yes or no. And so it's not like that they're not able, they're not reliable historians, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that happen that can filter or skew or somehow alter their recollection of events. Time is one of them. Being exposed to other people and having them talk to them about the case is another. By virtue of the fact that it's just a different mental state. At one point that in time, their mental state is this, and you're able to capture it. And then afterwards, they're in a different mental state. So it stands to reason that their recall of things may be different as a result.
Is this more within the general human experience that having people talk to you about the same thing over and over, of course, might start to change the way you look at it? Okay. Something that we can draw from our own experiences and perhaps understand a little bit better than some of the other things.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, as you look through the police reports, because now that's really the crux of what you've been called here for today. As you look through the police reports, you had the benefit of at least 2 other police contacts before you read this report, correct?
That's correct.
And you've had doctors who have filled out reports contemporaneous with both of those police contacts back in 2022, correct?
Correct.
They were endorsing symptomatology that looked familiar to you based on your interaction with them in February, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell me, as you looked through the date in question, February the 4th, 2025, what things stood out to you that you had some insight into that you were reading in the report? And I'm on page 8 of your report because I know that there's quite a bit with regard to this.
Yeah. One thing that was obviously notable is the fact that he shot several individuals and killed 2 of them in the events in question. So that was first and foremost thing that stood out the most to me. It was notable that a victim and one of Mr. Foster's coworkers who was present at the time described the shooting as coming out of nowhere. So I thought that was notable.
Why do you make note of that?
Because there wasn't any warning, there wasn't any argument that preceded it, there wasn't any confrontation that preceded it. It's notable to me for those reasons. Because often when I'm involved in cases in which there is a shooting, one person shot another, there's usually a confrontation. There's usually something that sets the the altercation off, but in this case, that wasn't it.
If I'm following your train of thinking, then your thinking is, I would like to see something rational that would lead from point A to point B, or an action to a reaction. Is that what you were looking for? Sure. Okay. In this case, you're saying you didn't see that. Did you have context by the time you were reading this report to have some insight?
I did.
Can you tell me what you made of that?
What I made of
What you made of there not being an objective reason for there to have been a shooting, but that in fact there was one?
Yeah, my impression is that the shooting was purposeful because he was laboring from very delusional beliefs that the individuals that he shot were involved in the mafia or some other type of organized crime outfit that were intent on killing him on that evening.
Okay. As you looked at that, did you think these people were involved with the mafia as you read through the reports?
No.
Okay. So what you're doing is talking about the contrast between what he believed and what you were believing reality was. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. As you read through the reports, what other things were noteworthy to you?
It noted that he was observed to not be wearing a hat or any head covering, so there were no indications that he had concealed his appearance at the scene. He didn't say anything before the shooting. I thought it was notable that he left the scene in an Uber and was dropped off at his home. I thought it was notable that he was found by police at his home the next morning. I thought it was notable that the police found at his residence a gun box and ammunition that matched the murder weapon as well as the clothing.
Can you tell me as a group why those kinds of things are noteworthy to you?
Yeah, I think they're noteworthy to me because they signal to me that he didn't make any attempt to conceal his appearance at the scene. He used the same method of transportation away from the scene that he used on a routine basis. He used the same account that he's always used that's linked to his name, that he went to his residence, that he didn't try to evade police in the traditional sense, that he didn't discard of any of the clothing or other items that could have linked him to the scene.
Can you put that into the context of psychosis or the things that had been observed by other doctors? What does that match, or is that in contrast to what you would expect based on what he had been diagnosed with before?
This all certainly fit with my conceptualization of what I'd seen before, what I was conceptualizing him as. It fit with the notion that he's been delusional, been very sick mentally, been very paranoid for a very long time, and including at the time that this occurred.
I know that you saw him. Well, let me ask a really general question. If you have to do an evaluation like you're here for today that talks about the date of February the 4th specifically, you're being asked to look backwards in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you do that, no perfect way to do it. You just collect the information that you can, correct?
That's right.
Are data points that are closer in time to February the 4th more important to you? Are they less important to you? How do those, generally when you're doing your job, not specific to this one, how are those things factored in?
I think that the closer that you have to the events in question, the data points that emerge from that time period, all things being equal, probably carry more weight than data points that are collected far after the events in question.
Do you think he's going to get better in the meantime with no medication?
No.
Okay. But why does it give you more insight then to look at it? Say the day of, if you could have met with him in a perfect world, would you feel more confident about your observations?
Slightly more confident because all things being equal, the closer you have to the time in question, the more right the data is. I'm not sure it would have changed very much. I felt very strongly about the data that I collected. I felt like that seeing him just a few days afterwards, I was seeing his mindset kind of as close as to what it was at the time of the events in question. So I was able to get a snapshot and a contemporaneous view of his functioning that I could have then applied to the events in question.
Okay. Did you watch the video of him in the KDC1 warehouse something like an hour and 20 minutes or an hour and a half before. Were you able to watch that video where he's kind of rocking and moving his hands?
I was able to see the video, yes.
Okay. That's pretty contemporaneous with the things that happened at something like 10:19 p.m. on February the 4th. Does that sound right to you?
That does.
What do you make of what you see as far as his body language in that video an hour and a half before?
He's definitely acting strange. He's appearing to talk to himself. There's no one else around. And while he's wearing a mask, you can see that his mouth is moving in a manner that seems to be consistent with somebody talking to themselves. The way that he's behaving, his body language, his motions, his facial kind of expressions signal to me the indication of some agitation. He seemed to be some upset. So he appeared to be talking to himself. He's acting erratically. He's there for some time. This goes on for a while. So it's very notable. It certainly fits with my conceptualization, fits with the other data points that he was seriously ill mentally at the time.
And then if we back up, are you able to see him on video when he gets dropped off by an Uber and is walking into the KDC-1 building on February the 4th?
I do.
Okay. When you see that, do you see that same body language or anything that looks indicative of what you saw later when he's in front of the bags of chips?
No, not that I can recall. No.
Okay. Another data point that is as close in time as we have after February the 4th is when he's taken into custody and interviewed. Did you have a chance to watch that interview?
I did. I reviewed the detective's summary of that interview, and then I also viewed their interview, the video of the interview itself.
Okay. They had a law enforcement goal in mind, and so they conduct a law enforcement interview. Can you tell me from a psychiatric perspective what you were seeing as you watched that interview, or what things struck you about watching that interview?
Yeah, there were a number of things. He said a number of things that signaled to me the presence of paranoia and delusional beliefs. He was saying things like that his mother was trying to set him up, that his parents had drugged his drinks. He said things like that he's being targeted and that a lot of people want him dead. I made a note that, and I thought it was notable that he told detectives that he thought that KDC, his employer, perceived him to be a good employee.
Why do you think that's noteworthy? You saw records in contrast, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've since come to be aware that he wasn't a good employee, and that there was some discussion of terminating him. I'm not sure he was ever made aware of that, but certainly he was. I don't think KDC viewed him as being a good employee.
Would you expect a person with acute psychosis to be a good employee?
No.
Okay. So this fit with sort of the working theory that you had.
Yeah, of course, yes. That to learn that he was not a good employee objectively is not surprising in light of his illness.
In light of his illness, is it unusual that he would try to get a job at all? I know I'm asking for a really broad generalization.
Yeah, I don't think it's atypical. Individuals with psychosis still have debt and bills and reality to pay for. So no, I think that simply because you're seriously mentally ill doesn't mean that you can go without a job.
Okay. During his interview, is there anything else that, although they were doing a law enforcement purpose, anything else that he told them that was noteworthy to you, either for or against your hypothesis at that point, that he was seriously mentally ill and delusional?
Yeah, he told the detectives that one of the victims, Shekar, had threatened him in 2013, and that he, meaning Mr. Foster, invited Shekar and his family to work at KDC.
If I can follow what your observation was then, he's saying that as far back as 2013, which would have been 12 years before he sat in that interview room, that one of the victims had threatened him in the past?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have any reason to think that was true?
I have no reason to think that was true.
Okay. And then objectively, if you believed that, what he's saying next is that he took this person who threatened him and invited him to work at Bruce's place of work.
That's right.
Okay. What other things does he say about people who he works with?
Well, he told the detectives that he would never harm someone unless his life was in danger and he had to defend himself. He told the police that he was shot in 2012, that he still had bullets inside of him.
Now, he's telling detectives that he's been shot in 2012 and still have bullets inside of him. Is that something that you believe happened?
No.
How about as you watch that, do you think he believed that happened?
I'm certain that he was convinced that it happened.
Okay. Your Honor, may I first witness?
Sure.
I've got something marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. Could you take a look at that? When you're done with it, just let me know. I'm good. Do you know the date on the record that I've given you?
I see a date of 11/1/2024 and another date of 10/13 or 31/2024.
Those are 2 consecutive days, end of October, beginning of November in 2024.
That's right.
Okay.
And there's another date of 10/28/2024 on here. And that appears that there are other dates of 2028, 2024 that occur on other pages.
Is this a record that you've seen before today?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at it and understand what it is?
I think so.
Okay.
It appears to be an. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Tell me what Defendant's Exhibit C is.
I believe it's an X-ray of different parts of his body.
Does it endorse why there would be an X-ray of different parts of his body?
There was suspicion there was bullets in him.
Okay. Do you know what the outcome of those X-rays were?
If I read it correctly, there was no finding of bullets or any metallic objects in it.
What is a misunderstanding about your own body called in psychiatric circles?
Maybe a somatic delusion. Somatic is kind of what we use for bodily functions, or so it could be a somatic delusion to believe that you have a bullet inside of you and you really don't.
Okay. And this is in November of 2024, so we're talking about something like 3 months before the KDC-1 shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As far as you can tell, this wasn't ordered that he get this done. This was a voluntary walk-in to get X-rays, right?
Sure.
Okay. Were there other data points, or I'm ready to sort of skip ahead to your one-on-one as you did your evaluation? Are there other things that you would like, that you took note of that weighed on your decision?
With respect to his interaction with the police?
Sure.
Yeah. He was saying other delusional things, like he's a medical doctor and that he started some type of serotonin project that helps families have twins. He told detectives that he had been issued a pardon by a Franklin County judge stemming from an incident that occurred when he was 13 years old involving the mafia. And he told them that, according to their report, that the mafia wanted him to be depleted.
Okay.
There were other things that I noted that were important and factored into my analysis, but that was based on my review of the video of his interview with detectives.
What about the video? Did you know it's not specifically written on the report?
I don't know exactly what specifically not addressed in the report, in their report, meaning the detectives.
Yeah.
But I did note that that he had said a lot of other delusional things. He's an ambassador for Chipotle. He gave them stock advice that Chipotle stock dramatically increased when, because of his advice, that he wanted the detectives to contact, wanted to know if a judge could contact Chipotle about getting him his return on investment for his stock advice, that he pulled strings for Ohio State, that he would like to appear before a judge, and so that he could tell the judge the truth, and that he was intent on making sure the detectives provided the judge with the video.
When you say the video, do you mean the video of the recording they were doing?
I believe so, yes.
So he was aware he was being recorded in that interview?
Yes.
And wants to get it to a judge?
He wanted to get, if not in front of the judge, wanted to make sure that the judge saw the video.
Okay. In the context of what you already knew about him and his mental illness, can you tell me why it would make sense that he wouldn't just tell them if he wants this to get to the judge?
Yeah, he didn't trust detectives. He had a very systematized delusional belief system, meaning that it was there's delusional beliefs that interface with a lot of different aspects of his reality. And so he thought that police were involved with the mafia. He couldn't trust the police because he thought that they were or could be part of the conspiracy against him.
You watched that and you had all these other collateral data points. You eventually did the report that you've got with you today, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me in preparing that report when you met with Mr. Foster, I don't need the date, just roughly like a month in a year?
So the first time was in February of 2025. The second time was in October of 2025.
Sorry, I'm going to stop you even though I just told you to list it. The first time he would have been in his psychotic state, correct?
That's right, which is in February of 2025.
The other times that you saw him, had he been treated at Central Ohio Behavioral Health?
That's right. So he had been restored to competency and returned to the jail.
Okay. Can you compare and contrast before and after medication?
Yeah, I was a radically different person. So when I met with them those other times, meaning after February 2025, when I met with them first in October of 2025 and then November of 2025 and then a couple of times in 2026, he presented as clinically stable. So he wasn't delusional. He was much more organized in his thinking. He wasn't grandiose. He wasn't paranoid. So he's dramatically different than how he appeared the first time I met with him.
Okay. Did that change anything about the working theory that you had up until that point?
No, it didn't.
Okay. Once you interviewed him to prepare the report, as far as looking backwards now to February 4th of 2025, can you tell me what things were important to you to gather as far as data points to make a conclusion?
So in addition to the things that we've already discussed, I asked him, I interviewed him and asked him a lot of questions about kind of what was going on, why he did what he did.
When you say what was going on, you mean back in February the 4th?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you're asking a lot of questions, do you count on him being a good historian?
It's always appropriate in my line of work to be a healthy skeptic. It means that it's important to ask the individual for their account, but it's also very important to compare and contrast that to other data points to make sure that what they're saying is reliable and valid.
Okay. Can you give me the things that made an impression on you as far as interviewing him and asking him about what happened on February the 4th?
Yes, of course. So kind of as an overview, my takeaway was that from what he described, he was not doing well, and from a mental health perspective, and his condition deteriorated substantially over a period of several weeks leading up to the events in question. During that period of time, he became convinced of various delusional beliefs. He was operating under these very delusional notions that there was a mafia or organized crime family that was plotting against him and sought to kill him.
And that would have been the weeks before. We talked about the hospital records showing him going in and asking to get lead x-rayed in his body. That would have been 3 months before. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that it was in the weeks before that some of these symptoms, including belief in persecutory or a persecutory belief by the mafia, was amongst the things happening? Yeah,
that's right. In addition to that, he was hearing voices, what we call hallucinations of family members like his mother and his father that were telling him things like that his life was in danger, not compelling or commanding him to do anything, but just kind of confirming or aligning with his delusional beliefs that his life was in danger.
Do you sometimes hear people who are mentally ill describe auditory hallucinations that are command hallucinations?
Yeah, I do.
And in this case, he said he wasn't hearing that as leading up to the incident?
That's correct.
Okay. Does he remember the day in question did he remember the day in question when you interviewed him?
Yeah, he did.
Can you tell me what things he said about that day?
Yeah, so he, with respect to that day in question, he heard a voice, an auditory hallucination, that said that he didn't have a choice. And that hallucination, in addition to his delusional beliefs, led him to believe that his life was on the line, that the members of the mafia, this organized crime family, these co-workers that he had at KDC-1, were not only plotting to kill him, but planned to kill him that evening in the night of the shooting.
When you can go back and test that, when he walked into work on February the 4th and you could see his body language walking in, I asked you earlier, did his body language look agitated, or was there anything in the way he carried himself on his way into work that was noteworthy? Put that into context now that he's talking about throughout the night what was happening.
So he went into work as planned, and I think in his mind was convinced that tonight was going to be the night that they were going to kill him. So he would have to act, to save his own life. He would have to act with deadly force.
Can you compare and contrast then in that hour and a half before, when you can see him in front of in the cafeteria where his body language is different? Would this match the story that he was telling you as a data point?
Sure, it would match. Yes.
Okay. How so?
Well, because what he's telling me is that he's more or less he's acutely delusional. He's acutely psychotic. He's very seriously ill mentally. And the way he's behaving in front of that food stand or whatever it was that he was in front of, and he's talking to himself and he's acting in an agitated manner, that would certainly align with how he characterized himself as feeling at the time. That he was delusional. He was upset. He was agitated. He was convinced he was about to be killed.
Okay. Given all the things that you saw, one of the things that you're asked to do when you do a NGRI evaluation is draw a conclusion. Were you able to do that here?
Yes.
Were you able to do that with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what conclusion you drew?
So my conclusion was that Mr. Foster was symptomatic with a severe mental disease or defect at the time of the events in question. And as a result of his severe mental disease or defect, he did not know the wrongfulness of the acts charged.
Okay. Can you tell me when you have an opinion like you have, if you're open to other interpretations?
Of course.
You're aware there's other interpretations here, correct?
Yes.
Can you address some specific things with me and tell me how you factored those in and why you drew the conclusion that you did, okay?
I think it's always important to test hypotheses. Hypotheses are kind of these propositions that you have. One proposition is that he was not symptomatic with a severe mental disease or defect at the time of the events in question. Another is that he knew the wrongfulness of the act charged. Another hypothesis is that he was symptomatic with a severe mental disease or defect, and as a result of that, did not know the wrongfulness of the act charged. So it's always important to, in my analysis, to consider data that might be outliers, that doesn't neatly fit in one column or another, right? In the column of he did know the wrongfulness, or in the column of he did not know the wrongfulness. And so it's not uncommon in cases for there to be some outlying data, some data that doesn't neatly fit into one category or another, or some data that might suggest that he did know the wrongfulness of the act charge. And so there were a few data points that, in my mind, may have signaled that he did know the wrongfulness of the act charge.
I want to go through some of those, and then you just let me know how you factor those in to the conclusion that you did draw.
Sure.
You're aware that after the shooting and before police arrived, Mr. Foster left the KDC-1 warehouse, right?
That's correct.
Okay. That could be consistent with somebody who's getting the hell out of there because they don't want to get caught by police, right?
Of course.
Okay. Tell me how you evaluated that data point and drawing your conclusion.
So I asked him why he left, and specifically why he didn't stick around to talk to the police. And he advised that he left because his life was considered his life to still be in danger. Wasn't really sure the extent of the conspiracy against him, didn't go to police beforehand and didn't stick around for police there at the time because, again, the police were involved in this conspiracy. They could have been or were involved with the mafia, so he didn't trust the police.
Now, everybody who's evaluated Bruce Foster came to the conclusion he was seriously mentally ill. Does serious mental illness, does that sound consistent with what you might expect from somebody with persecutory beliefs?
Absolutely.
Okay. Changing clothes is something that maybe everybody does after work, but given that he changed clothes at least partially before this incident, can you tell me what that meant to you as you did an evaluation?
Right. So that was another indicator that there might be something going on there that signaled his understanding of or knowledge of wrongfulness at the time that he changed his clothes beforehand. So I asked him why he changed his clothes, and he said that he changed his clothes to be more comfortable. I noted that he didn't conceal his appearance. He didn't do anything to appreciably alter his identity or his appearance. So while he changed his clothes, it certainly didn't align with the notion that he changed his clothes so that he could alter his appearance and so people wouldn't know that he was about to engage in a criminal act.
Okay. He talked about before he went to work that night that he smoked marijuana. Did you read that?
I did.
Do you have experience with mentally ill people and substances?
Yes.
What is that experience?
Well, the experience is that not only my experience, but the literature is conclusive in indicating that substance use in individuals who have serious mental illness is almost ubiquitous, meaning there is a very strong overlap. Those who have serious mental illness are exceedingly more likely than those who do not to abuse substances. So it's not uncommon in our world for somebody to have serious mental illness and to also use, if not abuse, substances.
Okay. When you say it's almost ubiquitous, the agency that treats one, do they treat the other as well?
Yes, the Department of Behavioral Health. That's correct. They used to be the Ohio Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Recognizing that they're more or less one and the same, there's so much overlap aligned with the name change.
Your experience with people who are using marijuana, there was a long period of time in Ohio where marijuana would have had to have been purchased illegally, correct?
Correct.
Could be a street drug, right?
Correct.
Okay. When that happened, you wouldn't necessarily know that you were getting marijuana. Is that a fair statement?
Fair statement.
During at least a lot of the time that you were seeing marijuana around mentally ill people.
Sure.
Marijuana can now be purchased lawfully in Ohio, presumably in a more controlled manner. Does that sound fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a difference in how marijuana affects people who are mentally ill who are using it since it's become legal?
Yeah, I think yes, because I've seen less instances of people evidencing adverse psychiatric reactions to synthetic cannabis now that cannabis is legal and more readily accessible.
Okay. In your opinion, could cannabis have caused the kind of paranoia that Bruce Foster had?
It could have, sure. So there are instances in which there are cannabis-induced paranoia, cannabis-induced psychotic disorder. So certainly it's well within the possibility that symptomatology like his could have been substance abuse, and that was a factor that I took under consideration.
How did you weigh it against your final conclusion?
Well, I noted that there were a number of compelling data points that didn't align with, and quite frankly, ruled out the possibility of a cannabis-induced psychosis in this instance. Most compelling of those data points is the fact that he remained acutely psychotic, decidedly delusional, decidedly ill, seriously, for many weeks, if not months, after the events in question, when in a controlled setting and thus distanced from cannabis.
Can you be specific about the controlled setting?
Yeah, he was in jail, and then he was at Central Ohio Behavioral Health Care, which is a psychiatric hospital.
He's not going to be able to get marijuana there, correct?
Presumably, no.
Okay. And then as you evaluate him, do you see the difference when he's in that controlled setting about his paranoia and psychosis?
So when I saw him in the controlled setting, and he was not treated, he was acutely psychotic. And then when he's in a controlled setting, but under now pharmacotherapy being treated, then he was much different.
Okay. So it wasn't it was over a period of time, and only once he withdrew psychotropic medications that those symptoms you were seeing started to fade.
That's right. That's right. That was one data point. Another data point is the fact that he's been evaluated by 6 doctors just over the life of this case, and none of the doctors have arrived at the conclusion that he was suffering from a cannabis or otherwise substance-induced psychosis.
Is that a diagnosis that can be made?
Yes.
Okay. And at least 2 other doctors before this, after this police interactions, are those amongst the 6 you're counting?
That's right.
Okay.
Maybe 5. Maybe 5.
Okay.
Maybe 5 doctors. Maybe I miscounted. But
Okay.
there have been every doctor that has evaluated him for the purposes of this case has not rendered, including myself, a diagnosis or come to the conclusion that the symptomatology was caused by cannabis or any other substances.
Okay. One of the counterpoints could be that after the shooting on February the 4th, Bruce Foster did make it back home. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
When he got home, physical evidence of him being there was still present, and you mentioned those things, right?
That's right.
He also appears to have vomited. Did you factor in vomiting into how you think he was affected as you tried to look into his life?
Yeah. So that was something that I noted, that he vomited. So I asked him about it. Why did you vomit? My opinion is, based on what he had offered, is that his vomiting wasn't out of remorse, but it was because he was distraught over having been put in a life or death situation and felt that he was forced to take these lives of these other people that he didn't really want to have to do, but he felt forced to do that. And he was distraught over that, which I found to be a reasonable reaction to a circumstance like that.
Sure.
Doctor, I think you've already said it, but I'm just maybe going to ask you to repeat yourself. What was your conclusion about whether or not Bruce Foster knew the wrongfulness of his conduct on February the 4th, 2025?
He did not know the wrongfulness of his conduct because of his severe mental disease or defect.
Thank you.
Why don't we take a recess, come back 10 minutes and
Okay, this is why we start late, so we can skip some of this. So this is cross. When we're back here now. Oops. Oh, this is a lady doing it. I don't think I've seen this woman do anything yet. I'll just mute you for a second. I will say this court is very on it. They do start back up very, oh, here we go.
Right.
Also, I believe, Lindsay Clancy's trial, they're in closings at the minute, aren't they? I've only caught bits here and there of this or Lindsay Clancy, I mean. I've not caught anything of any. Oh, that Mario Fernandez was found guilty. I saw that. And Shanna Gardner, whatever her name is, she is in court today for a hearing before her trial starts. I was going to cover it all, but they have contradicted themselves multiple times. She definitely was wanting to end it.
Saw the defendant roughly 4 or 5 days after the shooting, correct?
Yeah.
Completed your sanity evaluation July, I believe, 7th of 2026. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm sorry, July 5th.
July 5th?
July
When
5th.
you completed your report?
That's the date of the report.
Okay. My bad. Now, when you're conducting a sanity evaluation, is it typical for you to meet with the defendant 5 times to complete that report?
It's not typical, no.
Would you agree that's kind of unusual to meet with a defendant that many times?
I'm not sure I call it unusual.
Unusual?
For me,
Okay, out of the
I
norm?
don't typically meet with a defendant 5 times, but I don't limit the amount of times.
So what's your standard usually? What do you-
Usually, for most of the evaluations I complete, usually I just meet with them 1 time.
One time.
Yeah, maybe 2, but usually once.
So again, this would probably be an unusual circumstance for you to have met with the defendant 5 times.
Yes.
Do you recall writing a letter on January 13th of 2026, I believe to Mr. Troy, indicating that you had reached a conclusion that the defendant was or did not know the wrongfulness of his acts?
I do.
Okay. So then at that point, you've reached your conclusion, yet you go and see the defendant again on July 2nd. Is that correct?
I did.
So why did you do that?
So there were some things that I wanted to follow up with him on, things that quite frankly could have changed my opinion. So while I had concluded in January that my opinions were what they were, and ultimately they did not change, I felt it was important enough to go back, considering the nature of this case and.
What kind of things were you wanting to kind of follow up on? at that
I
point?
can't remember. I can't exactly remember. I think that maybe I didn't ask him about why he vomited during my previous interviews. And so that was something that I hadn't asked him about. And I think that was one of the reasons why I wanted to circle back to him and ask him
Now,
about that.
At this point, you were aware that Dr. Stinson had done an evaluation and come to a conclusion, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Dr. Marciani had done the same as well as Dr. O'Donnell, is that correct?
No.
So in July, you were unaware that the other 2 doctors had completed evaluations?
No, I was not aware. In fact, I got word that there were some other evaluations being done, but I did not have any firm conclusions that it was Dr. Marciani or Dr. O'Donnell who
Okay.
did those evaluations.
You were just aware of Dr. Stinson?
That's right.
Okay. In fact, the 2 of you had a phone conversation on January, I believe, 13th, am I right? I said 13th, I think originally about your letter to Brandon Troy, but that letter was the 26th of January. Is that correct?
That-
I think I misstated
I
that
think so. I
date.
think my letter is dated on January
January
2026.
26th. I apologize for giving you the wrong date there.
That's okay.
January 13th was the phone call you had with Dr. Stinson, correct?
I can't recall. I'm sure that I have that noted somewhere, but that sounds about right.
I don't believe it's noted in your report. I saw it in Dr. Stinson's report where he indicated he had a phone call with you.
Right.
So you would agree if Dr. Stinson reports it was the 13th, that's the accurate
Sounds
date?
right, yeah.
Okay. So the 2 of you talked on the 13th, and then 13 days later, you wrote that letter to Mr. Troy saying that you had come to a conclusion, correct?
That's right.
You and Dr. Stinson have known each other for many years, correct?
Yes.
We're partners for approximately 10 years, would that be right?
Yes. Business partners.
Business partners in Form 1. And in fact, I believe from Dr. Stinson's testimony yesterday, you're still kind of on contract or on as-needed basis, you'll do work.
That's right. I remain affiliated with the practice. I co-direct along with Dr. Stinson the postdoctoral fellowship in forensic psychology through Forum Ohio, and I will occasionally conduct evaluations through Forum. I can't remember the last time that I did, but I remain affiliated and on good terms with the practice.
And I believe you're still located at that address,
That's
correct?
right. We share the same office
You
space.
share the
Yep.
same office space, okay. And so then, have the 2 of you ever been on, I guess, I'll call it opposite sides, like retained by opposite parties in an action?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have any ethical or feel like you have any ethical duties to kind of disclose to that side, to your client that, hey, I have a relationship with Dr. Stinson, we're business partners, we're former partners, we work together very closely. Do you have any,
I've said that before. Yeah. Several times.
to avoid any kind of appearance of?
Yeah. Just to
impropriety?
make sure that everything's out in the open.
To make sure everyone has an informed decision on who they're hiring.
Sure.
Sure,
Yeah.
the parties, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So when you got retained on this case, did you discuss with Mr. Troy that Dr. Stinson and I are partners, or did he already know that?
I have no idea. So if the timeline is correct, I came onto this case way before Dr. Stinson did, because I was the first one to see him. I've been retained just a few days after the events in question. I learned of Dr. Stinson's involvement after the fact, after Mr. Troy advised that he had been appointed by the court to conduct a second opinion of his competency to stand trial. That's when I learned of his involvement in the case.
And at that time, did you think I need to tell Troy about our relationship or no?
I might have. I'm not sure.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Is your business practice, that's something you would have done early on if you would have realized Dr. Simpson was really?
Maybe, but probably not in this case. Mr. Troy knows that that Dr. Simpson and I have been in business together. He has assisted us in conducting mock trials through our postdoctoral fellowship. So maybe I did, maybe I didn't. If I didn't, I would just assume it's because he's well aware of my business relationship with him.
You do a lot of work in Franklin County, that'd be fair to say,
Yes,
and so does Mr. Troy.
that's right.
This is why I get infuriated. It's like you're trying to discredit them because they're friends. It's like, what are you doing? You guys hired him, not this guy, the other guy. What are you doing? Why are you trying to discredit me just because he didn't align with what you wanted? This is one of the reasons I hate trials, because lawyers are supposed to have ethical duties where they're supposed to like be fact finders, as in just use the truth. I hate it when attorneys are like this, just they're for the win, and that's it. I hate it. I hate stuff like this. I don't know. It might just be me, but I also thought the expert yesterday was excellent. So, and I think this expert's been fine as well. So, why try to discredit your own people? I just don't get it.
So we've talked a lot about conducting a sanity evaluation, how you first take a look and see if this person has a severe mental disease or defect, right? And then you go on to the next step, which is, did that impact their ability to know the wrongfulness of their acts? Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so start with the severe mental disease or defect. I think all, as you already testified, agree that Mr. Foster has a severe mental disease or defect, right?
That's correct.
I believe diagnosed schizophrenic, is that right?
I'm not sure if I even rendered a diagnosis.
No, in the records that you've reviewed.
Yeah, I
Correct.
think schizophrenia. Yeah, it's the most
And-
common diagnosis.
I think psychosis, there was a lot of talk about psychosis.
That's right.
And so at that time, would it be appropriate term to say he was psychotic?
Yes.
Folks that have schizophrenia, they can know the wrongfulness of their acts, correct?
Of course.
It's not something that says, oh, if you're schizophrenic, you won't know the wrongfulness, right?
That's
It's not
right.
that clear cut.
That's right.
Folks are psychotic, they can know the wrongfulness of their acts, right?
Of course.
What's a psychotic break? When you hear that term?
Psychotic break is probably a more colloquial term that's used. A psychotic break is, in the nomenclature that I'm familiar with, would be associated with somebody who has developed and become acutely psychotic, meaning that they develop this illness in which psychosis is a prominent feature, and that at one point they weren't acutely psychotic, and then there's that break or this transition in which they now become acutely psychotic. So that there's a period in time in which we can tell that before then they weren't acutely psychotic, and then after the fact we can tell that they definitely are.
So when you think about a break, it doesn't have to be like that. It's over time. Because when you talk about acutely psychotic, you can be acutely psychotic for a
Extended
long period of time, right?
Yeah, and I would say that it's more common for it to be over an extended period of time than it would be over a very short period of time.
It's not you're going to be psychotic 1 minute and then not psychotic the next and then psychotic back again.
Well, that's
Not normally how
yeah,
that goes.
that's fair. I mean, so the symptomatology, psychotic symptomatology, delusional beliefs, hallucinations, these things that make up what we consider psychosis, these things can wax and wane, right? So a person can be what we would consider psychotic over a period of, say, 30 days to 6 months. It doesn't mean that every single day in that period of 30 days or 6 months that they're acutely psychotic, that they are acutely delusional, that they're hallucinating all the time. So you can see some ebb and flow in that.
Even within hours?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So we go on to wrongfulness, right? So you would agree that when you're taking a look at wrongfulness, you look at different factors or different, I guess, indicators. Would that be good to say?
Yes,
Defendant statements, right? And behavior during the act,
yes,
before the act,
yes,
and right after the act.
of course.
Those are probably the key time period. Would you agree with that?
Agree.
And then within that time period, lying about the offense, being untruthful about what
Of course,
their act or their involvement in the act,
of course,
is that a factor?
yes,
Denial of the act,
sure,
refusing to cooperate with either law enforcement or an investigation into that act.
could be an indicator.
And then what about later accounts of the act, like not right after, like months later, those accounts, you take those into consideration as
Yeah,
well.
of course,
And I think we talked a little about attempts to evade capture, correct? That's one of those factors.
sure,
And then what about, do you kind of ask if the delusion were true, would the act be right? Is that one of those things that you take a look at as well?
of course, yeah.
You have done approximately how many evaluations? I'm not sure if I caught that number, if Brandon asked you or not.
I'm not sure he did ask me. Total evaluations for what?
Sanity evaluations over your years,
Conservatively, probably about 500.
500?
Yeah.
And you've been on cases where you've had to testify, like in this case here, right?
Yes,
And there have been experts that have had different opinions than yours,
yes,
correct?
yes.
That probably happens pretty frequently. Would that be safe to
In my
say?
line of work, yeah, it usually is the case that if I'm testifying, it's probably because it's a contested hearing, and that's usually because you have a couple of experts that don't align in terms of their opinions on the matter.
And that's, what would you say that's attributed to, that their opinions don't align?
Reasonable minds can disagree.
Are they interpreting different data, putting maybe more weight on some data than other data? Would that be fair to say?
Sure, that could be it.
So when you come to your conclusion about wrongfulness, you, in your report, you have it up there, so let me grab my copy here. You kind of list out some of these pieces of information that you, I guess maybe, lack of a better way to say it, put more weight on to attribute that he did know the wrongfulness. Would that be fair to say? That your list of, I don't know, let me go to the back here, I don't know how many you indicate that. I think it's on page 34, Mr. Foster's knowledge of wrongfulness. And you kind of list out, looks like 8 on that page. 10, 9, 10. So you list out like 10 kind of points that go to showing that he did not know the wrongfulness. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, those were data points that I found to be particularly salient.
And so one of them is that we already talked about was attempting to evade detection, right? You kind of think that, let me find your
Number 6.
number 6, thank you so much. He did not attempt to evade law enforcement. He was found at his apartment soon after the event in question.
That's right.
In your years of doing this, you would agree that many defendants charged are located at their residence when they're arrested by police, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
That's kind of a typical, people kind of run home when they do something wrong, correct?
That happens, yes.
And especially when we're talking about a defendant with very limited resources. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Mr. Foster has very limited
He did.
resources.
Yes, it does.
He did not have a car, correct?
No, he didn't.
So he was at the mercy of the Uber, picking him up and bringing him to work every day, correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that leaving the scene of the crime is an attempt to evade law enforcement?
Yeah, it could be,
Could be?
absolutely. Yes,
And that that's exactly what this defendant did in this case, right? He left the scene. He shot 6 people
yes,
and then left the scene immediately.
yes.
You don't attribute that to him evading law enforcement, then? Is
Well,
that
not in the
correct?
traditional sense. So maybe I should.
No, that's okay. I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
because
you,
in my-
it's yes or no. You say he did not evade, correct?
I did.
Okay. So you interpreted his leaving the scene as not evading law enforcement, correct?
Correct, yes.
You, a number,
Obviously, the state do not want him to elaborate on that, but if you saw that, I'll go back a second here. He looked straight over to the defense table.
you say he did not evade, correct?
I did.
Okay, so you interpreted his leaving the scene as not evading law enforcement, correct?
Correct, yes.
Look, him looking over the defense. He's like, ask me that question back. I can't see if they're looking or not, but he's looking to see if they're writing something down.
You, a number 5, you said he did not attempt to conceal his appearance at the scene as another reason why he did not know the wrongfulness, correct?
That's right.
Number 5?
Yep.
You've watched the video. You're aware that Mr. Foster went into the first production room there at KBC and changed his clothing, correct?
Yes.
Put on a different hat than he had on during his shift, correct?
Okay, I believe so, yes. I'll take your word
Take
for
my
it.
word for it?
Yeah.
Okay. If the evidence shows that he had on a different hat than what he came into the workplace with and what he wore when he came out of that production room before he started shooting, would you would agree with that?
Yes.
So he did change his appearance prior to the shooting, correct?
Technically,
His
yes.
clothing, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just saying, you can interpret it and you can put whatever weight you want on it, correct?
Yes.
You would agree people commit crimes all the time on camera, right?
They do, yes.
They do. And people commit crimes all the time without wearing a mask, correct?
Yes.
And those people, say generally, know the wrongfulness of what they're doing, right? Not all those people are insane.
That's correct.
And so because it's not a good plan, doesn't mean it wasn't a plan. Wouldn't you agree?
Correct.
So he changes his clothing. I believe you asked him, he says it's to be more comfortable. Is that correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that he had made some additional statements to other evaluators that he brought clothes because he had recently had some sort of accident at the workplace and had to leave early? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
So kind of a conflicting statement about why he had the clothing he did with him at that time. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure I would consider it to be
Okay.
conflicting.
This might not conflicting, that he changed his clothes to be comfortable, correct? And then he walked into the warehouse and started shooting his coworkers, correct?
That's right.
And then are you aware that he then changed his clothes again when he got inside the Uber that picked him up?
I'm aware that there are some reports that he did that.
And when you say reports, what are you aware of?
Well, I'm aware that there's indications in other doctors' reports that he had advised that he had changed his clothes. I asked him if he changed his clothes when he was in the Uber, and he told me that that he can't recall that if he did, and he mentioned something about maybe he might have changed his boots when he was in the car. That's what he told me. So I'm aware that there are some indications that he changed some articles of clothing to some extent when he was in the Uber on the way home.
Would you take my word if I told you there is video showing Mr. Foster walking back into his apartment after the shooting, where he is then wearing his khaki pants he wore to work that day? Would you agree then that
I'll trust that you're
he
telling me.
then changed his clothes in that Uber? He changed his pants in that Uber? There's
Yeah.
evidence of that.
To be honest, I can't remember what pants he was wearing at the time that he was doing the shooting. So if you are telling me that the evidence would show that those are different pants, then I would trust that they're different pants.
When you reviewed the video recording of the shooting, you would agree that Mr. Foster had changed from whatever he was wearing during his work shift into a different pair of pants. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that he had put his backpack over his back and then concealed that backpack with a flannel shirt, correct?
Yes.
And then concealed the firearm on his person, correct?
Yes.
And that video of him arriving back at his residence at 10:50 something in the evening, he's wearing khaki pants again and a green colored shirt.
Okay.
No flannel.
All right.
You still hold with that is not a changing of his appearance. Would you agree with that? As your factor, right? You're saying he
Yeah.
didn't change his appearance, therefore.
I don't think, I changed his clothes, but not his appearance.
talk about the denial of the act, right? That's one of the factors you look at. Did he deny that he had done this? You watched his interview with law enforcement. I think in your report you indicate he should I put the right one? Number 4 on page 35 of your report, it's kind of a counterpoint that you were engaging in, like saying, okay, these are the things that I found that show he doesn't know the wrongfulness. These might show he did, but I'm going to counterpoint it out. And number 4 says, while he did not tell defendants what he did not deny the acts either.
That's right.
That was your interpretation of watching that interview.
Yes.
Do you recall the part where they're confronting him? It's toward the end of the interview. They're confronting him about shooting his coworkers, and he asks, "You think that was me? You think that was me?" Do you recall that part? No. I'm going to play a short snippet for you. So, and then I would like your opinion.
Okay.
Maybe that's something you missed in that interview. Do you take that as a denial?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are curious,
I'm not really, I wasn't curious. I wasn't curious. Tell me now.
but now you're curious.
Now, yeah. I'm not curious.
Okay. Well, in the video, because I mean, they have surveillance everywhere in the warehouse, right?
Yeah, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, and you know that.
Yeah, I know that. I'm
Is
aware.
that to prevent thieves or what is that for?
I'm not law enforcement, man.
Okay. I don't know why people put cameras inside businesses, but
Yes, you do.
I mean, I guess I know for their fact, but normally it doesn't get to the criminal
And it's
side.
their business.
Yeah, it's their business.
It's their business.
Not our business. But I mean, in the video, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It's pretty horrific.
Is that horrific?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scary the way I live. Scary
It's
the way I
horrific,
live.
man. It's horrific to see you, Bruce Foster, shoot and kill Kyle Vaver
You believe that was me?
and shoot and kill Shekar Chapagai.
That's his last name? You believe that was me?
And you shoot and injure 4 other people. Okay? Before we leave,
I don't
I'll
believe
explain
so.
the charge, so you are curious.
I'm not really, I wasn't curious. I wasn't
Okay.
curious.
Do you see Mr. Foster shake his head to that
I did. I
and
saw
say,
that.
I don't believe so?
I didn't hear what he said, but I
You
did
don't
see.
maybe I believe so? Do you want to play it one more
But you
time?
could if you'd like to. I see that there were some texts that came up and that he said, it said, I don't believe so. So I saw that. So if you're saying that's what he said in that moment.
Well, if you don't hear it, I can play it again so that
You could,
if you
if you'd
feel more
like to,
comfortable
yeah,
with that.
I would like to see if I agree.
You can.
I'm not curious.
Well, in the video, because I mean, they have surveillance everywhere in the warehouse, right?
Yeah, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, and you know that.
Yeah, I know that. I'm
Is
aware.
that to prevent thieves or what is that for?
I'm not law enforcement, man.
Okay. I don't know why people put cameras inside businesses, but
Yes, you do.
I mean, I guess I know for their fact, but normally it doesn't get to the criminal
And it's
side.
their business.
Yeah, it's their business.
It's their business.
Not our business. But I mean, in the video, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It's pretty horrific.
Is that horrific?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scary the way I live. Scary
It's
the way I
horrific,
live.
man. It's horrific to see you, Bruce Foster, shoot and kill Kyle Vaver
You believe that was me?
and shoot and kill Shekar Chapagai.
That's his last name? You believe that was me?
And you shoot and injure 4 other people. Okay? Before we leave,
I don't
I'll
believe
explain
so.
the charge, so you are curious.
I'm not really, I wasn't curious. I wasn't
Okay.
curious. Tell me now.
But now you're curious.
Now, yeah.
The sound is off from the video, so if you can't really read the lips. But did you hear it that time when he says, I don't believe so?
No.
Okay. So you don't believe him shaking his head is a denial of those accusations that he shot and killed these
I think
people?
it's reasonable to suspect that that could infer So certainly.
shaking his head.
Shaking
saying-
his head could
And
be.
let's say if he did say, I don't believe so, is that a denial?
Could be. Yeah, that could be interpreted.
What else could it be?
I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I mean, this is the first time I'm being presented with this, so.
So the first time you've seen this video?
No, the first time that I've been I didn't hear him say, I don't believe so. So if he did say it, I didn't catch it on the first pass, I didn't catch it on the second or the third pass.
But it could be interpreted as a denial, but you're not sure what else it could be interpreted as. Is that right?
I would have to think about that. But, so
Let's talk about lying to law enforcement. During that interview, in addition to denying or shaking his head, so you're not agreeing with that, he tells the police he had to kill them before they killed him. Is that right?
that's right.
No, I apologize. No, he does not say that during the police. I apologize. Let's strike that, Your Honor. I misstated that. During the interview, he says he doesn't know who Kyle Vaver is. He doesn't know who Kyle is. I don't know Kyle, right?
In this
In this
video.
interview with the law enforcement officers. Do you recall that
I do.
part where he says, I don't know who Kyle is,
Right.
right? And then later, as he starts meeting with yourself and Dr. Simpson, Kyle becomes part of the conspiracy. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure if he becomes, but it was clear to me that Kyle was a prominent figure in the conspiracy throughout my interviews.
He does not tell law enforcement that, correct?
Right.
He also indicates, I believe, that he doesn't know what Nick Harris's name is, that he was just a guy, tall guy that worked on, was a line lead, correct, during that interview.
That's right.
And then in subsequent interviews, he is part of that conspiracy as well, correct?
Yes.
So again, more misrepresentation to law enforcement. Agree?
Well, I'm not
He's
sure.
not being honest with law enforcement at that point,
Well, he's saying that he doesn't know who Nick is,
correct?
but
And he doesn't know who Kyle is.
I'm not sure that he knew who Nick was whenever I interviewed him either. He just said that he knew that the guy next to him was also involved. I'm not sure if he knew what his name was or not.
That he becomes part of that conspiracy. He doesn't say that to law enforcement, right?
No, he didn't say that.
He shares information with law enforcement about his mom, right, wanting to hurt him, with his shenanigans at Chipotle. He talks about lots of different things to law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Part of his delusions, correct?
Sure.
However, every time he's asked about a gun or asked about shooting, he doesn't want to talk about it, right?
That's
Is
right.
that your interpretation
That's
of it? That would be anytime he's asked to give any type of incriminating information, he doesn't want to talk about it.
Not to the detectives now.
Wouldn't you agree that that's an indicator of him knowing the wrongfulness of his acts, why he doesn't want to tell law enforcement about them?
No.
When you meet with Mr. Foster, you've indicated that he did. How do you find out that he vomited after the shooting?
It's in the detective's summary of their interview.
So you don't ask him why he vomited initially when you're meeting with him,
Yeah,
correct?
I think I missed it. So.
Did you review Dr. Simpson's sanity evaluation?
Yes.
And in Dr. Simpson's evaluation, he says he puked because he was stressed out. He came home, he puked, and he was stressed out. Is that right?
I can't recall.
Do you recall what his statements to you were about what happened after the shooting?
About why he vomited?
Well, did he even tell you that? Didn't he tell you that he blanked out? He doesn't remember?
Well, he did say that he wasn't able to remember, yes, and then when I asked him why
And
he
when you
vomited.
prompted him?
Yeah.
during that interview with law enforcement, they give him basically an out. They are basically telling him you were attacked, weren't you? Do you recall that conversation about asking him if he was attacked at work? You were attacked. Do you remember those conversations in that interview?
Vaguely.
And him denying, him saying I'm all right?
I do remember that.
He had an opportunity to tell law enforcement that they were conspiring against him, didn't he?
He did.
During that just piece that we watched and throughout that interview, Mr. Foster doesn't appear to be scared of law enforcement in that interview. Would you agree with that?
No. He doesn't
You
appear
think
to
he
be
looks
scared.
scared?
No, I agree. He does not appear to be scared.
Thank you. In fact, he's gets animated during that interview, correct? And kind of hits that table.
That's right.
Doesn't appear to be fearful at all during that interview.
No.
In fact, during that interview, he basically says he's smarter than everybody else, doesn't he?
I don't know if he used those exact words, but he definitely indicated that he was
smarter.
intelligent and conveyed that he had advanced knowledge of things.
If the video shows that he said I'm smarter than everyone, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. During those interviews with Mr. Foster, in the, 18 months basically of your contact with him, give or take, right? He talks about how he believed his coworkers were conspiring against him, right? He thought people wanted to kill him, right? Throughout all those interviews with him, he does not ever report to you seeing his coworkers with weapons, correct?
No.
He doesn't ever report to his coworkers coming at him in any kind of aggressive manner, correct?
Well, no, not at work, but he said things like that.
Happened in 2013,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
that's
I'm
right.
talking about his coworker, during that period of time where he believed that they were wanting to kill him, correct?
That's right, no.
Okay. So there's none of that, right? He doesn't report anybody ever hit him, attacked him. They never had any weapons, never came at him in any way, shape, or form.
No.
No visual hallucinations of anybody with weapons.
No.
You indicated he had some auditory hallucinations, but no command hallucinations.
That's correct.
Correct? So the support he gave to you in your interviews for why he thought these folks were wanting to kill him was they were talking or conspiring against him. Is that correct?
That's right.
He saw them talking together, or he saw them missed a day of work or something to that effect.
That's
Is
right.
that correct?
That's right.
And that he had this pardon. So let's talk about this pardon a little bit, right? His pardon, he believed that protected him from the mafia. So when they came at him, he could respond and be safe. Is that right?
That's fair.
Is that fair?
Characterization. Yeah.
I remember him saying something about come at him, right? Like in your report or someone else's report. When they come at me, I'll be able to respond and be safe, right? In your interviews with him, he doesn't ever disclose or tell you how they came at him. Is that correct?
Well, no,
Okay,
I think
Okay,
there was
that answers my question. He never talked about how they came at him. Okay.
no, he did.
I thought you said no.
So I think it was the continuation of a response to say, no, he did.
Okay.
So.
What was his statement how they came at him?
Well, I think it's dated.
You see, this is what pisses me off. He answered the question like, luckily, we're just in front of a judge. The judge knows exactly what's going on. But it's like, I hate it when they cut off people. Anyway, I could rant and rave all day.
From the first interview, and consistent, he talked about how the mafia was after him when he was 7 years old.
I was asking about his coworkers
I see.
coming at him.
I see. So did he ever talk about whenever his coworkers came to him? Yeah, there was an instance where, like, the coworker had his brother come up to a tennis match and intimidate them. And then there was another time when another coworker came up to
In
a YMCA.
2012, 2016, 2017,
That's when he was saying these things were occurring, yes.
7 years, 8 years before
That's right.
the shooting.
That's right.
Okay. So, but the pardon was when they came at him, he could respond and be protected, right?
And yes,
Okay.
that's fair.
He didn't use the pardon in 2017 or 18 or whenever he disclosed that happening, right?
No, he did. He got the pardon.
No, the pardon was way back when.
He was like 7.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That didn't have anything to do with the coworkers.
It did. It was all a systematized delusional belief that all factored in. The coworkers were part of the same entity that attacked and raped his sister and broke into his home, that forced him to kill 2 people when he was 7 years old, that originated.
Forced him to
pardon.
kill, because he knows that killing is wrong, right? He
Yes.
knows that killing's wrong.
Yes.
Even in his delusion, he knew killing was wrong.
Of course. Yeah.
You recall during that police interview that he stated to law enforcement his biggest problem was his finances, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, vaguely.
And no one was friendly at work to him.
Yes.
He doesn't indicate his biggest problem is the mafia coming out to kill him, even though he talks a little bit about the mafia in that interview, right?
Yes.
His biggest problem was finances.
That's what he told the police. Yes.
Even at the acute psychotic stage he was in, finances were my biggest problem.
Okay.
He was about to be evicted. He's going
Sounds-
to be homeless,
Yes.
right? He discloses that.
Yes.
He's got an eviction notice.
Mhm.
Chipotle was no longer putting him on the schedule where he thought he'd been fired or released. He'd gotten that email that said, "Thanks for your service, bud. Don't come back," right?
Yes.
His job was in jeopardy at KDC, right? And he knew his job was in jeopardy at KDC.
Well, I'm not sure to the extent.
Okay, if he acknowledged to another doctor that he knew his job was in jeopardy at KDC, would that then tell you that that's what he was aware of at the time?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about all the corrective actions that he'd been given at that point, right? He had been counseled on January 8th of that year, right? That, hey, this is your final warning, right? You've been late, you've been absent, no calls, no shows, all these different times, final warning. Any more points and you're gonna be terminated. That was communicated to him. You agree?
Agreed.
So he knew that. Final warning for his work performance as well on January 8th,
Right.
correct?
Right.
Any more screw ups, basically, you're gonna be terminated. And then he was found sleeping in the office on January 10th, right? He was sent home early.
Okay.
Agree?
Agreed.
Okay. And then someone talked to him about that on January 21st. You agree?
Agreed.
And in that communication, he was aware somebody had reported him for sleeping in the office,
That's
correct?
right.
One of his coworkers.
Right.
He also acknowledges that he was aware, or that he was spoken to about his tardiness the day before the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then he showed up late the day of the shooting as well, correct?
That's right.
So it would be logical to conclude that he was aware his job was in jeopardy at KBC, given all of that, as well as his own admission to another doctor.
That's logical to conclude that, yes.
He made some other statements like he wasn't supported at work, right?
Mhm.
How he hadn't gotten a locker, I believe, and he felt very disrespected.
That's
That
right.
was in the law enforcement interview.
Right.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
So in your report, you indicate as one of the supports for his not knowing the wrongfulness that the acts were objectively random. Can you explain for me what that means? It was back on that same page, I think like 30. Number 2 on page 34.
Yeah.
As him not knowing the wrongfulness. The acts themselves were objectively random and completely unprovoked. So I get the completely unprovoked. What do you mean by objectively random?
Meaning that they're outside of his viewpoint, there was no reason for him to shoot and kill or try to kill employees. That would, to me, the fact pattern was this was random. Everybody that was interviewed described this as coming out of nowhere, and they knew that he wasn't a great employee, but there wasn't any indication that he was at risk of being imminently fired.
So wait a minute, we just agreed that he knew his job was in jeopardy. If he got another point, he was going to be fired.
Yeah, he also told detectives that he thought that they
Just
thought
a
he was
minute, that was
a good point.
my question was this, right? We just went through that and said, yes, he was aware he was going to be
Yeah,
fired,
that's right.
correct? Or his job was in jeopardy, I'll call it that. And he didn't randomly select his targets, right? The people he shot were not randomly selected, correct?
No.
Okay.
they-
They were folks that he worked with. They were folks in the QA division that he was in, correct? They were folks that were having to pick up the slack when he was calling off and not coming into work, right?
Yes.
There were folks that had to do his job because he was kind of slow at it, right?
Yes.
They were the folks that narked on him for sleeping in the office, right?
Yes.
So those weren't randomly selected people, right? I'm not talking about his delusion. I understand in his delusion, I understand his delusion, but these people were selected, right?
Yes.
That's who they were,
Yes.
his coworkers
That's right.
that he worked with on a daily basis.
That's right.
And then the line lead and the supervisor of second shift, those were the folks that he also worked with on a daily basis, right?
That's right.
Those were the folks that put up on the board QA's dropping the ball, right? They're the ones that told him he needed to hurry up, he was holding up the line, right?
Sure.
He was also aware that that very day, his supervisor, I keep getting these QA managers, supervisors, whoever, Mr. Vignesh, was in their staff meeting that day at the beginning of the shift, or just after the beginning of the shift, and he announced that there was a vacancy in the QA department, correct? And Mr. Foster was aware of that.
I think so. Yes.
So as an alternative theory, taking all that into consideration, those targets don't seem so random, taking all that into consideration, do they?
In consideration of what you've.
Right, everything we just kind of talked about.
In consideration of that, yes, it seems less random, given
Thank
that what you just said.
Taking all of that, as we talked about being less random, taking all that into consideration, could very much be a frustrated, disgruntled, desperate, mentally ill employee who was at the end of his rope and knew he was about to be fired, evicted, and had nothing left to lose, correct?
That's one hypothesis, yes.
It's hard to tell from your report what dates the defendant made the statements to you that you have in your report, right? So something he said, I decided around 10:30 to shoot my coworkers, right? What date did he say that to you? Was that in February? Was that in October? Was that in November? Was that in January? Was that in July?
Yeah, I can't recall. I don't know.
So you kind of mush all those 5 interviews together into, here's all his statements, right?
Yes.
Throughout your interview. So it's hard to tell because it appears when you start to look at this from initially the first police interview to then your meeting on the 5th, to then as it goes on down the line, that the delusions or the conspiracies continue to expand. They continue to encompass more people to explain his actions. Would you agree?
I'm not sure I'm not sure I agree with that.
You do the MFAS, right? That's to determine if this person is malingering. If I say faking, is that fair, or is that?
Yeah, because the test doesn't determine if the person's malingering or not. It does determine if the person's faking or feigning. So I think that's
Feigning, thank you.
I think that's an accurate
Okay.
conceptualization.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about that test, because I believe is a scale to 10, is that right? Or what's the, help me out.
No, I don't know what the total score of it is. Maybe 25 items. And the score of 6 or higher on this particular test is the cut score, the score that you would use as the threshold for indicating that the person is feigning, or indications of feigned serious mental illness.
So when you did the test, was that in January of 26, I believe, during that January visit, I believe, you found that he had a score of 2. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And forgive me, I cannot exactly remember, but it was extreme symptomatology. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so the MFAST is designed to inquire into symptomatology that would be considered extreme. So it's parceled out into different metrics, or into different indices, and so extreme symptomatology would be like somebody endorsing something that we would consider in our field, given what we know about the research. That would be like an extreme symptom, something that we would consider extreme. It's not amongst the norm, not typical.
Not typical of a delusion, or not typical of a mental illness?
Of serious mental. So it's for serious mental illness. So we're talking about things like hallucinations and delusions.
So he scored a 1 on that. So does that mean there was an indicator of maybe some exaggerated type of symptom there?
So yes, he did score a 1 there. Though when you look at the indices for that, that 1 is not judged to be significant. So
Right. I'm just kind of trying to understand how he scored on that.
yeah. So no, he did score. He did. There was a 1 that was noted there. So he did score a 1 on that. But that doesn't rise to the level of being significant according to that indice, or towards the total score.
Or toward feigning, right?
That's
Because
right.
everybody agrees Mr. Foster is severely mentally diseased, or has a severe mental disease,
That's
right?
That's right.
So this just tells, is this person feigning their symptoms, right? Or feigning their disease or defects?
Well, to be fair, the MFAS is designed as more of a screening measure. So screening for feigned mental illness.
Okay.
So the purpose of the test is to help to indicate if there are signs or indicators of feigned mental illness. It's designed to be paired with a more robust assessment in the event that there are indications that they've reached that cut score of 6 or higher on the test. So it's a screening measure.
Right.
So it's not intended to be a standalone measure on its own.
But you've already met with him February, October, November. You've already determined this guy is delusional, and he's got some mental illness, right?
That's what
So what's the purpose of doing this test?
ruling it out to make sure I'm not missing anything. I'd like to be thorough to make sure I'm not missing anything.
And this rare combinations, help me out with that. He scored a 1 on that.
Yeah. So again, this score does not rise to the level of being significant with respect to that particular indice, the rare combinations. Rare combinations would be referred to as like symptoms that we don't observe commonly occurring together in instances of genuine mental illness.
And in this situation, he scored a 1. Do you know what that would be that he was showing a combination together that would not be?
No, I'd have to look at the test.
on direct, you talked about, or in response to, I think, the question Mr. Short asked you about data collection, and the more important information is gathered earlier in the process than later. Is that accurate? So the closer in time you talk to a person, the better the information is? Is that
Yeah,
accurate?
I think that it carries more weight.
Okay. So in this situation, the police interview would be the most near in time to the act, correct?
Well, the video.
The statements, right?
The video of
the police,
him being in the warehouse would be the closest, but then the police interview would be.
his statements.
That's right.
I apologize if I should have said statements.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about interviewing this subject, right?
Right.
And the closer, sooner you can interview him after the act, the better.
All things being equal, yeah.
All right. And so the interview with the police is probably the most close in time statements that he makes to the act.
Yeah.
Okay. With the statement earlier that we talked about, the most important thing in determining wrongfulness is acts, before, during, and right after, right? Why does it matter how soon you interview this person if we're looking at the behaviors and the acts at that time?
Yeah, it's a valid question. So it doesn't matter. And so it doesn't mean that a evaluation is any less reliable because you collected the data 6 or 7 months afterwards. So I don't want to be misunderstood there. But it is great in my line of work, especially when we're dealing with a evaluation of a person's mental condition at the time of the offense, to get that snapshot, to get that data as close in time as possible.
We get to see him under the delusion, correct?
That's right.
There's a lot of talk during that police interview by the defendant about talking to the judge, about an indictment, about a no contest plea, these kind of legal terms, correct? Right?
Yes.
That would, do you agree that that would indicate an awareness that what he did was going to have some legal criminal consequences? I'm not asking, that indicates that he knew that. I'm not saying that he didn't think he was justified, but that indicates that he knew it was going to have some sort of criminal consequence.
There were going to be some type of ramifications. Yes, of course. Yeah.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
Follow-up questions to go after this one.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Thank you.
Dr. Till, I'm going to ask follow-up questions to what Ms. Wells just asked, okay? This will be the last time anybody asks you, I think, about this. What effect did knowing that Bob Stinson was another doctor in the case have on you doing your diligent work towards coming to an outcome? Did it have any?
None.
Did anything change about what you would do in a psychological evaluation because you knew Dr. Stinson was on the case?
No.
In hindsight, you know you were hired quite a bit before Dr. Stinson. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to see if you can help explain schizophrenia just a little bit and the delusions and things that we've talked about. Do people who are schizophrenic cease to understand all things reality?
No.
Can you explain what things they might understand?
Oh, there's any number of things that they can still understand. So while they are separated from reality in one standpoint, meaning like they're laboring from these delusions or they're hearing these voices that they think are real, they still don't cease to adequately perceive reality in other areas. So it's not like that they don't understand that there are laws and that things are, we have money and economies and work and normal social interactions and all these other things that normal people do on a regular basis. So simply because you're schizophrenic doesn't mean that you're impaired across the board. It doesn't mean you're completely impaired in all areas of your function. You're just substantially impaired in certain areas of your function.
Okay, and I want to use an example I heard. If you were at a mental hospital and everybody there is extremely sick, how do they eat food?
Right. So I've worked on psychiatric units. I've been on psychiatric units a lot. And some of the individuals that are very, very sick, just like Mr. Foster was. And nobody, to my knowledge, has ever forgotten how to eat. They know where to go to get their trays when it comes time for lunchtime or dinner time. They know when it's time to go on a fresh air break.
So that's where I think it's important. I think we lose sight. You still function in psychosis. You're still able to function. Because I know that CG said yesterday about like he booked stuff, but like he would because he's still able to function. Just because it's psychotic doesn't mean like you're completely out of it. There's some elements that, like, he ordered a taxi to go home. Brilliant. He went home, went to his own bed, didn't wash his clothes, he didn't hide anything. Because for him, it was a normal day. He was fine. So you still, and that's the thing, you can still function.
Know where to line up. They know how to put on their clothes. They know where to go to get their meds when it's med pass time. So these people are all very objectively very ill, but yet they don't lose their capacity to these other things that allow them to kind of function in their world.
Is it fair to describe that kind of concept of reality as a reality that we share with them?
Yes.
Okay. We might go to the same place at the same time and get food if we work there.
That's correct.
Okay. And can you describe how schizophrenia or a delusional framework is sort of overlaid or interplays with our reality, people who are not mentally ill?
So, meaning how do?
Let me give you an example that we were using when it came to food.
Yeah.
If we all knew that there was food and where to go and how to eat, a seriously mentally ill person may understand that also.
Yes.
If I suddenly endorsed a belief that the pudding was not to be eaten because it had been poisoned with drugs or something, it's not that there's not pudding, but I have a different belief about it. When I'm listening to descriptions of mental illness, I'm hearing those sort of anecdotal things. Can you help us understand how the schizophrenic or delusional mind might overlay their beliefs onto the reality that we share?
Yes. So it starts to filter everything that they're perceiving. So like a serious mental illness, like a delusional belief system, the things that the person is perceiving is kind of filtered in through that delusional belief system. And so as a result, they might have a much different approach or reaction or perception of that reality because of that kind of psychosis filter through which everything is coming.
Okay. When you have a systematized series of delusions, can you tell me, maybe you've already explained it, but can you explain what a systematized series of delusions is?
Yeah, systematized is whenever the delusional beliefs have kind of integrated themselves or interconnected in multiple facets of the person's world.
Did you see evidence of a systematized series of beliefs back in 2022 when Mr. Foster came across Columbus police officers?
I'm not sure that I did. He was delusional about, from what I recall, he was delusional about his mother and a cousin. So it was constrained, I think, to the family members at that point.
Had those delusions changed when you began interviewing them?
Yeah, I think that because at this point now they've now grown to now start to incorporate not only family members but also now coworkers and the mafia, and then what happens is that the mother and the father, those have now become incorporated into that because he's thinking that they might be affiliated with the mafia. So everything starts to kind of revolve around this delusional belief that there's this mafia enterprise and all these other things, these perhaps like completely benign things, have very personal significance and help to highlight the fact that he's being targeted.
Then let me talk about what Ms. Wells asked you about. If you're being asked something by police, an objectively logical person may look at that as an important event where they need to be engaged with the police. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. A person who's delusional and schizophrenic may understand that as well. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. Then explain how they may misunderstand what an interview like that is.
Well, if they're paranoid and thinking that the police are aligned against them, that the police are part of the mafia, that they could be involved in this conspiracy, that they're one of the same, well, then they might approach it much differently. They might not see it as a safe space or someone to disclose their concerns to. Instead, that's part of the enemy, and as a result, they would be understandably reluctant to divulge certain information.
What evidence that he wanted to talk but wasn't willing to in that venue did you see from that interview?
Look, he wanted to get in front of the judge. He advised that he would disclose certain events to his lawyer or to a judge. And my impression was from that video, he was very eager to get in front of a judge and to explain what had happened.
Okay. The detectives told him they saw him attacked and that they had watched the video. Did you hear that part?
I'm sorry.
Detectives told him, hey, you were attacked. We think you were attacked today. Did you see that part of the video?
I recall us talking about that, and yes.
Having seen what you saw from the warehouse, do you objectively believe that he was, in fact, like we would have seen it, attacked?
No.
Okay. So when they're saying that to him, what's your take on what they're doing as they interact with him?
My take was that they were trying to get him to discuss why he did what he did. They're trying to get some understanding, some explanation from him as to why it is that he did that.
Okay. And they disclosed to him that there are videos all over the place, right?
Yes.
Okay. From what you saw, he seemed to be aware there was video all over that warehouse. Is that fair?
That's right.
Okay. Can you tell me from having watched it what awareness Bruce would have had about a search warrant having been executed at his house already?
I'm not sure.
Okay. We talked about the concept of evading law enforcement. And
I'm sorry. Was I aware that the search warrant had been?
Did you hear them talking to him on the video about a search warrant having already been executed?
Yeah, I can't recall.
Okay, that's fine. We talked about evading law enforcement. You said you didn't feel that Bruce was trying to evade law enforcement in a traditional sense. Can you elaborate on what you meant?
Yeah. So in a traditional sense, it's, hey, there's a crime been committed. I committed the crime. I'm the perpetrator, and I need to get out of there because I don't want the cops to put me at the crime scene and catch me soon after the act. I got to get out of here because I've just done something wrong, and I don't want the good guys to catch me. That wasn't my sense of this. My sense wasn't that he was.
But he did leave, right?
He did. So leaving a scene of the crime is just a possible indicator that you knew what you did was wrong.
Okay.
It's not.
It's a good hypothetical working theory, though, right?
That's right.
Okay. How do you get to a different conclusion?
So, for a couple of ways, you first and foremost, you ask the person, why did you leave? Why did you not stick around and explain to the police that you had to kill the guys because they were going to kill you? And his explanation made sense in light of his delusional belief system, was just that the police were part of the mafia, that this was all conspiracy, he couldn't trust them, and he wanted to vacate the area, not because he felt he did something wrong and he needed to get away from police, he just needed to get out of the area because his life was potentially still in danger.
And that's sort of the delusional framework overlaid into our reality. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. You asked him about throwing up. He says that he threw up when he got home. Can you explain what that meant to you?
Yeah, it meant that he was having a physical reaction to a situation in which he felt like his life was in danger, and he just felt compelled to act and take the lives of others that he didn't really want to have to.
Okay. Is a physical reaction indicative of right versus wrong, or knowledge versus a lack of knowledge?
No.
Okay. Have you ever worked with people who have done something like kill somebody, like say a police officer or a military person who had a similar reaction?
Sure.
Would you heard the prosecutor asking you about, did any of those coworkers ever have a gun at work, or did Mr. Foster endorse any of them having a gun at work? Can you describe what significance, if he had seen a gun at work, it would have had to you?
Sorry, I was responding to Sarah P. and I knocked off the trial stream. So hang on, let me put it back on. I agree, by the way, Sarah P. We got the same in the UK. And that's what I was about to say. It's in shambles. But no one gives a shit. Even, no one cares about mental health if it happens to them or someone they know.
I probably would
Your fault.
First and foremost. And I probably would have interpreted it as a facet of his delusional belief system, like a lot of other things he was telling me that I was fairly sure were not true.
Okay. He never did endorse that to you, right?
Correct.
If he's trying to exculpate himself or say that I wasn't guilty, that would have been a convenient thing to say, right?
I think so.
Okay. When he talks about some of his coworkers, can you describe the things about them you know to be true versus what he endorsed about them and the discrepancies between the two? What do you know that he knew of his coworkers? Did you feel that he knew all of their names?
No.
Do you think he would have been able to list them off as people that he had targeted?
No, but not by name.
do you think that he, or can you describe any reasons you think he attached significance to them anyway?
Because of his delusional belief system. He was convinced that they were conspiring, that they were targeting him, that they were central members of his mafia.
Is what you saw in the video, does that corroborate your belief, as in that certain people were targeted?
Yes.
When you said it's objectively unreasonable, you were going by what you saw and looked at when you saw it. Is that the objective part?
Yeah, objectively random. Yes,
Objectively.
yes, yes. Right.
You were asked about Mr. Foster understanding it's wrong to kill. Can you elaborate on what you meant when you said, yes, of course he knows it's wrong to kill?
Yeah, he didn't lose contact with reality, knowing that killing people without justification is a fine thing. So he knows that killing in general was wrong. So he was never detached from reality in that respect, that it's totally fine to take the life of another person.
Okay. Then in this case, why would it have been different?
Well, in this case, it's because he felt completely justified because of his delusional belief system, because of his severe mental disease or defect, that he felt his life was at imminent harm, that these people were going to kill him, and that he was pushed into a metaphorical corner in which it was either a do or die situation. Either he had to get them before they got him. And so in this instance, he felt justified in his actions because he delusionally believed that they were going to kill him if he didn't take action.
And that doesn't mean he was okay with it. It meant he felt he had to.
I don't think so. I don't know, not at all. I think that he was very conflicted over that. I think that he did not want to have to act in that way. I think that was the reason why he was distraught afterwards, because he was put in a position, a no-win position, in which he had to take the life of two other people, in order to save his own life.
Judge, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Rico.
Your Honor, just a couple. Just a couple more doctors will live out of here. All right, let's go back to this justification, right? Like, he knew killing people was wrong, but he thought he was justified, right?
Yes.
In his delusion, right? That is no different than somebody without a delusion killing someone and thinking they're justified and being wrong about it, correct? They know what they're doing. They know killing's wrong. They just feel justified in it. They think they have the law on their side, so to speak, right?
Okay.
He thinks he's got a pardon on his side, right?
He does.
And he thinks that these people are going to kill him, right? So he feels justified. If this were a non-delusional person who shot an unarmed person and then chased another fleeing person and shot them in the back,
Yeah.
that would not be self-defense, right? That would not be justified.
No.
So he's got this delusional misperception of self-defense. Correct?
Yeah, I think so.
You were asked about him wanting to talk to the judge and get before the judge to tell him his story, but that was so he'd get his pardon, right? That was so he could get the justification from this killing that he had done, right? Knowing that he had killed these people and that was wrong, that's why he needed to go see that judge to get that pardon.
Well, my impression is that it was a little bit more than that. I don't think he was going to get the pardon from the judge. I think he knew that the judge would know about the pardon. And so
He got the pardon from the judge last time,
from
right?
Franklin County judge,
right?
yes.
He got the pardon from the judge last time. So he was planning on getting to that judge to get that pardon fee.
I think so. The judge, I'm not sure which judge he had in mind.
He's made multiple statements that he left KDC because he had been doing something dangerous there, right? He said that to another doctor, right?
Yes.
I left there because I did something dangerous and the police were coming.
Yes.
That's knowledge that what he did there was going to cause the police to respond, correct?
Yes.
Criminal. Was that a yes? I'm sorry, you nodded your head.
Yeah, no, I kind of shook my head because
Okay.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure you agree with that?
I don't know the definition of criminal. I mean, I do agree that he thought that the shooting was going to have a police presence, that they would come. Why he left, I don't think it's because he thought, well, I've done something criminal. Because I don't think he did anything criminal.
We talked about him knowing that killing people is wrong, right?
That's correct.
Right. That he had justification, so that didn't make it wrong anymore, right?
No, not in those instances, no.
He believed they were conspiring to kill him. He waited to the end of his shift when he knew all of the QA inspectors would be back at that QA room, right?
Yes.
He also knew guns were not permitted in the warehouse, right?
Right.
Hence why he concealed it in his backpack, changed his clothes, and then concealed it in his pocket, correct? Because he knew if someone saw him with a gun, they would probably not be able to do what he was setting out
Yes.
to do, correct?
Yes.
people flee the scene, you give a variety of reasons, for why people flee. Mostly because they don't want to go to jail, correct?
Yeah.
They've done something wrong and they don't want to go to jail.
No, right.
The Uber driver was not part of the conspiracy, right?
No.
Never been disclosed that he's part of the conspiracy, right? So he was not in any danger with the Uber driver in his solution, right?
That's right.
So that Uber driver asked him, if he knew anything about it, and he said, no, he didn't know anything about it. He had no reason to lie to the Uber driver about what had happened there, did he? He was justified. I had to kill some people in self-defense, right? He doesn't say that, does he?
He doesn't say that.
He says, I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? Thank you.
Would memories formed during a psychotic or psychosis during psychosis need to be allowed?
They could be. So simply because they were formed during a psychosis doesn't mean they're not going to be reliable, but it'd be highly suspect.
Would it be, might a person have different memories or interpret them differently after they're no longer psychotic?
Of course.
Would you expect that to be unusual? Free to react based on my questions.
No.
Free cross based on my questions. Okay, thank you, Doc.
You're welcome.
You may step down. Council, come on up.
I hate that sound. Anyway, the defense rests and they take their lunch break. So hang on, let me do this then. Once we do that, so they are supposed to come back. They may have come back already. They're supposed to come back at 12:30 Eastern, and it's now 12:30. I know, that's why I stopped it. It's a bit much, isn't it? Okay. Bear with me, everyone. Share screen. Oh, sugar. My ears, I know. How's the leg done? My leg's fine. It was so. My problem is I try and push myself a little bit. So what it was for probably for a month or so now, I'd be feeling like a pull in my leg, like with a muscle, especially when I go uphill and stuff. And yeah, the other day I just pushed it too much, and I felt like I'd pulled a muscle in my leg, or I'm not sure what it is. Do you know what I mean? But yesterday I walked up the same hill and took it really slow, and it was fine. I walked today 5 miles today, just over 5 miles today. It was fine. So yeah, I don't. I think it's when I push myself, exert myself too much. That's when it comes out. Do you stretch before you walk? Do I fuck? I can't be asked before or afterwards. I think what I do is I don't stretch, but I just do a nice gentle pace before I get into it, type of thing, and then I get into it a little bit faster, so I ease my way into it, and I semi stretch. I'm stretching now, do you know what I mean? But I don't properly full body stretch for walking, but I do stretch a little bit, but not enough. Oops. But yeah, only the middle leg. No. Oops. Unlike I do, even now I'm like, I'm stretching my legs a little bit. Forgot. You don't normally have to forget what you say till Bad Daz is here. So I think we have Badaza, Sarah P here. Might be Mexi, the other person I suspect is here. But there's 3 of you here. Well, 4 of us with me. So yeah. I've learned a lot from this trial. I have learned a lot, I'll be honest with you. It does put into, I think I've got into a lot of trials where we're just like, oh, they're faking it, blah, blah. I think it's a normal tendency that we have, that we think that everyone's faking it. But actually, there are people that do fake it, yes, but there are people that don't. So, and as soon as I say, oh, I think it's Sarah P, Badaza, and Mexi here, whoever it was left. So yeah, we're back to 2 people. Hello. How are you, Lisa? Hope you're doing well, my darling. Hope you're doing well. I don't. Yeah, I know. I haven't watched the trial, Lisa. To be quite honest with you, I think there's very much a very split viewpoint on it. To be quite honest with you, I've not watched it though, so I can't say one way or the other about any of it. To be quite honest with you, but I hope you do well. Well, the prosecutor start with all the videos. On board with them. That the defense put their case on, and I've changed my mind. Yeah, but I think, but that's where I think I was the same. But that's where I need to remember. I can't judge anything on a video. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. Hello, Lisa Ox, agree, Lisa. Oh, Sarah P's watched it, Lisa. I haven't watched any of it. I do know that my social media account has very much split views on it. Some believe that she should be guilty and go to prison, and then there's some that believe that she's legally insane. So, right, let's get into this now. Yeah, I do the same. I do it all the time as well. And with the Clancy, now they put manslaughter in there. She may get the manslaughter as a what do you call it? As a thingy. The state picks the clips they want to use. Yeah, they do. But even then, like, I think we naturally all think that they're faking it. As in, you automatically believe it because a lot of people do fake it. So it's easier to go there. I think it's built inside of us. If someone's done a horrendous crime, you just think that they're murderers. Do you know what I mean? So it's tough. Right, let's get back into the trial. So, as a reminder, the defense have rested, and now we're going into the rebuttal. And I don't understand this, really. I do understand it, but like, imagine if the state couldn't have rested. The defense couldn't have rested, I suppose. Oh, I don't know. I wish they would have put these with the zone at the start. And just to be quite frank about these experts now, I'll be open to them, but what it comes down to is they didn't evaluate him when he was at his worst. They evaluated him once he took all his meds. That is a big sticking point for me. And also what's a big sticking point to me is the fact that the state asked an expert to come in and they disagree with their analysis and they dismissed it. That plays a big part for me. He does seem happy, you're right.
Testimony of this case now being heard as truth, the whole truth, the truth, so be done.
I do.
You state your full name, spell out that name, please, for record.
Yes, I am Kara Marciani. That's M-A-R-C-I-A-N-I.
You may work.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Marciani.
Hi.
In front of you, do you see Stacy's in the 25? There's 25 and 26, I believe. 25 is that one.
Oh, yes.
Okay. What is 25?
25 looks like a copy of my data.
Okay, so your CV.
Yes, my
Okay.
CV.
I believe there was a stipulation that you're qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology. Is that correct?
So stipulated.
Thank you.
So, can you just briefly go over your educational background?
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Miami University, a master's degree in clinical psychology from Eastern Kentucky University, and a doctorate in clinical psychology from Xavier University. And I completed an APA accredited internship with the Hamilton Center in Terre Haute, Indiana, where I was trained in the assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of severe and persistent mental illnesses. I then completed a year-long postdoctoral fellowship with the Forensic Psychiatry Center for Western Ohio. And then I became licensed as a psychologist in Ohio in January of 2003. Then I subsequently became board certified in forensic psychology in October of 2009.
Okay. And were you commissioned or ordered by the court to perform a sanity evaluation on Mr. Bruce Foster?
Yes.
And I believe you have Stacy's Exhibit 26 in your hand right there.
I do.
Okay. Is that the report that you drafted?
Yes, this appears to be a complete copy of my report.
Okay. And do you remember when you interviewed Mr. Foster?
Yes. Yeah, I met with him on January 21st of 2026.
Okay. And what kind of evidence did you review other than the interview that you had with Mr. Foster?
Yeah. So in addition to the clinical interview, so our face-to-face interview, I had access to discovery materials to include like field case reports, videos, that kind of thing. I also requested records, got Mr. Foster's permission to get medical records, documenting treatment that he received at a few mental health facilities, as well as records from the jail. In addition to that, I called his mother and got some collateral information from her.
Okay. So what's like your general process when you receive an order from the courts to do a sanity evaluation on an individual?
Yeah, so typically when I get an order, at that point, I typically just have the discovery materials in terms of other information. So I review those to the extent that I can before seeing the person, and then I schedule time to evaluate the defendant. In this case, Mr. Foster was incarcerated here at the Licking County Jail, so I made an appointment to come up here to see him. Yeah, and conducted the evaluation.
Okay. And how long would you say your interview with Mr. Foster was?
Yeah, it was about 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Okay. And when you're interviewing an individual in a forensic setting, are you taking everything they say at face value?
No. I'm documenting what they tell me, but part of my job is to kind of figure out if what they're telling me is credible.
Okay. And when you were speaking with Mr. Foster, can you give us a detail of what he said to you about the offense in question?
Sure. So as part of my evaluation, I ask folks to give me their account of the alleged offense. And what he told me is that the offense occurred at his former place of business, ABC 1. According to his report, he got up that day about noon. He was scheduled to work a 2:30 to 11 shift, got up about noon, had something to eat, played some Madden, and essentially prepared to go to work. What he said is that he ordered an Uber to pick him up to take him to work because he didn't have a car and didn't have other means of transportation. So he was utilizing rideshare programs to get to and from. And that before he left his apartment in that Uber to go to work, he saw that his mom was outside. By his report, he and his mom were not kind of in a good place. And he, in fact, spoke about that relationship in a manner that...
Hang on a minute. Didn't this Bex lady say that she'd be here first thing this morning? and she's late. But as you can insult Bex on all of our behalf, please, because she insulted me, but also she was very, very late. I would have, yes, and me as well. I don't get it. Look. Oh, Dave's back. Hey, Davey. Just been lurking. No, she's been skiving away, she has, shaking her ass somewhere else.
Suggested that he was paranoid of her. And what he said is that when he saw her standing outside, his first thought was, oh, she's trying to manipulate me.
To be quite honest with you, I don't blame you. I said that this morning. I said we had literally no one here. As it happened, Bad Dazza and Sarah P were just sitting in chat. Didn't refresh the page. I knew everyone would be watching Lindsay Clancy. So that's fair. I don't blame you. But still no excuse though. You're still a bitch. I'm joking. You're not a bitch. You're worse than that.
It's my understanding from him and subsequently from her was that she was there to offer him a ride to work, but he refused to go with her. He instead ordered another Uber and went to work. According to his report that day, he was just going to work like he normally would. He presented for his shift, albeit he got there a bit late. And he said that he got there, went past security. According to his report, he had a gun with him in a backpack. He was supposed to have any belongings in a clear backpack so that presumably so security could see what he had. But he said security there was kind of lax. He kind of walked right on through and went to the office where he and his coworkers stored their things. He said he put the backpack in there and then went, about kind of his day. And what he said is that he worked his shift, took a lunch break. He did not recall, I think, if he ate with anybody, but said there was nobody in the office with him during that break. And then he mentioned that as the day progressed, he got a little paranoid. He subsequently decided to call an Uber. And when I asked him why, he said, well, because I was getting a little paranoid and I needed to essentially get out of there. When I asked him why you needed to get out of there, he said, because, I was getting ready to hurt somebody. By his report then, he changed clothes, put on a different pair of pants, retrieved the gun from the backpack, and then went to line 717. According to him, he went there, approached one of the individuals on the line, shot him, said he felt bad about shooting him, shot him nonetheless. The other individual at the line took off running. He shot at him and chased him. He then said he proceeded to go back to the office where he had stored his backpack, where he encountered 3 people, and proceeded to shoot at them as well. According to him, a struggle ensued for the gun. He lost control over the gun. He then left, got his Uber, and went home.
Okay. And so you said that he was getting paranoid.
Yes.
And then so he decided to call an Uber so he could get out of there.
Yeah.
I'm looking at page 15 at the bottom, going on to 16 of your report.
Yeah.
Which is State's Exhibit 26. So if you look at the start of the last sentence on page 15, you
Yes.
said Mr. Foster got too paranoid after taking his break. In response to which he clocked out work, that portion?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask him why he, clocked out?
Yeah, and he told me he was upset that day. He didn't like the line that he was assigned to. And he'd been having a lot of life stressors. And those stressors included being let go from another job that he needed to sustain himself financially. So he had lost one job he needed. He was in financial distress, was at risk of being evicted, and was having trouble maintaining his phone service. He also was spending, by his report, $100 a day getting back and forth to work. which was causing additional financial hardship. And so what he said is that when he was assigned to this specific line at work, that was just a reminder to him of how crappy his life was. And essentially, he was upset by that.
Okay. And you said that he got into an argument with his mom before he went to work.
Yeah, and he didn't necessarily describe that as a flat out argument per se, but that he thought that she was being manipulative, that he wasn't going to go with her, and sort of that was that.
Okay. And did that appear to frustrate him?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So he was frustrated to start the day, the work day.
Frustrated to start the day, but by his report, he kind of was going to do his normal day until he got frustrated again at work, and then he clocked out.
Okay. And he told you that it was so he could get out of there?
Yes, he had made reference to the fact that he was getting ready to hurt people.
And did he express that he's ever had those thoughts in the past before?
Yes, he told me that he had experienced homicidal ideation in the past, and that had been pretty distressing to him. He in fact said that he didn't want to act in a violent way toward others because, in his words, he knew better. He knew better than to do so.
Okay. And as a forensic psychologist who's doing a sanity evaluation, what does that mean to you?
That was notable. That was a notable data point because those are indications that he knew the wrongfulness of harming others.
Okay. And was there any other notable data points from his accounts that you wrote in your report?
Yes.
Okay. Calling an Uber early, is that notable?
It was.
Okay. And why is that notable?
Yeah, it was notable because what he told me is that he wanted to leave the scene before the police arrived.
Okay. And so what exactly did he say as it relates to his actions and why he wanted to get out of the scene early?
Yeah, because he was worried that if the police arrived, they would kill him. Yeah, and he, when I asked him, well, why might they want to kill you? His response was that because he had a firearm and just hurt people.
And is that notable to you?
Oh, absolutely.
And why is that?
Absolutely. So what that told me is that he knew he was at risk of having a consequence, and in particular, a legal consequence for having shot at folks and killed folks at work.
Okay. And so being aware of consequences of your actions, is that an indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness?
Yeah, it's an indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness if you know that you are going to incur a negative or legal consequence for that. And in his case, he did.
Okay. And when you were speaking with him about, his action of going up to, the first person that he shot, Kyle Vaver, what did he state? What was his account of that interaction?
So he made mention that he thought Kyle was kind of a culprit in some concerns he had about people being out to get him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what about the second person that he shot?
He kind of just described that as, well, I shot, Kyle, so this other guy's here, I'm going to shoot him.
Okay. And did he indicate anything about him being part of the plot as well?
No, I didn't understand him to think that the second guy was part of the plot as well.
Okay. And that second guy, would that have been Nick Harris, who was running away?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So did it appear from, your conversation with Mr. Foster that he thought Nick Harris, who was running away, was a threat to him?
No, I did not get that sense, no.
Okay. And one more second. Okay. And then you said that he then went to a different office after he shot, Nick Harris.
Correct.
Okay. Did he give you an account of what he was doing at that particular point, from his walk from or jog from, shooting Nick Harris to the QA office?
So my sense of it was that was kind of an intentional journey, if that makes sense. That he was going from one place with the intention of going directly to another.
Okay. And would you classify that as evidence of premeditation?
It could be.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be.
And does that go into your calculus of whether someone is understanding the wrongfulness of their actions?
If that goes toward kind of goal-directed behavior, I mean, it's definitely kind of gives you some insight into what they're thinking, right? Because that does appear very goal-directed. And when you look at other factors, that could factor into evidence of knowledge of wrongfulness.
Okay. So engaging in goal-directed behavior is an indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness.
It can be. It can be, depending on what the behavior is.
Okay. Would bringing a gun to work be goal-directed behavior?
If one intended to use the gun for a purpose, yes.
Okay. What about calling an Uber early?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then he said he went to the office, and then did he describe the situation within that office, like who he shot first and who he shot second?
He said there were like 3 people in the office, that he walked in, shot one. There was a struggle for the gun. Somebody got the gun away from him.
Okay. And did he talk anything about his exodus, like how he got away from those people?
He basically said that he left.
Okay. And is leaving the scene of a place where someone commits a crime, is that an indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness?
It absolutely can be, depending on why they left.
Okay. And why did Mr. Foster leave?
He said he wanted to leave before the police got there because he thought the police might kill him. And again, he thought they might kill him because he had just used a gun to harm people.
And then when he was in the Uber, did he make any statements about his conversation with the Uber driver?
He said that he didn't tell the Uber driver about what he had done.
Okay. And did he tell you why he didn't tell the Uber driver about what he had done?
Yeah, because he said he was worried that it would freak the Uber driver out. He was afraid that the Uber driver would not feel safe with him in the car, and that would prompt the Uber driver to kick him out. And he was worried if he was kicked out of the Uber, he could then be apprehended by the police and then potentially be, killed or arrested.
Okay. And if someone was engaging in what they perceived as self-defense, would they be worried about being arrested by the police?
I would not think so, no.
And then did he talk anything about the firearm in question when you were having a conversation with him?
Yeah, so I did ask him about the firearm that he had. I asked him when he bought it, why he bought it. Yeah.
Okay. And what about the fact that he no longer had the firearm? Was he
Oh,
concerned?
he was worried about that.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 17 of your report. So we're looking at the first paragraph.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was worried about the fact that he didn't have the gun. And his worry was attached to the fact that he knew he had, in his words, done harm with it. And so he was worried about it being turned over to law enforcement.
And why would that be problematic if you engaged in self-defense?
Well, and I think for my purposes, in terms of trying to offer an opinion as to whether or not he knew the wrongfulness, that's pretty significant, right? He recognized that that weapon had been used to cause others harm. He also recognized that that could be a source of incriminating evidence or evidence against him. And he is part of that, having that knowledge and that understanding is a recognition that there are going to be legal consequences for having used the gun in that way and it being left behind and law enforcement having access to it.
Okay. So they could potentially link that gun to him.
Yes.
And then did he talk anything about what he did when he got home?
He said he threw up.
And after someone, commits a violent crime, for example, is it common for them to have that snap moment where they then may throw up?
And whether or not they throw up, I don't know. It is common for people to have what I call, and pardon my language, sort of an oh shit moment when they're like, oh no, what have I just done, kind of thing. That is common. Does everybody throw up? I don't know if they do or don't. But throwing up generally is a sign of something negative, right? We throw up if we ingest a toxin. We throw up if we, are nervous or upset. It generally doesn't occur in response to joyful, occurrences.
Okay. And I'm still on page 17, so it looks like you watched some videos from the U.S. Marshals arrest of Mr. Foster.
Yes.
Okay. Did you glean anything from those videos when you were reviewing this case for a sanity evaluation?
I thought it was, interesting that he, it kind of was inquiring about where they were going to take him. He told me he was worried because the clothes he had been wearing the evening before were still at the house. And, he was worried that they were there and potentially to be found because they were part of him having committed a crime.
Okay. So he acknowledged to you that he was worried about the clothes, the bloodstained clothes,
Yes.
being found.
Yes.
Was there any other evidence while you were, reviewing this case where he seemed to have concern about a search warrant or them finding evidence?
I think he mentioned that in one of the interviews. Yeah.
Okay, so like his interview with the police.
The police, yeah.
Okay. I think he said, when are you guys going to start that search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that goes into worry about them finding evidence?
Yeah, I think it tells us a couple of different things. One, I think it tells us that he had an understanding that he was now in trouble with the law, right? Search warrants aren't something that are done in everyday life. They're done in certain contexts. So he recognized that he was now in a situation wherein a search warrant was a thing, basically. So that was notable. And then his report to me that he was worried that they would find the clothes, kind of hangs with that.
Okay. So it seems like it just keeps adding up, like toward his knowledge of wrongfulness.
Yeah, there were, in my opinion, several indicators.
Okay. And did you have a chance to look at his employment records?
I think I may have had access to, a few things. Yeah.
And did you ask him at all about his employment with KDC?
Yeah, he told me that he thought he was going to be fired, but that he was hoping he would not.
Okay. So I'm at the bottom of page 17. Looks like it's the second to last sentence. Says that he was having some difficulty getting the job done at KDC1 and people were noticing.
Yes.
Okay. So he acknowledged to you that people were noticing that he was performing poorly at work?
Yes.
And that he was on notice that he was probably going to get fired, just hoping not?
Yeah, he told me he thought he was going to get fired, but that he was hoping he did not.
Okay. Did he talk about with you anything about financial hardship?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Can you go into detail about that?
Yeah, as I previously mentioned, he indicated that he was in dire straits financially. He, for a period of time, was working 2 jobs. He was working at Chipotle, doing what sounded like kind of like an early morning kind of shift. He was also working at KDC1 while trying to go to school, while trying to go to college. He had been let go from Chipotle. So he was without that income. He was without a car. His mom had been helping him get back and forth to work, but she couldn't do that anymore. So he was relying on ride shares, and that was costing him $100 a day. And I think he was making like $18 an hour at KDC1. According to his report, he couldn't keep his phone service on. He also had gotten an eviction notice from his apartment.
And so did he seem disgruntled about that?
He was absolutely distressed. And yes, I think there as well was disgruntlement in there. From the standpoint that I think he didn't feel like he was getting respect at work as well. And so I think that was kind of fueling some of his emotions around the work piece. And I think as well, he was trying to make it and he just couldn't.
And you said that, you're when you're talking to someone, you might, might have some suspicions, or you're taking things they say with a grain of salt, right?
Yeah, we're always looking to kind of verify, cross-check, basically, what folks are telling us.
And is there any screening tests that you can run on an individual to see if maybe they're faking things or feigning, or that's potentially like giving you some evidence toward potential malingering?
Oh, sure. So it's not uncommon in the context of a forensic evaluation for a defendant to fake stuff. Sometimes they'll fake that they are mentally ill. Sometimes they'll fake that they have no memory of anything. Sometimes they'll fake that they have an intellectual disability. The reason being is that for some folks, there is the potential for secondary gain. So malingering is always kind of on our radar.
Okay, so in the context of a sanity evaluation, secondary gain would be maybe avoiding criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And in the context of like substance abuse, it could be, exacerbating your symptoms. For the DSM, there's those 11 factors, right? So I could say I have more than, 5 or 6, so maybe I can get some housing if I'm homeless, right?
Sure. Exaggerating your AOD issues could have a secondary gain of you getting into like a sober living house or residential treatment.
And so, did you ask Mr. Foster at all about his goals for this process?
I did not specifically ask him his goals for this process, but he told me that he was hoping to be found not guilty by reason of insanity because he wanted to go back to Central Ohio Behavioral Health.
And when you're doing this screening test, what do you call the screening?
So I did the MFAST. I think we've already talked about that earlier today. And that is a screening measure for malingering psychiatric illness. So like psychosis and mood disorder.
Okay. And what does the MFAST entail from your perspective?
So you essentially, you ask them questions, and based on their responses can tell you if they are endorsing symptoms that are not consistent with symptoms of a bona fide psychiatric illness, or symptom combinations that are not likely in a truly psychiatrically ill population.
So if someone's seriously mentally ill, they could still be exacerbating some of their symptoms or, feigning it away.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The two are not mutually exclusive. So somebody that does have a real mental illness, if it is to their benefit, or they think it's to their benefit, to exaggerate those symptoms, kind of turn the volume up on their symptoms, they at times will do that.
Okay. And during your screening of Mr. Foster, do you think he was kind of turning the volume up?
Well, yes, his responses to the MFAST suggested that he did.
Okay, and can you give us some examples of how he turned that volume up a little more and more?
Yeah, so he essentially, as Dr. Tilley kind of described earlier today, you kind of like rate their responses. And it's a 25-item measure. And if a person endorses 6 or more of these kind of unusual symptoms, then that is highly suggestive of malingering. And he endorsed 6. He got a 6, basically.
Okay, and can you walk us through what you saw that made you give him a 6?
Yeah, well, he was endorsing, I'm going to refer, so I'm going to make sure I tell you the exact correct ones.
So we're on page 33, I believe, of State's Exhibit 26.
All right. So he endorsed very extreme and uncommon symptoms. He also exhibited an atypical presentation, and he endorsed severe and unusual symptoms. And then one of the questions asks about kind of pulls for if the respondent has a really negative view of themselves, one that would be atypical for a truly psychiatrically ill person. He endorsed that as well.
What is atypical presentation? What does that mean?
So basically what that means if they are endorsing, symptoms that either don't really exist or, endorsing symptoms occurring in a way that they don't typically occur.
Okay, and can you think of any examples of Mr. Foster in particular?
From the MFAST?
Yes.
I'd rather not say just because of test security. So if everybody knows what's on the test, I can't use the test anymore, if that makes sense. So we have to kind of keep those items secure, because if the general public knows what's on them and that gets around, people can then, throw the test when we give it to them at other times.
Okay, but you thought it was atypical.
Well, yeah, this based on the scoring, it was atypical.
And you said you gave him a 6.
Yeah.
Dr. Tilley said he gave him a 2. What does a 2 really indicate?
So a 2 indicates that he responded to some of the questions in a way that was not consistent with a bona fide psychiatric illness. So he flagged a couple of questions. He just didn't reach the threshold where you would say that that the responses were highly suggestive of malingering. So 6 and above is highly suggestive of malingering, but if you respond, if you endorse any of those symptoms, you're endorsing stuff that's not bona fide.
Okay, so there's some evidence of feigning from a 2.
Yes, there's some evidence of exaggerating, yes, or
Okay.
faking. Yeah.
Okay. I think we all agree that he had a severe mental illness.
Absolutely.
But can someone with a severe mental illness still understand the wrongfulness of their actions?
Absolutely.
So they can determine what's right and what's wrong?
Absolutely.
When do people learn what is right and what is wrong?
Oh gosh, I mean, from at a young age. Yeah. You can start training children when they're toddlers.
Okay, did you have any evidence to suggest, based on your review of the records, that Mr. Foster did not ever gain that ability to understand what is right and what is wrong?
No, I think that he had intact knowledge of the wrongfulness. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to page 35 of 39. So there was some conversation yesterday, I believe. Dr. Stenson was talking about this paragraph on page 35 of 39 under severe mental illness at the time. It says, available information nevertheless failed to suggest that Mr. Foster was wholly disconnected from reality during the time.
Yes.
Okay. It seemed like, Dr. Stenson made a deal out of that. Could you elaborate on what you meant by this?
Oh, yeah. And I apologize if I wasn't clear. And I think Tilley, actually, Dr. Tilley gave a nice explanation of this. Even folks that are acutely psychotic and acutely psychiatrically ill, still, they don't lose entire touch with reality. They can still navigate their environment in a reality-based way. So the example Dr. Tilley gave today was, folks in a psychiatric hospital can go to the dining room when it's time to eat. They don't forget how to eat their food. They can respond appropriately if given the opportunity to go outside for fresh air, those kinds of things. So people still retain some reality orientation even when they are acutely ill.
Okay. So in other words, if I could summarize, it sounds like he still understood the nature of what he was doing and the quality of what he was doing.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he knew he was shooting a gun.
Yes.
And that gun had bullets.
Yes.
And that gun with bullets, pulling the trigger, could kill or seriously injure people.
Yes.
Is that important in a wrongfulness determination, would you say?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It sounded like Dr. Stenson yesterday said people in my field don't actually, take that into consideration.
No, because you want to get an understanding of what it was they thought they were doing, during the time period in question, and as they are committing the instant offense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's important.
In my opinion, yes, absolutely.
And can we talk a little bit about what Mr. Foster said as to why he wanted to engage in that violence with those people that he worked with? What did he say to you as to the reasoning for which he did it?
So he described it to me as being that he was frustrated, that he got frustrated while he was at work. That, you know, having to be assigned to this certain line was just another example of his shitty life. And so he was gonna, you know, he basically was gonna take it out on his coworkers. He did, however, though, identify kind of that first victim. I think it's Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle.
Kyle.
Yep.
As saying, oh, well, I think he's also kind of involved in this conspiracy against me.
Okay. Did he identify, you know, the tall guy, Nick Harris, as being a part
No,
of the conspiracy?
I don't believe that he did. No.
And so did he say anything about he thought that they were going to kill him?
He did not tell me that he thought that they were going to kill him. He told me he thought that they were kind of conspiring against him, but he didn't tell me, hey, they were going to kill me, so I got to kill them first.
Okay. And did he say anything about taking, you know, like them taking any like substantial acts toward the commission of the offense?
So are you asking me if he was provoked by them?
Did he say anything about that?
No, he didn't. He did not tell me that they had done anything specifically on that day to make him upset.
Okay. Did he ever tell you anything about any ropes or hanging or anything of that nature?
No, he did not.
It sounded like yesterday, Dr. Stenson thought, you know, a person who was rationally would not take an Uber using their own account or their own, you know, Uber account to get home if they were trying to evade arrest. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, my thoughts on that are that he didn't have many resources. He didn't have a lot of options, and he was using the resources that he had. Was that a great plan? No, not at all. However, he didn't have the luxury of having a lot of other available options to use. He was using the tools that he had.
So a plan is a plan.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter if it's a good plan or a bad
correct.
plan. So when you asked him about guns, did he say he knew guns could be dangerous?
He did.
And did he know better than to harm others?
Yes, yes, he did.
You said in your report on page 37, Mr. Foster also engaged in behavior designed to prevent others from thwarting his plan, which is a robust indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness.
Yes.
Okay,
I
can you
did.
explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so if somebody tries to keep people from knowing their plan, what they're doing is they're trying to keep somebody from stopping them, right? And inherent to not wanting to be stopped is an understanding that you are doing something that other people are going to be objecting to. You know, other people are going to have a problem with, otherwise they wouldn't want to stop you. And that speaks directly into knowledge of wrongfulness.
Okay, so if he had a black book bag, you said he had there was a clear bag policy
Correct.
from his perspective?
That's what he told me, yeah.
Okay. So does hiding that backpack under a flannel, does that seem to be a potential indicator for trying to conceal?
Sure, absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, because, I mean, he's trying to keep something from being in kind of plain view. Just like keeping the gun in the backpack versus, you know, he didn't walk through the front door holding it in the air, you know what I mean? It was put in a place where other people would not know that he would have it. I mean, unless they searched him.
Okay. And what about when he actually like made his way into the production line? Where was that gun originally at?
I believe it's in his pocket, and he pulled it out when he reached the production line.
Okay. And at that point, he had changed his pants?
Yes.
Okay. And he was now wearing a flannel, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did that flannel appear to have like a pocket?
I don't know.
Okay, we could go back to the video.
I mean, I
Would
believe you
that
can
help?
tell me it did, but
Oh, would seeing the video help
yeah,
you?
you can show it to me.
Oh, yeah. That's good. Excuse me. I'm showing you. Alright, so at this, let me go to the state exhibit 2A. My bad, So this is state exhibit 2A. This is at 10:18 p.m. right before he goes into the production warehouse, right after he changed.
Okay.
Where's that book bag again?
It looks like it's underneath the flannel.
Okay. And what color pants is he wearing?
They look like they're black.
Does that flannel appear to have pockets?
Yeah, I think it does.
Is he wearing anything on his head at this point?
He's got like a hairnet.
Okay. What about the right there? Oops, sorry, that's too big. Does he look like he's wearing a hat?
Oh, maybe it's a hat. Sorry,
Okay.
it looked like a hairnet from here.
Does it look like he's reaching for something right there?
I can't tell.
You have a question?
Oh, I was just showing the gun portion. Did you see him reach into his pocket and pull that gun out?
Yeah.
All right. When he first walked in there, did he have the gun out?
So he walks in and pulls it out.
Yes,
Yes.
that was my question.
Yeah.
Okay. So did it appear that he was originally concealing that weapon
Yes.
in his pocket?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask him at all about, having the gun in certain places?
I asked him about where he had the gun when he got to work, and he said he had concealed it in his backpack, and he spontaneously told me that he had it in his pocket.
Okay. And then when you were watching the video, did you notice other times when he would put the gun away?
So my recollection is that I did not see him with a gun in his hand at all times,
Okay.
which would suggest that he had stashed it somewhere.
And he understood that having guns or having a gun out might freak everyone out?
Yeah, I think that's what that behavior tells us, especially knowing that he knows that guns are dangerous, and he knows that people would not want him to be interacting with them, in a violent way. He knows better than to do that. The fact that he is concealing the gun when he is in a populated area where people might want to do something about the fact that he is in possession of a gun tells me that he knows that, that it's wrong, that he's engaging in behavior he should not be engaging in.
And what about him walking past multitude of people from after he shot Nick Harris toward the point where he goes to the quality assurance office? Does that have anything to do with your calculus?
So what that told me, what I took from that is that he was focused, that he wasn't there to just shoot anybody, but there were certain people he was targeting.
Again, goal-directed behavior.
Correct. That for me was an example of goal-directed behavior.
And then you said you watched his interview with the police.
Yes.
Okay. And is that an important data point in your calculus?
Sure.
And why is that?
Because it's in very close proximity to the actual offense.
Okay. And was there anything of note from your perspective from his interview with the police on February 5th, 2025?
Yeah, there were things that were notable.
Okay. Can you give me an example?
Yeah. So one of the notable things was that he identified his finances as being his biggest problem.
Okay. Not the mafia.
No, he did talk about the mafia and other things, but by his report, his finances were his biggest issue.
And from your perspective, even if someone is, delusional or act like thinking irrationally, would you expect some rationality within there?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's a good example of it, right? Because yes, his finances were an issue. So that tells me that he had a reality-based understanding about that. But that also tells me that he is connected to sort of like normal life, real world things. We all have to worry about, how we're going to pay for roofs over our head, that kind of stuff. And he was no different.
And would you expect someone who is, acting in self-defense to tell the police that they were acting in self-defense or believe that they were acting
Oh,
in
sure. No,
self-defense?
I can see that. Yeah.
And did Mr. Foster appear to do that?
No. Another notable thing about that interview was that he was very coy with the officers and was kind of dodging their questions, and which suggested to me that he was trying to avoid giving them any incriminating information.
Okay. Coy, could that be, like evasive?
Yes, evasive.
Okay.
Yes.
And is evasiveness during a police investigation an indicator of wrongfulness?
Yes, it is. It is. If somebody is trying to keep from incriminating themselves, what that tells me is that they know that there are potentially legal consequences for whatever it is that they have done, and they are trying to avoid being held responsible for those actions.
Is that also signified when he says he doesn't want to talk to them about the firearm?
Correct. He says he wants to talk to a lawyer or a judge about the firearm. Yeah.
Okay. And that's because he's aware that police are gathering evidence against him.
Yeah, and when he makes references to a lawyer and a judge, what that tells me is he knows that there are legal implications to this. He didn't say, hey, I want to talk to my pastor, or I want to talk to a shaman, or I want to talk to the head of Chipotle, thinking that they could help him out of this. He knew he needed to talk to somebody with legal authority. That tells me that he knew that he had engaged in behavior that was legally wrong.
And what about a denial? Is that problematic in the context of a sanity evaluation?
If somebody denies engaging in an act,
Yes.
and when you say problematic,
I mean, for their cause of wanting the NGRI finding.
so if denial of an act is kind of an element, what that tells me is that they again are trying to avoid taking responsibility for something that they knew was wrong.
And did you believe that Mr. Foster made denials during his interview with the police?
He was very evasive. I think he said, well, I heard that there was a shooting, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they said, do you know anything about it? And he said, what? I heard.
Right.
Okay. Does that make you think that he witnessed it if he's saying things like that? I heard there was a shooting, not that I saw that there was a shooting.
Yeah, what that tells me, knowing that he did the shooting, was that he's trying to sort of be cagey, and he wants to look like he's cooperating, but he's not going to give him any information.
And what about when he was asked, I think you were in here for when Dr. Tilley was shown that video where he says, he shakes his head no when he was asked about, injuring 4 people.
Oh, yeah.
And then he made a statement thereafter. Were you able to hear that?
No, I did hear it. I can't recall off the top of my head what that statement was.
Okay. When watching that video?
Yeah,
Okay.
let me see it again.
Thank you.
Please.
So you are curious.
I'm not really, I wasn't curious. I wasn't curious. Tell me now.
But now you're curious.
Now, then. I'm not curious.
Well, in the video, because I mean, they have surveillance everywhere in the warehouse, right?
Yeah, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, you know that.
Yeah, I know that. I'm
Is that to prevent thieves or what is that for?
I'm not law enforcement, man.
Okay. I don't like people put cameras inside businesses, but
Yes, you do.
I mean, I guess I know for their fact, but normally it doesn't get to the criminal
And it's
side.
their business.
It's their business.
It's their business.
Not our business. But I mean, in the video, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It's pretty horrific.
Is that horrific?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scary the way I live, man. Scary
It's
the way I live.
horrific, man. Terrific to see you, Bruce Foster, shoot and kill Kyle Vaver
You believe that was me?
and shoot and kill Shekar Chapagai.
That's his last name? You believe that was me?
And you shoot and injure 4 other people. Okay. Before we leave,
No, I don't
we'll
believe
explain
so.
the chart so you are curious.
Were you able to hear that?
Yeah, he says, you believe that was me, and then he shook his head and said, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were able to hear that?
Mhm.
Okay. Dr. Tilley seemed to not be able to hear that. But, is that a denial from your perspective?
He's saying, yeah, he didn't believe it was him?
Yeah.
Did the shooting, sure.
And you talk about on page 38 of your report, it says, when asked, Mr. Foster asked if he had been charged and said he did not want to be indicted. Okay. Would you say that's common for people? Does anyone want to be indicted?
No, most people don't want to be.
Yeah. I can imagine
They don't want to be
someone
charged.
Okay.
No.
So was that like a, from your perspective, like a normal response?
Yeah, I think that is that's a typical response from somebody who knows they're in trouble.
Okay, thank you. And does that go toward knowledge of wrongfulness?
Yes.
And then same on page 38, you say his report felt like he had no choice.
So my dinner, just remember I only eat 1 meal a day, so it's a big dinner. My 1 meal a day, I have got sliced ham, wafer thin ham. I have 2 sausages, Cumberlands. I have half a chicken burger and a couple of slices of cheese, mild cheddar, bowl full of bananas, and Greek yogurt with granola. It's an apricot and mango granola. I finished it off. No, I had a little bit more than I usually do. Oh, and obviously forgot I have tomatoes as well, going with it there. So bit of a mishmash today, but that is my dinner, my one and only meal today. So that looks delicious. Thank you. Hopefully the food looks nice as well, Bex.
But to kill because he thought they intended to kill him?
Mhm.
Okay, so if someone says, I want to kill you, but they don't do anything toward that, does that mean you can then just shoot him in the head or shoot him in the back of the head from your perspective?
I mean, not lawfully, no.
Okay. And it's, you say something about he felt compelled to engage in an act.
Correct.
And what does that mean to you?
So kind of this idea of I had to shoot, I had to kill or be killed, that suggests that he felt compelled to commit the offense.
And why is that important?
Well, I think it's important in this context because for sanity, the question is pretty concrete. It's 3 elements. Do they have mental disease? Do they have a mental defect? And did they know the wrongfulness? And if somebody just feeling like you need to engage in an act doesn't meet the NGRI test anymore. Now, there was a time when not being able to conform your behavior to the requirements of the law was a facet, but they took that out of the law. I do not know why, but they did. And so now the test for insanity is pretty specific and it's pretty simple.
Okay.
Mental disease, mental defect, did they know what they were doing was wrong?
So even if you had the irresistible impulse, that's no longer the elements or standard in Ohio.
It doesn't count anymore. They took it out.
Okay. Were you able to come to an opinion on this particular case?
I was.
Okay. And was that opinion based on a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your opinion?
My opinion is that Mr. Foster, at the time of the alleged offenses, had a mental disease, did not have a mental defect, and he knew the wrongfulness of the acts charged.
Okay. So he was able to distinguish between right and wrong when he engaged in this mass shooting event.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing was legally wrong. Yeah.
Thank you.
Want to take a break real quick? Let's take a break, 15 minutes, we'll come back for cross.
That does. Did they just?
To distinguish between right and wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Want to take a break real quick?
So said 10 minutes, and they're normally pretty smack on with a that. So that is 4 minutes. Yeah, I thought that as well. I thought we went from 0 to 100 there very quickly. You know, jeepers. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm only trying to do 1 meal a day for this week. I think I'm just trying to kickstart my metabolism again because I'm just stuck not losing weight. You know, so I was like, you know, I'll do 1 meal a day. I'm following some people online that doing fasting. They're doing like some are doing like 3 days, 4 days, 5, 7, stuff like that. I don't have the right mentality yet to do it. A guy I follow on Facebook does it. He did 1 day. He was going to do 24 hours. He said it was a tough 24 hours. But then after that, he went into day 2 and he said it was a lot easier. And he said he's currently on day 3. And he's like, I woke up this morning. I slept great last night. Woke up this morning more energized. I don't want food. I'm feeling good. So he's going to break his fast tonight after 3 days. But now he said, oh, I might go into day 4 because people say like day 4, day 5 are where it benefits you. So I think he's going to keep going. So if you've got the right mindset for it, you know, it's great. I love food, but that's why I'm fat. That's why I pull weight on. I loved food too much. As you can see with my 1 meal a day, I've got 3 meals in front of me. Do you know what I mean? I can't know. But you don't need to do it. You're fine. The only thing that you got that's big is your ass. Do you know what I mean? So you're fine. I need to shift my belly. So that's why I work out. I work out though as well. So, but it's not the same intensity as you, I suppose. So, but yeah, that's where we're at anyway. This is a great timing by them going on a break now, whilst I'm like, you know, ready to tuck in. I love food. You're skinny as well, but I only eat 1 meal a day as well. Oh, might have a snack in the morning, otherwise only eat dinner. Oh, I did not know that about you. You're skinny as a rake. Do you know what I mean? So I did not know about that about you. I used to do before I started walking properly, I used to do 1 meal a day, but I felt when I'm walking, I felt I needed to, you know, to up my consumption. And I've struggled this week with it, to be quite honest. Yeah, it's not been easy. I've done well, but I'm still hungry. Also, I've not been fasting. Like Sarpi, you do that, right? Do you still drink coffee with milk in it and stuff, or do you just? Because I had coffee today at like 3 o'clock with milk in it, where it's not really a true fast. I'm still using my electrolytes as well. Bex will glad to know. But yeah, this cover's making me hungry. So I every day I have Greek yogurt for between 450 and 500 grams of low fat Greek yogurt, and I usually normally have about 50 grams of granola, and normally I put strawberries in and kiwi in it, but I have no strawberries or kiwis today. I'm going shopping tomorrow. Oh, thank goodness. I drink coffee with heavy cream in the morning, and every night I have a bowl of ice cream before bed. Why not? But you're a skinny bitch, so you can. Whenever I visit America, this is what I find. When I've stayed in a hotel, they're always like, "Do you want cream with your coffee?" No, I want milk with my coffee. Yeah, I don't get the whole cream thing. I prefer milk over cream. So I've never understood that why you guys have that. My diet is terrible. Too much sugar. What's that American yogurt? How many Go-Gurt tubes? What the fuck's Go-Gurt? Go-Gurt tube. What's that? Go-Gurt tubes. I'll have a look at that. What that means. Go-Gurt. 16 ounces. Oh shit! Right. Okay. I just googled it. How do you not know? Never heard of it. Never heard of Go-Gurt before. So hang on, this is where I have. Morrison's Greek yogurt. Or accept all. What do I get? This is what I have. I buy a 1 kilogram pot of this, and I eat half of it. So yeah, this is Morrison's fat-free Greek-style yogurt, and this is a 500-gram one. So the way lady likes it, literally thick, creamy. It has now this. So per 100 grams, it has 62 calories. So it's about 60 is what you eat for. About 300 calories I eat from it. Probably too much sugar because it's 8, 16, 24, 32, 40 grams of sugar. 7, 14, 21, 28, 35 grams of protein, bit of salt. So yeah. So that's what I have on it, basically. Oh, this is the pot I actually have. So the fat-free, this is it. The big pot. So half a pot. No, that's 1/8, is it? That doesn't count then. So there you go. A bit too much sugar, I've just noticed. What's this like then? This is more calories, but less sugar. What's better for you, more calories or less sugar? But it's less protein as well, so. I didn't realize you had that much sugar in it. But anyway, that's what I eat anyway, so that's a tub. I've never, right, I'll Google, hang on, Go-Gurt in here, Go-Gurt. We don't have it. We don't have it in the UK, Go-Gurt. That's a lot of Go-Gurt. I vape. Less sugar is better. Okay. So maybe I sacrifice my. So let's have a look at this. So if I go for 1 kilograms, then. So instead of 62 grams, sorry, instead of 62 But basically, I'm doubling my calories. That's the only problem. But I'm halving my sugars and basically halving my protein as well. But that is a lot of sugar, though. So, and maybe I eat less then. I don't know. Something to look at. Ready for tomorrow. I'm going shopping tomorrow, so let's have a look here then. Nope. We'll have that on. I am hungry now, so come on. Come back from break. It's been nearly 40 minutes. He said 10 minutes. I'm going to be researching Greek yogurts now. That's what I'm looking at now, Greek yogurt. Because I want it to be cheapish. Do you know what I mean? What about this then? No, it's too expensive. That's the problem, you see. The good ones are just so expensive. I can't, I can't justify it. Bye bye, baby. Say goodbye. Luxury Greek ones, then double the price, you see. But it is, it's a lot more calories as well. Jeepers. I do as well. I eat half a day. So I go through actually same amount, 3 to 4. I buy 1K. I buy 4 every week. So I got half left. Oops. Oh, shit. Hang on. Let me go back a second. Right, here we go then, everyone. I can eat now.
Chance to listen to a couple of other doctors that have testified about the same topic as you. We did not do a competency, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So your first exposure to Bruce Foster was when you were ordered by the courts to perform an evaluation for NGRI, which is what we've got today.
Yes.
Okay. An NGRI report makes really specific findings which go to the wrongfulness or a defendant's knowledge of the wrongfulness of their conduct, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the ultimate issue you're always going to focus on when you're filling out a report like this or asking questions, right?
Correct.
Okay. In your case, pretty well as fast as you were given an order to perform an evaluation, you did one. Is that pretty accurate? Like you got the order and then you got out and talked to Mr. Foster pretty quickly?
Yes.
Okay. Even so, he would have been looking back about 1 year by the time you got there to the relevant time frame.
Yes.
Okay. Because February 4th, 2025 is what you had to evaluate. And by the time you heard about it, it was January of 26.
Correct.
Okay. As you met with him, did you go to the Lincoln County Jail to meet with him?
I did, yes.
Okay. So you met one-on-one with him. I think you spent a little over a couple hours with him, right?
Yeah.
Is that pretty standard for how long you meet with somebody?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it varies depending on the defendant and if I have to do testing, but
Okay.
that was within, typical timeframes.
Normal experience for you.
Yes.
Okay. And then when you got there and met with him, you were aware of some of the collateral records and you referenced them in your report, correct?
So after meeting with him, that's when I became aware of the collateral records and was able to determine where I needed to get records from.
You didn't have those records that you could have reviewed before you went and met with him?
I only had the discovery materials.
Okay.
I can't access a defendant's medical records without their written permission.
Okay. So what you did know when you went there was discovery provided to you by the prosecuting attorneys here, correct?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. When you get out there and you start talking to him, you were aware or were not aware that he had been found non-competent by a few doctors before you got there?
Yes, I believe, yes, I knew that he had gone through the competency process.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you say the competency process, you're saying 3 doctors found him not competent to participate in courtroom proceedings, correct?
I don't think I knew the number.
Okay.
But I knew that yeah.
The conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw that conclusion, when you say the competency process, you know that the next step is to be medicated, correct?
So if somebody is deemed incompetent to stand trial because of a psychiatric illness, yes, they typically go to an inpatient setting. They may do something on an outpatient basis, but typically when we say somebody's incompetent due to mental illness, it's because they are psychotic and need meds.
Okay. In this case, were you aware if he had taken any meds, or are you hypothetically saying that that's the normal process?
So in this case, so that is the normal process. In this case, I became aware that he was sent to the hospital for restoration, was medicated, and then returned to the jail.
Did you know that before or after you went and spoke with him?
Oh, good question.
And you had the discovery packet. But
Yes, so I knew in a general sense, I didn't know all the details.
when you say the details, do you mean how long he was hospitalized?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know what medications he was put on?
When I went there, I don't think I did.
Do you know if you were aware if they were psychotropic medications or other?
I don't know. I did not know when I saw him what meds he had been on at COVH.
Okay. So as you're going in, you're aware that other doctors or somebody had made a ruling that he was not able to participate in proceedings, went to the hospital, and then he was back and you were interviewing him.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Some limitations because you didn't have all the information you would eventually get.
Correct.
Okay. When you are there, you're aware of the nature of the offenses, correct?
Yes.
And when you start talking with Mr. Foster, can you give me your general impression? Was he willing to talk to you?
He was.
And when you spoke with him, you did an MFAS test. Was that based on reactions that he gave? Were you suspicious of malingering?
I was.
Okay. Is that standard suspicion or was it suspicion specific to his case? I know you think critically when you're listening to information.
Yes. So I don't do the MFAST as a matter of rule with everybody.
Okay.
I only give it if there's some red flags. So if somebody is telling me that they experience symptoms that I know are not bona fide, I may give an MFAST. Or if they present in a way that makes me think, okay, I think they're trying to, exaggerate.
Okay. That seems like in an interview, the point at which you now believe somebody is not being honest with you or they're exaggerating symptoms seems like a fork in the road in an interview. Is that fair to say?
I don't know, because I don't know exactly what you mean by fork in the road.
Sure. It means now you've got somebody who's not being honest with you sitting opposite you. So you're not just scrutinizing because it's best practice. You're now scrutinizing because you think they're intentionally deceiving you. Is that fair?
So,
Malingering is exaggerating
sure.
or
sure,
hiding.
Sure. So it's not like a whole cloth, oh, I'm going to think that you're lying to me about everything, but it's a red flag for me to look specifically into what I think that they may be exaggerating about.
What was the red flag that made you decide he needed to do an MFAS?
Absolutely. So the red flag was he was very willing to tell me about his psychiatric symptoms.
And that to you was unusual.
Yes.
I think
Yes,
you
yes,
put
yes.
in your report that for people living with serious mental illnesses, that oftentimes they are not anxious to talk about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in his case, he was very willing to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know, as you sit here today, that he had been given 3 competency reports by 3 different doctors, correct?
Yes.
And that subsequent to that, he had also taken 3 NGRI reports before you got there. So you would have been his 7th psychological evaluation as part of this case, right?
I didn't know the numbers for the NGRI stuff, but fair to say, I knew he'd been evaluated before.
Now, do you believe me that you were the 7th time he had been evaluated at the Lincoln County Jail as part of this case?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
you would misrepresent that to me.
No, I don't think so. When you do an MFAS, it's talking about looking for malingering in the context of people living with a serious mental illness. So you said, oftentimes people who have a serious mental illness don't want to talk about it.
Correct.
There were some differences about him than other people who are living with a serious mental illness, right?
There were some differences from him.
Sure. One, he has been evaluated 6 times, talking about the same relevant information, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
So with that backdrop, having been interviewed and interviewed and interviewed, you would expect there to be a little more willingness to speak with you, given that at this point, he's almost practiced at talking to people.
You know, not necessarily. And here's why I say that. So, one of the things I do in the course of my employment is I'm the forensic monitor for 12 counties. So I keep track of everybody that's been found not in GRI or has been found in GRI. Okay. And so these are folks that some of whom I have been monitoring for 25 years. These are folks that are chronically mentally ill. They are primarily schizophrenia diagnoses. And they have been evaluated a gajillion times. That doesn't mean, though, that they have insight into the fact that they are mentally ill and are willing to disclose that or talk about it or willing to acknowledge it.
On an average day, when you talk to somebody who does have schizophrenia, do you have access to their medical records?
Depends on the context. If
Okay.
it's one of my equities, yes. If it is somebody that is new to me who I'm evaluating, no.
In this case, you didn't know what medication he had been treated with or for how long, correct?
Yeah, I don't think I knew that at the time. But I
Missing some of the context that might have helped you put this into context. Is that fair to say?
I mean, I don't know that that would have necessarily changed my decision to do the MFAST. Because, you know, as we have talked about kind of ad nauseum over the past couple of days, you know, you've got to look at different hypotheses and rule them out. And in these cases,
I don't think she's ever going to admit that she's wrong. I think she's always going to admit, no, I'm 100% right. The fact that 6 people have, you know, interviewed him beforehand obviously gives him an insight. You know, he's no longer, you know, psychosis. He's on medicine, so he's more, he's medicated up, so he's more with it. Like, I don't know. I just feel the last witness was more like, yeah, sure. I mean, you can do. He was more like, yeah. I mean, all things are possible. This one, no, it's not. You know, I'm right. They're wrong.
is a major hypothesis that we need to rule out.
Well, malingering is not a hypothesis of the ultimate issue you have to find, right?
It does factor into one of the 3 prongs, right? So mental disease, mental defect, knowledge of wrongfulness. If somebody is feigning or exaggerating symptoms, that goes into whether or not they have a serious mental disease.
Let me do the really basic part then, so you don't have to list 3 again.
Okay.
You found, as did every other doctor who evaluated him, that he had a serious mental illness, correct?
Absolutely. We all agree.
Okay. And when you say we all, you're talking about the 7 evaluations plus the collateral records where other doctors spoke with him.
When I say we all agree, I mean the 4 of us that did the NGRIs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then nobody found that he had a intellectual disability, kind of an outdated term, I think, but he didn't have a physiological problem. This was psychological, correct?
When you say physiological, I think that means physical. I don't think he has a physical problem. I also don't think he has any cognitive deficits.
Okay, so you had made the finding that was necessary as far as him being somebody who suffered from a serious mental illness. You needed to know whether or not that mental illness impaired his ability to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct, right?
I needed to find out if he knew, not appreciated, if he knew the wrongfulness.
Okay, so that's really the only thing that was left to do. You diagnosed him with having a serious mental illness. You understood that, and what you needed to figure out was that second part, right?
Well, I needed to figure out all 3 as part of the evaluation. The results of my evaluation suggested to me that he has a serious mental illness, doesn't have a severe mental defect.
Okay, how long did it take you to figure out he had a serious mental illness? You spent 2 hours and 15 minutes with him.
I did. Yeah, I did.
How far in?
Well, it's not, you never just make a decision based on what you are seeing in front of you. That's why we get all the collateral stuff. So that's why I wanted to talk to his mom. That's why I wanted to get the records.
So when you were in there, did you ever decide that he had a serious mental illness? During the interview you had with him? You're making it sound like you needed to see other things besides what was in front of you. Is that fair?
Well, we always have to see other things. Like one of the cardinal rules of forensic evaluations is you don't just go on your interaction with the defendant. you have to get all that third-party information so that you can get other people's observations.
Can you tell me which of that third-party information, including the investigation into February 4th, you had an opportunity to review and have in your mind as you met with Mr. Foster?
So I had information from the discovery materials. Yeah.
Did that include the video where he's being interrogated by the police?
Actually, I had not seen that one before I talked to him.
Okay, so you had more of a factual legal group of findings by the police as far as what they could document happened, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that you're describing finding a serious mental illness to be a work in progress. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yeah.
Okay, during the time that you're with him, you're developing a hypothesis, you want to look at some other stuff too.
Yes.
Upon reviewing the collateral evidence, there's nothing to suggest that he didn't have a serious mental illness, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you were able to make definitively a conclusion. Your opinion was he had a serious mental illness.
Yeah, and I guess technically, I said it incorrectly, it's serious mental disease, but yes.
Okay. And then as you look backwards, you have to say, okay, now compare reality to what he was thinking, because the problem is you have to figure out at this point, you know you got a serious mental illness, you got to figure out whether or not he understood the wrongfulness of his conduct.
Whether he knew.
Okay. Whether he knew the wrongfulness of his conduct.
Yes.
Okay. So now that you're looking backwards at your interview, you have to figure out what he knew at the time.
Yes.
Okay. I've heard you testifying for quite a while as the prosecution asked you questions, and I haven't heard you talk about what you believed he understood at the time yet. Is that fair to say? I haven't heard you say Bruce seemed to believe this.
So here's what I think, so you asked me what I think he was.
Let me make sure to ask you in a way
Yeah.
that, because I think this theme will come up again, okay?
Okay,
You and I are living in what we believe is reality, fair?
yes,
We're rational.
yes,
Okay, we don't suffer from delusions.
No.
And we're not seriously mentally ill.
No.
Okay, so as you and I are talking, we're having a shared perception of reality.
yes,
When you evaluate somebody who you believe has a serious mental illness like Bruce Foster did, you have to look at their perception of reality to know whether or not they understood the wrongfulness of their conduct, right?
yes, whether they knew the wrongfulness.
Okay, so you've got to do a little bit of evaluation of what they believed and compare it to your concept of reality. Is that fair?
So I have to look at what they were thinking and doing at the time and see if there's evidence in what they were thinking and doing that they knew what they were doing was wrong.
Okay,
That's what I got it. That's my job.
factually, it is impossible to know what someone's thinking. Can you and I agree on that?
Sure.
To look into somebody's mind, you're going to have to draw conclusions based on things you see them doing and things that you hear them say about what they did.
Yes, so we would look at their behavior during the time period in question as one indicator.
That's one indicator. Another one would be what they said, right?
Sure, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So as you testified, you did a lot of evaluation of you comparing what you saw to what Bruce did. I haven't heard you talk yet about Bruce's account of what happened from your interview. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Okay,
Okay.
so
I want to be able to compare, and I'm going to do some version of this because I know that Bruce has a serious mental illness and was delusional at the time, February the 4th.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you agree with me on that part?
yeah, no, absolutely. And I think
So
too-
if we can, then what we want to do is look at the things that happened. And I think you and I can agree on some of the realities of what was going on.
Okay.
But then as you dive into what he understood or what he knew at the time, that's going to be a different evaluation, okay? And I get confused because you can almost use them interchangeably.
Okay.
Let me give you an example.
So,
When we talk about pardon, you heard the prosecutor ask about pardons, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm an attorney, I have this concept of what a pardon is, right?
yes,
Nobody cares what my concept is for figuring out what Bruce was thinking, because Bruce isn't an attorney, and when he uses that word, if I use my definition, I have now put my mind into his definition. What I really need to know is what it meant to him.
right. And what it meant to him was that he could act unlawfully, that he would have an excuse, or he
Dr.
would have
Marciani, if
the
you could.
ability to kill somebody, whereas other people wouldn't. That's what that meant to him.
So I think you've testified a bunch of times in court before, and I don't want this to be a recurring thing. I want us to be able to talk, but if I ask you a yes or no question, if you could just stick with me, okay?
I'll try, but these are complex issues.
That's
and
fine.
sometimes
You'll have
you
a
can't.
chance to ask questions on that. Prosecute.
I'll try to give you a chance to
Okay.
expound, but I want to make sure that we're getting to some of the stuff that I want to talk about. Okay. You talked about Bruce in your report,
Yes,
not being wholly disconnected. Okay.
yes,
Okay. When you say wholly disconnected, what you're talking about is having some concepts of things that were going on that would match yours and my reality of what was happening at any given moment. He could see some of the same stuff and would have understood some of the same stuff. Is that fair? This can be a yes or no question. Like, here, let me do the easy one that we've already talked about. Like at the cafeteria, everybody gets in line. You and I could go get in line and get food. He might know exactly where that line was, even if he was delusional, right?
yes,
Okay, so in that kind of an example, he's not wholly disconnected. He sees the same line we do and he knows it's time to get lunch, right?
yes,
Okay, so when you say he's not wholly disconnected, you're saying he definitely was able to see reality. Isn't that fairly universal with people who are schizophrenic? They're not wholly disconnected?
sure,
Okay, they're gonna have different beliefs because of delusions that they may or may not be suffering from.
yes,
Amongst delusions are auditory hallucinations, is that fair?
no,
Okay. Auditory hallucinations are something that you do know that Bruce was suffering from, or at least reported, right?
yes,
That brings up an interesting point that I just said. There's no way for you to know if people are hearing voices except they're self-reported, correct?
no,
Okay. And you've diagnosed people with auditory hallucinations before, correct?
yes,
And that's because you heard what they said and you said, yep, that tracks with what else I'm seeing.
not necessarily, no.
Okay, but you're trying to look inside of their mind and taking their self-report as a data point.
There are other data points though with hallucinations.
Okay.
So,
When it comes to hallucinations, we talked about a little bit about police with other doctors, and you had the benefit of watching the other two doctors testify, right?
yeah,
Okay, you heard them talking about the mafia. I haven't
Yes.
heard you mention that since you've been up here. Tell me how you evaluated Bruce's belief in the mafia and their persecution of him.
sure. He told me that he was worried about the mafia. He was paranoid of his mother and the mafia.
When you say his mother and the mafia, did he talk to you, or did you see you listed a lot of collateral records?
Yeah.
I'm not holding you responsible for everything in them, okay? But during some of those collateral records, he endorsed his mother participating with the mafia or being a part of it. Did you see that in the collateral records?
Yes,
Okay, so he thinks his mother, probably the closest relationship in this kind of loner's life. He says he thinks his mom's in the mafia. You saw that in collateral records.
yes,
You also mentioned that amongst the things that he believed was that coworkers were part of the mafia.
yes,
And he believed that the mafia was operating through the Columbus Police Department specifically.
yes,
He also thought that some federal agencies were part of the mafia, right?
I don't know about that. but
Okay. And then you're hearing a theme that the police pick up on when they're doing an interview, which is Bruce is suspicious of the police, correct?
Yes,
When somebody is endorsing repeatedly, since all the way back in 2022, concern about the police department being infiltrated by the mafia, that's something you would want to take into account, correct?
sure,
And I'm going to ask you as we get to it how you took it into account, but it's just looking into what he reported believing and then comparing it to what you saw. Okay.
Okay.
And that's why I'm doing this thing, but it's
No,
just
that's
to try to help you understand. I'm trying to look at it his way. Okay. You talked about a really basic thing, which was Bruce carrying a weapon and taking it to work, right?
yes,
You are aware from collateral records that you've now looked at that Bruce had bought a gun several months before, and I mean a handgun, correct?
yes,
You said when he was interviewed that he didn't want to tell the police anything incriminating, correct?
yes,
When you watch that interview, he actually says that he owns a gun to the police, right?
yes, he's coy initially, and he does mention,
Absolutely. He doesn't want to be forthcoming with them. Now, in the context of believing that they may be mafia, that makes a little bit more sense for why he may be coy with them, right?
sure, but remember, he did not report any of that to me around this specific circumstance.
You found that out later as you looked at collateral sources?
Yes, he
Okay.
was worried that the police were going to hurt him because he had hurt others.
That's a good point. You heard him say, as I left, I was concerned that the police were going to hurt me, right?
Yes,
What you now know in our objective reality is that he reported being afraid of the police getting him after February the 4th, correct? After he's leaving in the Uber.
Yes,
Now, what we know is that he wasn't driving a car, right?
correct.
The Uber driver, he actually doesn't disclose that he has fired a weapon inside of a building because he doesn't want him to throw him out or be scared of him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he wants out of there, and the Uber driver is the means by which he's going to do that.
Yes,
Okay. That stays consistent, and he in fact does leave, right?
yes,
But at the same time, when you're talking to Bruce about what happened on that day, he says, I'm afraid I'm going to be hurt, right? When he's in that Uber, he is scared of the police, right? That they may
he
kill him?
doesn't tell, well, he tells me that he is afraid the police is going to kill him because of his actions at the warehouse, not
Okay.
because they're part of some mafia.
Let me ask you then, as he's got this mafia delusion going on that dates pretty far back, like a couple of years, he's saying, I don't want the police to find me, and he's now got that delusion, and he's also got the reality that he no longer has a gun. He's an unarmed man leaving work in a car he's not even driving. At that point, is being afraid of the police killing you still a rational thought? Or does that sound like somebody who's just afraid of the police?
No, I think that's rational.
You think it's rational that an unarmed... If I could stop you, you're saying that the police may shoot an unarmed man who's not driving a car?
He has been implicated in shooting other people. And I absolutely believe that somebody who knows that they have just committed a serious crime and knows that the police are going to be after him, knows that they could be at risk of being shot.
But our objective reality says the police don't go up and shoot unarmed people, correct? If you have a different take on this, feel free to let me know.
I'm not going to say that they don't.
They would have guns drawn and they would be taking him seriously, but he doesn't have a gun anymore. And you and I both know that in that Uber, he didn't have one, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But we also
But if
know
he's
that.
afraid of getting killed,
Yeah.
you gotta look at why he's afraid of being killed. And what you're saying is, you can see a reason that he could be. Maybe it's because there was lethal force inside and they're gonna shoot him to death, right?
Yeah, no, I think he had a rational understanding of that situation. He knew that he had engaged in a very dangerous, lethal behavior for which the police would be looking for him and
Sure.
they would not be happy.
Give me an irrational, specific to Bruce interpretation of that same dynamic. He's leaving the scene, the police are on the way. With what you now know from collateral records, what's the other reason that Bruce might not want the police to be near him?
So you want me to like make up a reason?
No, I want you to try to look inside of his mind, because
But he
ultimately
told
that's
me.
your conclusion,
But he told me what he was thinking.
that he was afraid of being killed by the police.
Yes, because he had just hurt people.
He wasn't afraid of the police for the same reason that he had been since 2022. This time it was different.
Correct. This time it was different because he had just shot 4 people.
Okay. No, I understand something illegal had happened inside of there. So as he's talking to you, your interpretation was, this doesn't have anything to do with the mafia or delusional beliefs. It just has to do with the fact, makes sense to me, you commit an offense inside of there, the police may kill you.
No, because what he told me fit with the other data points.
It doesn't fit with the data point that he doesn't have a gun though. Police don't go shoot you if you're unarmed and you say, I don't want to get shot, I'm right here. He still had that option.
Objection.
Basis.
I mean, the police not shooting people that she just testified.
She's
to.
answered your question. You've asked her this several times.
Okay.
Sustain.
I'm going to continue to go through sort of looking at this the way rationally we may agree upon it,
Okay.
and then ask to look at it the way that specifically Bruce may look at it, okay? You talked a little bit about, skip ahead just a little bit if you'll let me.
Okay.
You talked about believing that Bruce going to that warehouse on February the 4th had, and I'm here, let me give you your first reference, page 35 of your 39-page report.
Okay. Give me just a second, okay? Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, second to last paragraph, you are now pulling collateral records. And I've got you noting that the Licking County Jail notes him to be free of any abnormalities in thought content and his stream of thought was coherent and organized,
Yes,
and his mood and affect were appropriate.
yes.
Okay. What collateral record did you pull that from? Were those jail physician's notes, or were those law enforcement and
Those-
sheriff's deputies?
Those were records I got from the jail. I don't know the specific document.
Okay. Were you aware at that point that multiple other doctors had seen him at the jail and were able to diagnose him with a serious mental illness based on those very concepts, abnormalities in thought, stream of consent, mood and affect being inappropriate?
Was I aware when?
That doctors had gone in and seen him and evaluated those concepts, and that note that you put in there is in contrast to what 3 other psychologists found during the competency portion.
Okay, and I don't know specifically what the other doctor said about him in that time frame.
You were aware, though, like you said, that he had been found not competent and restored and returned to the jail, right?
Yes,
Okay. You note that the Lincoln County Jail says he doesn't have abnormalities in thought and that his stream of thought was coherent and organized, correct?
yes, when he returned to the jail from COVH.
Okay.
After he'd been treated.
There were also pretty significant notes from people in your profession who said that he's having abnormalities in his thought, and that matches with what you diagnosed him with, correct?
Yes, I think he's got a mental illness.
Okay. So when you're putting this in here and you're talking about his ability during the Lincoln County jail time to not have those kinds of symptoms, are you saying this is after he's been restored and at this point only, or did that include before he had been restored?
So I'm referencing information that was in the jail records. I believe that was after he got back from COVH.
Okay, so it's after he was prescribed.
Yes.
Okay. You weren't sure what the prescription was, but whatever it was, they're now saying he is now free from some of the symptoms, correct?
Yes, that's what the jail was saying about him.
Okay.
Yes.
The next line says the results of his presentation suggest a rational motive for Mr. Foster's alleged offense-related behavior.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to reference your report, so I want to make sure we're at the same slide. Okay. When you say that there's a rational motive, are you saying a motive that you can understand with your concept of reality?
I'm saying that there was a motive that he can understand based on his reality and his concept of reality.
Would you agree with me that there's more than one way to look at the reality that he saw, since we have to collect information and guess what was going on in his mind?
So I'm looking at the data points, right? So the data points say, and the data fell together. He told me that he went to work that day. It was a normal day of work. He told me he ran into his mom before he left. His mom corroborated that. They had a similar account that she showed up trying to be helpful and that he was paranoid of her and he didn't accept her help. Okay, they both were in tune with that. He said he was having a normal day.
Can I stop you right there? Mom's at his apartment saying, "I'll give you a ride," correct?
Yeah.
One of the things you note for another reason that he may have gone to KBC and shot at people in the warehouse is at the top of page 36. You say that he was in economic distress, right?
Yes,
So if he's in economic distress and that is what's motivating him, right now he's got a ride and he doesn't have to spend any money. That should alleviate some of his stress, correct?
sure.
But he doesn't take the ride. Are you saying doesn't take the ride and that's part of what caused the stress?
Yeah, that would be part of.
Because he's got to pay now for an Uber, right?
Yeah.
And that's a good demonstration of the depth to which, even though he's got these other stressors, anything's better than riding with his mom, right?
Sure, yeah.
And specifically, he's trying to get away from being short on resources. But his belief,
It's at that point she realized she fucked up. She does not like admitting that she's wrong. It's her narrative, but she had to admit that. Well, yeah. Actually, yeah. If he did take the ride, that would have alleviated the financial pressures. So he was her trying to over-explain everything. Actually, helped the defense there.
his mom's trying to hurt him trumps that motivation at the moment.
Yeah, in that moment,
Okay. And you pointed out that he's lost his job at Chipotle, correct?
yes.
Okay. You put that he had been fired. Whether or not he was fired, it was his belief he had been fired, right?
Yes,
He's just not working there anymore. We don't need to figure it out between you and I. But whatever's going on, he thinks he's been fired, right?
yeah, yes,
Financial stressor, and that's something you and I can agree on. He has less money because he's not working there anymore, right?
yes,
Okay. You noted that, and you're saying this could be a stressor for anyone, and that part of him that lives in the same world we do, he's got to figure out how to put a roof over his head, and this is stressful to not have your job.
yes,
Okay. When you talk about it in your report, you say that the results of the present evaluation further suggest that there was a rational motive for his alleged offense-related behavior, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then you give a list of sentences that support it, including that he had been fired, right?
yes,
That he
I would be a lot more amenable to her. What I'd say is, right, the first expert was very adamant he was right. The witness this morning, the expert this morning, I thought was very good because he was like, yeah, I mean, sure, there are other possibilities for this, but no, there can't be any other possibility. It's my way. This is it. No, this is it. This is only. That's what bothers me about it. Do you know what I mean? That bothers me. Just like, no, there are other functions. You don't actually know what he was thinking, but you know.
was at risk of being fired from KDC
I still go back to the first witness. That's the state's witness. That
1, correct?
yes,
He wasn't performing well at school, something that you'd think he probably cares about since he enrolled in school, right?
yeah, he told me he cared about it,
Okay.
yeah,
And then you're talking about him not having the money to get to and from work well,
Yes.
correct? Okay. What is the rational motive with those things in the backdrop to go into a warehouse and shoot people that you were referencing?
yeah. So, remember, he told me that when he got to work, he kind of worked his day, and then he got upset because of his line assignment, and that was a reminder to him of how crappy his life was. And
Absolutely. So he's expressing, I'm frustrated, but that doesn't make it rational to shoot at people, does it?
I think he was taking his frustration out on his coworkers.
That's something you and I can understand, right? Somebody cuts me off in traffic and they honk my horn because I'm frustrated with them, right?
Yes,
There's a competing hypothesis here, which is that he believed that his coworkers were part of the reason that he was in this situation, right?
yes,
Okay. So as you compare those two competing hypotheses, one of them that you see as rational is that he was under financial stress.
yes, absolutely.
And then on the opposite side, it's another hypothesis that's out there that he's a seriously mentally ill man who was delusional about what his coworkers were doing to him, right?
But the two things can be true at once.
Absolutely. And you have to weigh and balance those two things to decide which one you believe, right?
So he could be seriously mentally ill
Mhm.
and delusional, but also have real life stressors. And there are other data points that support the fact that the financial stuff, I think the financial stuff was the breaking point for him. Okay.
Well, it
One of the-
definitely happens around the same time, doesn't it?
Yes, and
Okay.
one of the witnesses says that they hear him make a comment about not being able to pay his rent.
Which witness is that?
I've got the name. It was in a witness statement.
It's okay. I don't need it.
Yeah.
I
and-
want to know, when you say there could be two competing hypotheses,
No,
What?
I said two things could be true at once.
could the two
They
things that are
both be
true
happening.
also be that he suffers from a serious mental illness and that his delusion about what's going on at his work is what's prompting him to do what he's doing?
Sure, it could,
And then
however,
a rational one that you and I might understand is more like, hey, he's under a lot of stress. He just lost his job, right?
right, but
Those are
again,
the two things we have to compare as we try to look into his mind.
yes, and
Thank you.
again, there's data to support the fact
Absolutely.
that the
I'll let them.
financial stuff was a breaking point for him. He even says in his interview with the police,
Dr. Marcia,
my biggest problem is
I
finances.
don't want to start cutting you off. I respect
Yeah.
your opinion, and I just want to make sure we're fleshing this out. But when I'm asking you some of these things, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I just want to get to some points here, okay?
Okay.
Okay. He goes to work and works approximately 7.5 hours of a approximately 8.5 hour entrance to exit time.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. If the stress of things that he walked into the door with was what was acting upon him, working for 7.5 hours before acting seems a little at odds with the stress getting.
That's what I mean. That's why I get annoyed with it. It's like, just answer the question.
Worse throughout his shift, doesn't it?
Well, see, so what
If
he,
the answer is no, that's okay.
yeah, the answer is no. What he told me is, and what I think the data shows, is that he went to work sort of as normal, right? We see him walking in normal. He doesn't look distressed. He does his day. He tells me that after he has his break is when he starts getting agitated.
Okay. Break to me sounds like a good part of the day. Okay. You're saying that when you talk to him, that's when he endorses starting to feel really agitated. Okay.
Right. He told me that it wasn't until after his break that he started feeling.
You've tied some of that back to some things that you saw, including that he had already lost his job. He knew that as he walked in the door, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. He already wasn't getting good grades at school. That didn't change partway through his shift, did it?
No.
Okay. I'm asking obvious ones. Yeah.
That's okay.
Lawyer here. And you're talking about the financial stress he was under. He's working most of his shift before he makes any decision that's, in our minds, absolutely illegal to pull out his gun, right?
Yes.
You know that he's been carrying his gun to and from work for some period of time, don't you?
I knew he had been carrying it. He told me he'd been carrying it to Chipotle.
To Chipotle?
Yeah.
He's carrying a gun with him to make sure that he's safe, is what he reports, right?
That's what he told me. Yeah.
On the day in question, he puts that gun away and he goes and works a 7.5 hour shift, making some sort of hourly wage, right?
Yes.
He's not collecting a penny of that if he has a plan at the end of his shift to start murdering people because he's not getting a paycheck from there out, right?
Right.
Okay. So that's a data point that doesn't suggest it makes much sense for him to be at work. Fair?
That's
Why work your shift if you're not getting paid?
so right. And I don't think that he left that morning necessarily intending to kill them that day. I think he was carrying his gun with him, and because he had it on him periodically, as
Had
you
a
just
gun.
said.
Yeah, had the gun with him, but something changed partway through the shift, right?
Yes, he said he got agitated.
And
Realized how crappy his life was.
Okay. And that's something that you take his word for. He starts to get agitated. His life's crappy, right?
Yes, I believe.
Collateral records talk about what was going on to his coworkers who were around him, correct?
Clever records talk.
Witness statements in
Yeah.
that discovery packet you got talk
Yeah.
about what his coworkers saw, right?
Yes, they saw that he smelled like marijuana. Somebody said he looked high. Yeah.
But notably about the day, all of them describe a pretty normal shift.
Yes.
Do you agree with me?
Yes.
These are people who he works around 5 days a week who are at the same job they're always at, working right next to the same guy they always work next to, right?
Yeah.
Nobody reports having an argument or a fight with him, correct?
Correct.
None of them are in any way related to human resources who end up being victims, correct?
Yeah, I think one of them may have reported him to human resources, but I don't think he shot a human
If I
resource.
told you that was somebody who isn't one of the victims in the case, would you take my word for it?
Yeah, I don't think he'd lie to me about that.
Okay. Yeah, I would. Okay. So the people who eventually become targets, as you watch the video, don't look random. Is that fair to say?
No, it looked like he was intentionally going to certain people and shooting them.
Okay. And those certain people report that in a reality you and I could understand, they had no problem with him at all, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If his life is crappy, none of those people that we're talking about had anything to do with his life being crappy, correct?
Presumably not. No.
Okay. But they are very much targets like you've already talked about and specifically sought, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now this is one of those times that I'm going to take a step over here and say, with what you understood about him and his beliefs about the mafia persecuting him and his co-workers being in the mafia, isn't this one of those times that there's an alternative hypothesis that possibly he believes that his co-workers are in the mafia and something's going on that you and I would never understand if we stood next to him.
Sure.
And
that doesn't
seven
mean
on-
that he didn't know that it was wrong.
Okay, but you think that it's very possible 7 some hours into his shift when he's very aggravated, nothing's happened you and I would have detected, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know, one of the hypotheses is he's under financial strain, but none of that's changed during his shift, right?
Right.
Okay. And then he's not getting paid if he does something illegal and he's thinking, gosh, I'm about to do something illegal. I'm gonna have to run and hide out from the police. He would never collect any money, right?
Right.
So the hypothesis that you give that he's under a lot of pressure and that's why he does it, doesn't make a lot of sense for working most of his shift and then engaging in criminal conduct.
So it doesn't make sense if you are trying to say that by engaging in this behavior, he was trying to solve his financial problem.
It wouldn't solve his financial problem, it would do the opposite.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. But it makes sense. from
It
the
wouldn't be
standpoint-
rational, right?
Right, and I'm not saying that he did this to try to solve his financial
Okay.
issues. What I'm saying is that I think he was under a lot of stress. He was frustrated with work. He knew that he was at risk of getting fired. He didn't want to get fired, and he engaged in workplace violence
I'm
that
gonna-
follows a typical pattern of folks that go and shoot up their workplace. So I think he was, it's rational in the sense that it hangs together as to why it happened then and why it happened there. But I don't think he was trying to solve his financial issues.
It couldn't solve anything possibly in a world you and I understand, right?
No, it wasn't solving his problems, but he was taking his anger out on
It
his
didn't even
coworkers.
target the people who you believe might be the subject of this anger. Somebody who maybe was gonna fire him, right?
No, he didn't. He shot people he knew. He
And
shot the people he worked
They're
with.
people who are on the same level as him, by and large. These are just people doing warehouse jobs, right?
Yes,
Okay, they're not in the C-suite somewhere making a decision that later comes to light, correct?
yes.
And when I say later comes to light, what I mean is, at that point, Bruce didn't understand there was a conversation about firing him.
He told me that he thought he was gonna get fired.
So if he's worried about getting fired, as you talk to him a year later, after he's been treated with psychiatric medications, that would make sense to you. But have you had a chance to look at the collateral records and know that nobody had made him aware that he might be fired? Like nobody's telling him from KDC1?
But he had been pulled in. They had pulled him in and talked to him about, like, it was in January.
It was in January.
20s.
Yeah.
That he had been late and that he was he couldn't get more tickets, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he knew.
Do you know the context of that conversation? They told him, hey, this is your last warning, you're in some trouble, you gotta start stepping up your performance. You're aware of that, right?
That's my understanding of that
Do you know that
conversation.
those guys are supposed to fire you when you get 10 points for lateness or skipping work?
Yeah, and I don't know the specifics of
No.
kind of their point system, but I know they pulled him in.
Can I
and
give
said-
you a specific then and see with different information if you draw a different conclusion?
Okay.
At 10 points, some of which are for being late and some of which are for aren't going at all, you get fired according to their policy, okay?
Okay.
He's at 23 points at the end of this case on February the 4th.
Okay.
They're not following their policy very well, okay?
Ooh. Yeah, he's on borrowed time.
It feels like it, but another interpretation of borrowed time is they're not really following their manual, and so for him to draw a strong conclusion when he's going to work every day is putting our idea of borrowed time into the mind of a man who's just showing up to work every day and nothing's happening.
Well, but one of the points you've been really focused on is his perception. And his perception, at the very least, was that he was going to get fired.
His
And so-
perception is he was worried about getting fired, right?
No. He told me that he thought he was going to get fired and he was hoping he would not.
He does go to work and work his whole shift and nobody says anything to him that day. Can we agree on that part?
Yes.
Okay. You have talked at some length about a plan and that being something that you look for, correct?
Plan?
Yes. A plan and carrying it out, the prosecutor's calling it goal-directed behavior.
Oh,
Okay.
goal-directed behavior, yes.
Whatever you guys are talking about, I'm trying to piggyback that concept and talk to you about it, okay?
Okay.
Goal-directed behavior means you want a certain outcome and you're gonna act towards that outcome, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You could even take several steps as in, and I'm just gonna keep using the same metaphor. You wanna eat, you're in a mental hospital, you walk to the cafeteria, correct?
Okay.
You're planning to eat, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. You sit down and you wait for a tray to come around. You're still planning to eat, right?
Yes.
You get your tray and you start eating the food, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've done a few things, moved yourself, sat in an appropriate manner, and waited until the right time to get food.
Yes.
Okay. You've taken multiple steps to do something that you want, right?
Okay.
By the same token, you could take multiple steps to do something that you felt like you had to do, couldn't you?
Sure.
And if you're under the mistaken belief that you are about to be hurt or killed, you could take several steps to avoid that. And although it's a plan, it's multiple steps. The key determination is still whether or not you understand the wrongfulness of your conduct, correct?
Whether you know.
Okay, whether you know the wrongfulness of your conduct.
Yes.
Okay, you and I can.
Yeah, words have meaning, and no is a very easy bar to clear. It's less sophisticated than understand and even less sophisticated than appreciate.
Fair enough. So if Bruce goes to work that day and takes steps to conceal the fact that he has a firearm with him,
Yes,
much like going to the cafeteria, this is something that you might not want to do, that you can take multiple steps to carry out a plan. Is that fair to say?
you lost me in the question.
Sure. You could do multiple things, and just because you have a plan doesn't mean you know the wrongfulness of that plan.
Yes,
It doesn't have to be spontaneous and oops, I thought I understood that. You could do a couple different things, couldn't you?
sure, you could have a plan and do something that you don't know is wrong.
Right. Because you understand enough of reality, you're not wholly detached. You understand how to carry out a plan, just like you know how to get to work, right?
Sure,
And he pulled that off that day, correct?
yes,
He's not functioning at an exceptionally high level, but he does get there to work.
yes, yes.
Okay. But just like that, if he decided my life is in danger, carrying out a plan to thwart that danger that he's in is something that he could do without or knowing the wrongfulness of his conduct, right?
Right, it's also something he could do while knowing the wrongfulness.
Absolutely. I know there's a competing theory, and I understand that's where you go
Yeah.
to. I know you're not going to change your mind. I just want to make sure you and I are agreeing.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
and I think all four of us have agreed that he knew the wrongfulness. All four examiners.
Well, let's talk about that. Knew the wrongfulness. He knew that killing was wrong, or made some statement. Very simple like that, right?
Yes,
Words have meaning. Killing's wrong, right?
yes.
You're not of the belief as you sit here that killing is 100% of the time wrong, are you?
I think killing it's legally wrong. There are times in which
Can I give
people
you a
feel justified in doing so. So if it's in self-defense or something like that, but that doesn't mean that it is not still illegal.
When you start talking about illegal, now you're talking about your understanding and my understanding of what the law is. Fair to say? Legal or illegal is also oftentimes what these rules are used for over a period of time.
Yeah, it's what society sees as being
Okay.
lawful or unlawful.
You understand that there's such a thing as killing is wrong, but given the circumstances, sometimes it's not wrong. Is that fair?
That is a justification for engaging in that behavior.
As you analyzed his behavior,
Yeah.
did you have the idea that it's not always 100% of the time wrong to kill? Did you think that, or do you think it is always wrong to kill?
I think based on his account of what happened, that he knew that it was wrong to kill in that circumstance.
In that specific circumstance?
He told me.
Then
that
let me
he
come
knew
back
better.
to the point. You haven't talked about the mafia nearly the way the other doctors or the other collateral records have.
Mhm.
If you integrate his mistaken belief that the mafia was out to get him, he may have an understanding really different than what you and I could objectively understand, correct?
He would have, what that speaks to is his motivation to kill. That doesn't mean that he didn't know that it was unlawful to kill. And there's evidence.
What you're saying is you believe he understood the lawfulness or justification as in a self-defense type of argument?
Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that he knew that it was wrong to kill. He felt justified in doing so.
Why would he feel justified?
As you keep saying, because of the mafia stuff.
Because he believed that the mafia was going to kill him by the end of his shift, right?
Well, he didn't tell me that.
Okay. You have
That's-
learned that from other reports, right?
Yes, he's told other people that.
So if he thinks it's wrong to kill, but justified in his situation, what you would have to know is he really believe in this mafia stuff? Or does he just think that he's going to malinger his way through this?
Oh, and you're right. I mean, he could just be trying to malinger his way through it.
Is that the first time it's
Yeah.
occurred to you that
You're
this delusional belief in the mafia acted on him that day?
No.
Okay,
No.
so you have to consider whether or not he knew the wrongfulness, and you're saying he knew it's wrong to kill, but he felt justified, as in a legal justification, right?
So what I'm saying, and what all four of us have said, is that he knew the wrongfulness. Okay, Stinson testified that he knew it was legally wrong. Tilly said today that he knew it was wrong. And I believe Dr. O'Donnell says in her report that he knew it was wrong.
Can I stop you? When you say it's wrong, are you saying killing is wrong, or that the ultimate issue at a trial would be that Bruce understood it was wrong?
I think that he knew it was wrong. That's what
Even
I'm saying.
in light of believing that the mafia was participating in his
Yes.
workplace?
Yes, and there's all kinds of examples, okay? So here are some of them. The fact that,
Could I give you a couple of the data points then to compare that with?
I'd like to finish my thought first.
I'll let them,
He does.
they won't do that.
Next.
Okay.
This is getting awfully argumentative. I don't think
Understood,
she's
Your-
gonna change her position.
No, I understand.
But you've asked her this now several times. She stuck to her answer.
No, I understand. Other data points being that at the end of this shift, the people that were picked out didn't make sense to you. These weren't people who were persecuting him, right?
No, that's not what I was referring to.
Okay, let me just move on. You talk about the fact that
Judge has had enough. And I think he's like, he's not going to move. I actually think that's just bad for the state because the judge is like, she's just being, at least the other experts were like, yes, this could happen. She's just like, no. It's just like, whoa. Okay, girl. I mean, I think he's pulled away from everything. He's just switched off from it, I think.
he understood guns could be dangerous, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing wrong with knowing guns are dangerous, even in a delusional state. That's understanding our reality, even when you live in his, right?
Yeah. I mean, he understood that guns were dangerous.
Okay. We talked about after the shooting, him changing clothes, correct?
Yes.
He changes clothes.
I will also say this. During the first expert, he wrote a lot. During this witness, every time we panned him, he's only written once a little word he wrote down. So I just think he's just like giving up on this person. I hope, anyway. Judge is done. I don't think he likes this witness. I think he feels frustration of defense here because she's not going to change her mind or anything. And that's a bad thing on her behalf, I think, to be quite honest with you.
But as you review the video, you don't have difficulty making out who Bruce Foster is when you review the video, do you?
No, I mean, I knew who he was. Yeah, he was using the tools he had. He didn't have a lot of great options.
Well, the tools that he had are the ones that he took with him, right?
Yes.
He got to pick which tools he had and brought in his backpack, didn't he?
Yeah, and again, it wasn't a great plan. That was not the most sophisticated way to handle it, but that's what he did.
Okay. One of the things that you draw note to is that he orders an Uber, so that's taking a step before an eventual shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He orders an Uber before that happens, as in he understands I'm enacting a plan now, right?
Yes, like that was planned so that he could get away from the scene.
So exactly, and that's what he ends up doing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so step one of the plan, he's got his transportation, right?
Mhm.
He gets a handgun that he's brought with him to work, correct?
Yes.
He clocks out, correct?
Yes.
Now, for part of a plan, and I think this is your point, he's probably the only person in KDC1 who clocked out on February the 4th, 2025, right?
What's your question?
Everybody's evacuated. He will be outing himself as the only person who signed out if his plan is to evade detection. Wouldn't that be logical?
Yeah, and I don't know who clocked in and who clocked in or who clocked out. I have no idea.
Okay. You noted that he clocked out as part of his plan, though.
Yes, he told me that.
Okay. And then as he's leaving, he talks to the Uber driver in a way to keep the Uber driver leaving, correct?
He talked him away to what?
And gives him an answer
Oh,
that evades saying, I just shot some people, right?
yes.
Okay. As you listen to this, I know that you did at least consider while you were talking to him, malingering was something that you were concerned about.
Yes,
We've already talked about it, and I'm not going to get into it for very long, but you do an MFAST as a screening test, correct?
yes,
You were aware that the MFAST score of 6 out of a possible 25 is sort of the cutoff for whether or not somebody is malingering, correct?
yes. 6 and above is highly suggestive of malingering.
Okay. And as a screening tool, it's not meant to be the ultimate conclusion. It's a screening tool, right?
Correct.
You knew that that data point, or actually, maybe you didn't. Tell me when you knew that that data point on the MFAST was something different than anybody else had looked at? As you did it, were you aware you were the only doctor who had found any indication of malingering?
Yeah, I didn't know if anybody else.
Okay.
Yeah.
You now know that Dr. Tilley did one and he didn't show signs of malingering, right?
Well, he scored a 2.
Okay.
So he endorsed a couple of things that were indicative of malingering, but he didn't reach the threshold that was highly suggestive of malingering.
And all of those other doctors, nobody even gives the MFAST because they're not suspicious of malingering. Just like you said, you don't have to give it, right?
Right, yeah,
Okay.
nobody else gave it. I
Okay.
don't know why they did or didn't, rather.
You're collecting a data point different than all these other people then at the end of this, correct?
What do you mean? So 2 of us did the MFAST.
You're suspicious of malingering, right?
Yes,
There is a follow-up test that takes something like 45 minutes or an hour called SIRS, isn't there?
yes,
Okay. You didn't do a SIRS in this case, right?
no,
Okay. That's a longer test that really dives into whether or not someone's endorsing beliefs that are malingering, right?
yes,
You settled for the MFAST score that hit 6 out of 25, which is the cutoff, correct?
right. But
Okay.
remember, if you read the report, I didn't ultimately say I thought that he was like malingering and wasn't mentally ill. I said, no, I really think he is bona fide mentally ill, but that he may just be exaggerating things because he told me he wanted to be found in GRI and go to COPH.
Okay.
So I never said that, oh, he doesn't have a mental illness, he's just faking it.
Okay. So by the time he's saying, I think it would be preferable to not be in a prison, to be in GRI, he has been medicated and it's something like a year later, right?
A year later from when?
From
The
February the
offense?
4th of
Yes,
2020.
yeah, that's accurate.
So something like a year later, he's able to clear-headedly say, out of my 2 possible outcomes, that one's preferable, correct?
Yes,
You're suspicious because he understands that there could be multiple outcomes, correct?
no, I'm suspicious because he is,
We've gone around in circles because this fucking woman just won't give in to anything. It's just that it's as if she's like perfect. Girl, you're the only one that scored him a 6. The guy scored him a 2 to say that he was malingering. And she's like, oh, but he did see some signs of malingering. It's like, but it's a 2. Just fuck. She's really, she is so annoying. I think that the state are very lucky that there's no frigging jury here because she's a Miss Know-it-all. And I'm not saying she doesn't know her job well, but she just won't give in on anything. It's like as if she's just perfect. They're not perfect. Everyone does mistakes. Do you know what I mean? And everyone's can be open to like new changes and when there's new information. She's like, no. I'm always right. Oh, I know. Well, she's already exhausted the judge. The judge has switched off.
freely bringing up his psychiatric symptoms.
Yeah, he's being, well, he's bringing up what he hopes his psychiatric system conditions add up to, correct?
Right,
Okay.
but again, as part of my, keep in mind, I'm meeting him for the first time.
Just have this one more concept.
Okay,
When it comes to him getting home, you're aware that all of the physical evidence that was collected by the police was sitting in his apartment with him, right?
yes,
Okay, and that's that idea of this is a very good plan if it's a plan, right?
yeah,
Okay.
not a good plan.
Okay. You said that he had thrown up, and when you were testifying, you said, look, he threw up. That happens when you ingest a toxin or something that's not joyful, right?
People throw up when they're upset.
They can throw up for a variety of reasons, can't they?
It's usually something negative though, right? You're sick, you're upset, you've eaten something bad.
This was negative, even to Bruce, wasn't it?
Yes,
Despite whether or not he's mentally ill, the stress of hurting somebody could be very physically stressful, right?
exactly, which is another data point to support that he knew the wrongfulness.
Okay, but a police officer or
Exactly.
somebody in the military who uses their weapon might be just similarly as upset and have the exact same reaction, right?
Sure.
So it's a data point, but it also applies to really common things that are not unlawful, doesn't it?
Sure, it applies to other things, but in this context.
Have you seen or treated a police officer before who used their service weapon and seen them suffering psychological harm as a result of what they did?
No, but the point is that.
I was asking a specific one. Have you treated police
No.
officers? Oh, okay. Okay. You understand that people could be traumatized by something they believe they had to do, correct?
Correct, but that
That's all
doesn't mean that they
here.
didn't know it was unlawful. And the fact that he's
I
traumatized.
understand the prosecutor's gonna have some redirect for you, so I'll let you do that stuff with him.
Okay.
Just a minute. You're okay, just one.
Sure.
I think if the state come up here, she has testified in court. She said yes. She said because he cut her off and he's like, "Look, you have testified before." She's like, "Yes, I don't mean to be rude, but like the state can ask these questions." I think he's just like, "Now, look, just shut up." The state, if they want to ask you all these questions, they can, because it's just going to piss off the judge. So let them do that. Let them go through it all because the judge has had enough.
Just I don't want to put questions back more saying thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Redirect.
The fact that he was traumatized, what?
The fact that he's traumatized is indicative of the fact that he knew he had done something bad. You wouldn't be traumatized if you didn't know that you'd done something bad, and bad equates to wrong.
And so motive is not an element of murder, would you say? That's what it sounded like you're trying to get to. Like you said that you talked about the motive earlier. Like I don't have to prove motive to be able to prove that someone committed a murder.
Yeah, and I don't know about the legalities of all that. What I was trying to say is that yes, he's got this systematic delusional system. But two things can occur at once. He can be delusional, but he can also have all these other real stressors, and he can still know.
I'm going to make some tea for myself. Tea and honey, because I can't be asked listening to her for much longer.
He engaged in this act, I think, because of the stressors. But even though he was delusional, he can know that it was wrong. And there are multiple examples of that indicate that he knew it was wrong, including the fact that he had grappled with homicidal ideation in the past, and that was upsetting to him. It was upsetting to him because he knew better, his words exactly, that he knew he should not engage in that behavior. It's been
Yeah,
tested.
another question. She's answered you.
Okay, so on February 4th, 2025, when he shot and killed Kyle Vaver, did he know better?
Yes, he knew that that was wrong. And all four of us have said that he knew it was wrong.
Yeah, so
And
Dr.
the
says,
statute is very clear. There are three elements: severe mental disease, severe mental defect. Did they know that it was wrong? That's it. It's not did they know it was wrong, but they had a good reason.
and so he indicated that he understood that murder was illegal, that
Yes.
murdering people is illegal.
Yes, he knew it was wrong.
And so if you murder someone, you're not acting in self-defense because they wouldn't be murdered.
I assume not.
I had another question about, the Uber. So defense counsel was asking you about, like the stressor, oh, he had to pay the Uber. Wouldn't you say at points that, paying a little bit of money is better than having to deal with the stress caused by another person? Like if I have to pay $25 and not be around my mom, if me and my mom are fighting, it might be worth it in my mind.
Oh, sure. People make bad decisions all the time based on their interpersonal relationships and their desire not to have contact with somebody or their desire to shun somebody. Yeah.
Okay. And did he ever indicate to you that he had no means of escape whatsoever?
What do you mean?
Like he had no way to leave KDC-1 that day prior to the shooting?
Oh, we didn't talk about that.
Okay. But he had the ability to walk out of the door, right? The capacity.
Yes, yeah. He wasn't locked in. I mean, he could have walked away at any time, presumably.
Okay. And based on your conversation with him, so he never indicated that there was no way I could have left that place that day? Because he called the Uber, he had to go into the production room, or could he have went a different way?
Oh, we didn't ask I didn't ask him how many exits there were or
Okay.
how he could like physically exit.
And we were talking, you with defense counsel were talking a little bit about the pardon. It seems like Dr. Stinson and Dr. Tilley want to say that he wasn't talking about pardon in a legal sense. Did you feel that he was talking about a pardon in a legal sense when you spoke with him and when he was being interviewed by the police?
Yeah, so my understanding of the pardon is that he thought that he had a get out of jail free card, basically. That he, killing people is unlawful, but he had gotten this pardon, so if he killed somebody who he thought was attacking him, then that would be okay.
Okay. And was he even aware that that pardon applied in Licking County when he was interviewed by the police?
He asked them.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what would that, from your point of view, mean?
Well, I took that to mean is he was looking for a get out of jail free card.
So he's hoping it applied,
Yeah,
just like he's hoping he wouldn't get fired.
yeah.
And a person who is facing, serious mental illness, who is having delusions, can have a rational motive to kill.
Absolutely.
They can inform an intent to kill.
Absolutely.
And did you believe that Mr. Foster, when he killed all those people and injured all those people at KDC 1 on February 4th, 2025, knew the wrongfulness of his actions?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Jay Cross.
Judge, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you.
All right, ready for the next one is, we'll take a break.
Oh, we start to take like that. Okay, can I do a keep these here?
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. That's fine. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry. Right. I don't even know what happened.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what would that, from your point of view, mean?
Well, I took that to mean is he was looking for a get out of jail free card.
So he's hoping it applied,
Yeah,
just like he's hoping he wouldn't get fired.
yeah.
And a person who is facing, serious mental illness, who is having delusions, can have a rational motive to kill.
Absolutely.
They can inform an intent to kill.
Absolutely.
And did you believe that Mr. Foster, when he killed all those people and injured all those people at KDC 1 on February 4th, 2025 knew the wrongfulness of his actions?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Jay Cross.
Judge, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you.
All right, ready for the next one is, take a break. Quickly.
Because the only expert he didn't ask any questions for. The other two experts he asked specific questions about. With her, he didn't ask any questions. I think the defense did well there because I think they could see from the expression of the judge he was done with her. I actually think that in the end turned out to be a bad witness. That is literally what Bex's husband has to deal with every night. That is Bex, that woman was. The goth Bex. Get Bex wannabe, she is. Jeepers. She was hard work, just like Bex. Oh, now we go to Bex. Who's now? We got one more, I believe, to come. So I hope we don't have another Bex. Please. I presume the next one is better because you would finish with the best one. Do you know what I mean? But jeepers. I mean, if I had a medal to give to Bex's husband, I would. Do you know what I mean? So. Oh, jeepers. Creepers. Let's play a song, shall we? What song do we play?
Atención chat, escucha bien. Behave in the chat, compórtate. Don't be toxic, don't be late. Josie's watching, she's on the way. Josie te va a atrapar. Mexi's dropping that timeout file. Mexi, te va a timeout. Sarah P brings the links, got your numbers marked. Make her happy, smash that like right now. Vamos! Erin Hack rolling up in her yellow bus. Rounding up her chatty, no drama, no fuss. Murph's always on hand if you need backup quick. Jonathan the mod, 1 in a million, so slick. El Chappy doesn't read Jonathan's post, but El Chatty love him so much. All 6 mods running the chat, they're in charge. Tú ya sabes. Compórtate, compórtate. Josie's after you. Wait and see. Mexi timeout. 1, 2, 3. Sarah P, Erin, Murph, Jonathan, la autoridad. Compórtate. Josie, Mexi, Sarah P, Erin, Hack, Murph, Jonathan. They run this chat, they're the full mod squadron. Behaving like it or feel the ride. Yellow bus coming or a quick timeout slap. Compórtate. Ay, qué rico. Like for the squad. Chat, vamos, no más drama. Howdy, y'all. I am Sarah P coming at you from the alternate corner. Welcome back to the stream. Hope y'all feeling right. We got the good vibes flowing every single night. Talking about Jesus, supporting each other and laughing till we cry. Like and subscribe to the alternate corner. Josie got that fire, y'all, so behave and smash that bell before she does her thing. Alternate corner, the best dang stream. Mixie in the back so people get on it. Like and subscribe, come on now. Hit that button, make them numbers tick. Y'all are the best, much love from me. Alternate corner, Texas style energy. Thank y'all so much. Now make my day and go on and smash it, y'all.
Fun fact, if you didn't know, my favourite genre of music is country. Country and folk pop, that kind of genre. So I love the Texas. Hey y'all. Favorite food, I believe, will be Mexican. My favorite place is Texas. Probably Tennessee. Hey y'all, Nashville, Tennessee. Lovely Sarah P. Right, let's get on with it.
And in that position, what do you get to do every day?
I do approximately, let's see.
Once a few more of your kids leave, then you can weight to me, hand and foot therapy. I'll come in and tag team with your husband, be like, hey, take the piss out of therapy. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'd love to come over therapy.
So approximately 208, 215 forensic evaluations a year. I am the administrator for a team of 16 staff, contractors, and employees.
How long have you been doing that?
I started the nonprofit agency in 2016. Before that, I was a employee of a larger organization running the exact same operation. I did that from 2010 to 2016. I started my career as a forensic psychologist at the master's level. I wasn't a psychologist yet, but in 1995.
And Your Honor, I believe the parties have stipulated that Dr. Donald's an expert in the field of forensic psychology.
So stipulated.
Thank you.
And your CV, I believe, is marked as State's Exhibit 27 right in front of you. If you could just take a look at that and let me know if that is a true and accurate copy of your CV.
Yes, it looks like it.
Thank you. Have you previously testified as an expert witness in this area?
In Licking County?
No.
Oh,
Just at all?
yes, many times.
Approximately how many times?
Oh, I've lost count. In at least 40 of the 88 counties in Ohio, multiple times in the southern counties in particular.
Thank you. And were you ordered by Judge Bransdell in this case to conduct an independent sanity evaluation for the defendant, Bruce Foster?
I was.
And do you recall approximately when you were ordered to do that?
I'll look at my notes on that. So my agency received the referral in approximately early February 4th, I think, 2026.
And were you able to conduct your evaluation and submit a report in this matter?
I did. I interviewed Mr. Foster and then submitted a report March 3rd and then an addendum on March 11th, 2026.
While we're talking about the addendum, why did you do an addendum on March 11th?
I received additional records after I had submitted the first version of the report, and I had already said to the court that if I got the additional records, I would review them and include them in an addendum, so I did that.
Did that change your opinion that you had reached in any way, shape, or form?
It did not.
Can you tell the court how you generally conduct your sanity evaluations?
Yes. So when I approach a case, the first thing I do is look to see if my agency has.
I will be honest, this one I prefer already, just because she just answered the questions as asked. I will see what she's like with the defense, but so far, so good. I mean, this is the way I like to just answer the question and I'll be fine. And so far, she's doing good.
I've already seen the individual. As you'll see as we go through this, my agency had already evaluated this individual. A different psychologist had done a competency evaluation on Mr. Foster. And so I review the records that individual, that evaluator had already received, so that I have some background on this individual before I go forward. I am very strict about the word independent evaluation, so I stay away from other people's opinions. After almost 30 years in the field, I can kind of guess what other people have said if I get called in as a second opinion. But if it's a first opinion, I have no idea what other people have said. In this case, there was some confusion about how many opinions there were ahead of time, so I said, well, whatever. I'll go see Mr. Foster. So I went to see Mr. Foster, which is very typical for me. I like to see people in person. I interviewed him for, I think, 75 minutes on February 18th. That's a fairly typical length of time for me to meet with an individual one-on-one. And then I spend a lot of time reviewing his conversation with me and my notes from that, as well as any records that I can get. So we had the records from the previous evaluation, and then the records that I had learned about after I started talking to him. So I got those records after the fact. So some before, some after. We also, and in this case, did we almost always speak with a family member or a close personal friend, something like that. We spoke with Mr. Foster's mother, got additional information from her, and then I open up the discovery and look for information in the discovery packet that reveals images of the individual or video or MP4 files of the individual, so I can hear his words in a moment if I saw or heard those. And then I also look at the summaries of the investigation notes and the witness statements.
Do you do any specific kinds of testing, or is that kind of on a case-by-case basis?
For me, that's a case-by-case basis. I know that's different psychologists have different routines on that. Over the years, I've tried some testing. I've used testing when I thought it was necessary. In this case, I had no reason to believe Mr. Foster was exaggerating his symptoms, or in our field, we call it malingering. I don't like to call it malingering, but I had no suspicion of that, no reason to expect that from him either. So no, I did not do any additional testing.
And you didn't have any reason to suspect any of that based upon your conversation with him, or your review of the record before you got to the conversation with him, or all of the above?
All of the above. So I'm in our field, we call it Gestalt. I'm like holistic, right? I look at all these pieces all together in one. And as I was interviewing him, I already had some background information from those records that I had the doctor previously had provided us. So I looked at those records, and I knew that there was some inkling or indications of a history of severe mental illness. So at the time that I was interviewing him, I was looking for his perspective about his symptoms. Does he have any insight about his symptoms? What does he think? And actually, what is his presentation now as opposed to what it was nearly a year ago? Because if you notice the dates, it was almost a year exactly.
Who was the doctor who did the competency evaluation that you're reviewing?
Dr. Ledgerwood, Angie Ledgerwood was the psychologist from my center who got the records. I actually didn't read her report until much later because I was looking to compare his presentation with me, which again, I wanted it to be very independent. So I looked at his presentation with me and then compared it to his presentation with Dr. Ledgerwood. And I commented in my report, I'm sure somebody will bring it up. There was a stark difference. So.
And is that generally the case when somebody has been restored to competency?
We certainly hope so.
Right.
Yes, that's the goal.
So as you're conducting this evaluation, what kinds of pieces of information are you looking for when you are evaluating wrongfulness? Because I'm going to kind of just skip over the severe mental disease or defect, because I believe all the doctors in this case have agreed that the defendant had a severe mental disease or defect. I think it's a disease, not defect. Am I right?
That's correct. So just to be very clear, in my opinion, he does have a severe mental illness. The statute calls it a disease. You can split hairs on that. The statute also uses the word defect. I hate that. But that usually alludes to intelligence or cognitive abilities. Mr. Husser has no problem there. So yes, I would agree that he has a severe mental illness. We can skip that for sure.
So then we go on to taking a look at wrongfulness. And so when you're evaluating wrongfulness, kind of what kinds of information are you evaluating to help you make that determination?
Well, wrongfulness is, so interestingly, wrongfulness is a legal construct. It's not a psychological construct. So our training, our forensic training teaches us to think about the practical implications of knowledge of wrongfulness. And by that, we mean legal wrongfulness. In Ohio, the case laws are really clear about that we're talking about the legal wrongfulness. And we as psychologists, unless you have some other training, we're not lawyers, we're psychologists. So we are practicing within the construct of what psychology says. So when we look at forensic psychology and the definition of wrongfulness, we are taught to look for signs of someone making a plan, executing a plan. hesitating to execute a plan, hiding the fact that they made a plan, changing their mind in the plan. What is the motive behind the actions that they've taken? And are those motives, would the actions then somehow benefit?
What look at difference. The judge, I believe, likes this. It's just a different quality witness, expert. She's speaking in a very good way. She's explaining stuff very simply, and the judge seems more engaged. The last witness, the judge, none of us were engaged because she's just too highly strung.
This person in a logical and reality-based way. So all that is wrongfulness. The example that I give when I'm teaching my students is, did somebody wear a mask? Did they throw the gun away? Did they drive away in a different car than they came in? Did they change their clothes? Those are all things that suggest someone is thinking about hiding their actions and avoiding being detected. That's all knowledge of wrongfulness.
What about their statements, like lying to the police?
Absolutely, statements are key here. Lying to the police is always something that you want to look at, but it's hard to know exactly when someone's lying, when are they covering up, when are they mistaken. In the heat of the moment, people say a lot of things. Did they misperceive what the police officer said to them? So I go back to that word gestalt, or holistic, right? You've got to look at the whole picture. It's not just about what they were doing in that very instant of the crime. It's about what was going on leading up to it, what happened during, what happened after. And it's this whole timeline.
And so when you conducted this evaluation for Mr. Foster, did you see indicators of either him not knowing the wrongfulness or of him knowing the wrongfulness? And can we go through those, or the kind of the information you use to come to your final opinion?
Certainly, we can go through that. I'm going to flip back to my report.
And I guess as you're doing this evaluation, do you look at his statements that he made to you first, or do you look at the discovery and his actions that are shown in the discovery prior to the event, during the event, or do you have any kind of order to that at all?
I don't have a fixed order of doing these things. For me, some people do. I don't. I'm also doing a lot of cases a week, and so I don't always have all the time to have read through everything before I go to see a defendant. Sometimes I'm going to see him completely cold. Sometimes I've read some things, like in his case, I knew some of the background of his case. But his statements are important, but they're often not the key to the whole picture.
So in this case, what did you learn from his statements?
His statements to me were important in the fact that I had to keep in mind, first of all, I was interviewing him a year after this had occurred. So he'd already been through treatment. He also, I later found out, had been assessed multiple times about this case. So he'd gone over this information quite a few times. So that makes me put less weight on his personal statements and more weight on the actions that we know occurred from various sources. So when I'm looking for knowledge of wrongfulness, I want to know what this person did in the days leading up. What were the pressures in his life, leading him to what we were expecting him to tell me about when I went to talk to him. Now, he was clear that he was under extreme stress and that he had made a lot of decisions in a short amount of time. So that begins to tell me what his mental status or his mind frame was at the time of these acts.
So he was under a lot of pressures in his life. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
He gave me like what you.
Yeah. So he was trying to live alone for the first time ever. He was. We know from from information from his mother that there was a lot of stress between the two of them. That relationship wasn't going well, and Mr. Foster was having a lot of problems in his relationships. He admitted to me that one of the things that he had added on sort of arbitrarily was he was kind of almost obsessed with this murder or death of another family member or friend, and he wanted to get to the bottom of that. So he was spending a lot of time and energy on that. He was trying to work 2 full-time jobs, or maybe a part-time job and a full-time job. He was trying to go to school. He had big aspirations. He wanted to be, an MD, and he wanted to do well in college, and he was trying to get himself back into school and back in the swing of things. And he was really struggling with all this. So he painted this picture of somebody under an extreme amount of stress.
This is information he's sharing with you during your interview with him, or stuff you take from the file and the information you got? Both. Okay.
Right.
Okay. And so you understand he's under this pressure, extreme stress. What else do you determine when you're looking at this information?
So the other thing that I knew from the files, certainly it's in the discovery, is that he was having very extreme financial problems, but also he was about to lose these jobs that were very important to him, to his mission of getting into med school and staying in college. So he's having trouble his ability to chronologically, follow a calendar and get to where he needs to be. And now his phone's not working because he hasn't paid his phone, and he can't afford a driver or rides or transportation. So he's under more and more and more stress as this goes on. But he's trying very hard to hold it all together, and he's trying to hold down 2 jobs. He's trying to go to school. He's trying to figure it out. At the same time, the symptoms of his mental illness are getting worse.
And when you say the symptoms of his mental illness are getting worse, what are getting worse?
So the signs of that were a decline in his hygiene, social isolation, extreme irritability. He said he's not sleeping well. Of course, I don't have records of that, but all that fits with some of the things he was talking about. His mom told us that he was really irritable, really hard to trust even. I mean, she described heartbreakingly that she was trying to help her son, but she was also very afraid of him at the time because she saw that he was more and more fragile emotionally and mentally.
Delusions. Was he having delusions?
So it appears so. It's really hard to read someone's mind. Not anybody in this room can do it, and including me, right? As much as I'd like to. But he's describing sort of textbook delusional beliefs about the world being out to get him, about the world being really hard, and that there being, I think he used the word gangs out to get him. He felt threatened. He felt physically threatened. He went so far as to buy a gun. He pointed out to me that he bought it legally, that he went to great lengths actually to buy it legally, and felt that he had bought it intentionally for protection. He didn't. I've had other defendants tell me they intentionally bought it to use it against others. He told me he intended to use it for protection. So he went to great lengths to try to fight this delusion that he knew something was wrong, but he couldn't quite figure it out. And he was trying to protect himself, and he was also trying to discern who was safe and who was trustworthy and who was not.
So you said the world was out to get him. Did he talk about the mafia out to get him when you met with him?
He used the word mafia. Yeah, he did. He used the word mafia.
So
Yeah.
he
As
was,
opposed to gang. Sorry about that.
just want to clarify that. So he was thinking that people were trying to kill him, and those people were the mafia.
That's correct.
Okay.
He knew though that it wasn't everyone, and he was able to discern who was not likely to be out to get him versus who was out to get him.
And what is the significance in that?
To me, that's huge. That's him recognizing that there are some things that are safe, and I'm looking for something safe. I'm looking for safe spaces. I'm also, he talked to me about this a little bit. He was also looking who deserved to be feared. Who should he be very concerned about? And he was trying to discern the two, and he made decisions about who to shoot and who not to shoot based on his discernment of who was safe and who was not safe.
What other statements did the defendant make to you about his beliefs on the day on February 4th?
He specifically said, again, that he did not, for instance, shoot the people at the school because he wasn't sure if they were against him or not, and he didn't want to be wrong about that. He didn't want to kill somebody who didn't deserve it. He also...
Did you say people at the school?
At the school, at the university where he was going.
Okay.
He also had been fired. I think at that point he had been fired from a fast food restaurant. I forget which one it was. The fast food restaurant where he was working, and was very concerned that he was going to be fired from the manufacturing plant where the shooting occurred. And he talked about, he was angry about the people who were not allowing him to come in late or not work the hours that he wanted to. He felt that there was a lot of pressure there. He also was thinking about old injustices, I would call it. He talked about somebody at the manufacturing plant was from high school, or he knew them from his past, and that there was some old injustice there, and he was trying to discern, okay, so how do I separate all this out? He also talked about who he shot. You can see it in the discovery packet, in the investigator's notes. He also said it to me in some of the interviews, in the interview that I had with him, that he initially had sort of a list in his head of who he was going to shoot and who he was not going to shoot. He then had to change that on the fly because one person that he was not going to shoot was actually sort of, I guess, accidentally in the space where he had just shot someone, and he was afraid that person was then going to take his gun or somehow interfere with him carrying out the rest of his plan. This is all planned, right? This is all part of, okay, I'm making decisions 1, 2, 3, 4 steps along a path. That's not knowledge of wrongfulness. The knowledge there is that I've decided who deserves to die and who doesn't, and I've already decided I'm going to shoot this person. And then a new person pops into the scene. Oh, I quickly have to make a decision. Yeah, I'm going to shoot this person because they're going to get in the way of me carrying out the rest of my plan.
So he decides who he's going to shoot and who he's not going to shoot. Builds his plan. Does he also do, I guess, make subsequent plans?
Yeah, so he made other plans. He had been bringing the gun, I believe. He said, and I think there's some stuff in the discovery, but he had been bringing the gun with him to work. Again, I believe what he said.
Well, the only thing I would say that I don't like is that these two experts were able to listen and be in court. I don't like that. I think that's a distinct disadvantage for the defense. So she now knows the line of questions that are coming up, type of thing. And she's listened to all three experts now, which I don't like that. I don't like that at all, actually.
About initially this was for self-protection. He brought the gun that day, though. There was more to the plan than self-protection. He, when he came to work, he worked his shift, although I guess he was apparently a little bit late, worked his shift, and he said nobody said anything to him about being late that day, but he was sensitive to the fact that he was late and that he was likely in trouble with HR for being late because he had been late. He knew that there were people at work who were plotting to fire him because of his probably poor hygiene, but also his tardiness. and maybe some unusual behaviors. I don't know that he knew what they were, and I didn't see specifically what they were, but there are statements in the HR files about people thought weird things were going on. People didn't trust him. He, of course, didn't trust them either, so there was a lot of back and forth there. But he came into work, but he didn't just walk into the plant and shoot people. He came into work, put his stuff in his locker, and then worked his shift, and then went back, got his gun, and then began shooting people because the Uber was coming to pick him up, and that was his escape plan.
Talk about his changing clothes. I think he talks to you, or does he tell you that he had clothes to change into, or did you see that in the discovery packet?
That's in the discovery packet.
And what do you attribute to that?
Well, every defendant I've ever spoken to that's changed their clothes has done it because they are trying to hide evidence of their actions. Now, there might be a legitimate explanation, but Mr. Foster didn't give me one, and he didn't give the detectives or any of the investigators one. However, if you think about the fact that when he got in the Uber, and he told me this, it's also in the Uber driver's statement, that when he got in the Uber and the Uber driver asked him, what's going on? Mr. Foster said, let's just go. We don't need to talk about this. Let's move on. This is all part of this process of, I'm going to do this. I did this. Now let's go and get out of here. He recognized that it was police who were arriving. He said that to me. It's also in the discovery information. So, he knew something had happened. Obviously, he knew something had happened at the plant. He's out of there. He is, and then he's changing clothes. He's not telling the Uber driver who's trying to figure out what's going on. To me, that's all signs of knowledge of wrongfulness.
I'll be honest with you, I don't agree with her. The only reason I don't agree with her is because, there could be a vast amount of reasons why he changed his clothes. There might be a vast amount of reasons why he didn't tell the Uber driver. Maybe he just was like, fuck it, I don't want to talk about it, dude. Just fucking drive. I want to get home, I want to go to bed. Do you know one of those things where you just don't want to talk to a taxi driver? Oh, there's loads of police here. Yeah, I know, dude, whatever. I don't know what it's about. Just get me home. So I don't agree with that statement that that's wrongfulness, that he lied. Well, I've been in planted taxis where you just don't want to talk to the taxi driver. You just want to get in there and get out of it. It's just not my thing, And the fact that he changed the clothes, there might be he might brought those clothes because he was just like, you know what, I'm just going to change it now. For whatever reason, I've got no reason for it, but I don't agree with her analysis of that personally. The reason mainly I don't agree with her is because he doesn't get rid of them. Like, if he was trying to hide all these things, he would get rid of them. He didn't. He went home and they were all available. They were all there. So, that doesn't make sense to me, that he changed to get rid of the clothes or hide it. Well, no. He may have changed because he didn't want to get blood on the car seat or something like this. Lots of things. Like, if he had the wrongfulness in his head, he would have just got rid of everything. But he didn't. So I don't agree with her there. I'm not making small talk. No, neither am I. Very rarely. Yes, very rarely. I love my Uber drivers to be quiet. Good morning, good afternoon, and that's it. Or good evening. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, great. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, great. Okay. We go to X, Y, and Z. Yes, we are. Okay. Do you want music on? Do you want music off? You choose, drive. You're good. You do what you want to do. I just want to be quiet. Okay, no worries.
Did you see any other indicators in your interview and or review of discovery that you thought pointed to the defendant knowing the wrongfulness?
And I think the key point is that he chose who he was going to shoot. And even his statements to me about deciding not to shoot the people at the school, at the university, because he wasn't quite sure about whether they should be shot or not. He said then, I don't want to shoot an innocent person. I don't want to be wrong.
But during his shooting, he ended up shooting somebody who happened to be there.
But he explained that that person got shot because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. And he thought that they would thwart the rest of his plan. Again, putting his motive of getting the plan, of delivering the plan as the priority.
Did the defendant ever say to you that he thought if he didn't kill his coworkers that he felt needed to be killed, that he would be killed before he could get out of KDC?
On that day?
Mm-hmm.
No, he never said that to me. In fact, he never told me that he felt threatened that day at KDC, physically threatened that day at KDC.
He did not tell you that he felt it was a me or them situation, and if he didn't shoot them, then he was going to be killed?
I don't think so.
I just want to make sure.
Okay. It would be in my report, and I don't remember that statement at all.
In your evaluation, you talked about him saying that he thought some of his coworkers may have been out to get him, right? That their absence caused him to think they were going to set him up. See that on page 11 of your report under number 2.
Yeah, that's correct.
So he thought that they were out to get him.
But he thought that for a long time. He was thinking people were out to get him for a very long time. So he never conveyed to me that that day, that moment, he felt imminently in danger until he started shooting people and someone got the gun from him. And then he was afraid someone would use the gun against him. But all that's part of knowing what is going on around you and being well aware. Yes, if you are shooting at people and someone takes the gun from you, it's highly likely somebody might shoot you.
You state at the bottom of that page, he said he specifically only shot at the people he thought were trying to get me killed.
Correct.
Not that were trying to kill me then.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I think we're talking about, in my mind, I'm talking about imminent threats by somebody standing right there in the moment versus a global, especially in the case of a delusional disorder, this global sense that the world is extremely dangerous and some people are more dangerous than others. And every day I'm negotiating dangerous situations.
Thinking that people are out to get
That people are out to get me, right?
He's just trying to figure out who it is.
Who it
that's
is.
trying to get
That's
him.
correct.
He does not tell you during your interaction with him that any of the people he shot had weapons or had tried to grab him and hurt him on that day.
Prior to him shooting, no. But he did say somebody took the gun from him
After he started
after
shooting.
he started shooting, right?
There was a physical.
There was an altercation in the gun. I can't remember his exact language. I don't think I have quoted him exactly, but what the picture that he depicted was somebody got the gun away from him. And that's when he then left the building.
On the next page, page 12, that first full paragraph, you talk about once he started shooting, some of his statements he had made to you. So after he shot that second person who he thought was going to try to stop him, he indicated that he was looking for a woman. Is that correct?
That's what he told me, yeah.
Who he said had threatened him before.
Correct.
And then he ran toward the office to quote, see who was in the office?
Yes,
And you indicate then before knowing if he was gonna shoot anyone in there or not.
he was going to make a choice.
Still no imminent risk of him being killed at this point in what he's saying to you.
He never indicated any risk until someone got the gun from him, and then he left the building and followed his plan to get in the car that was waiting for him. To me, that is just so methodical, so planned, so, following the steps, trying to get away.
Did you review the defendant's interview with law enforcement? Listen to that.
Yes, it's not been in the last couple of weeks though, so.
Do you recall within that hearing where he makes any statements saying that his coworkers were going to kill him that night?
I honestly don't remember that, no.
Do you ask him why he fled from KTC? Why he left the scene?
Well, he did tell me that he does not want to get killed. So the gun had been taken away from him. And so he's going to leave the scene now. And he's using the exit strategy that he had already arranged.
While you're talking with the defendant, he is relaying information to you, though, about his prior delusions, correct? About some of his delusions of having a bullet in him.
Correct. He did tell me some of that history, yeah. And that was consistent with what I'd read in the records. And, I specifically was asking about that because what I really wanted to know was he competent yet? Had that been addressed psychiatrically? And clearly it had been.
So it wasn't like he forgot about his previous delusions. He was able to remember what those were.
No, and that's part of the illness and the treatment that comes with the illness. COVH does a great job. And so they work with him to recognize, first of all, a person with a severe mental illness, these symptoms could come back if they're not treated under a lot of stress, they can come back. So we need to make sure that an individual is well aware of what it was that is the early sign of the symptoms coming back or getting more severe. So the profession, forensic treatment teams, teach a person about the nature of their delusions and help them reframe them and understand where they're coming from and when to be afraid that there's a new problem, right? A new symptom cropping up. And so he was aware of his belief about having bullets in his body, that this whole thing about the cousin being killed. He was aware of the things that were delusional and causing him more stress.
And I think you said something about the stress made his delusions or his paranoia worse.
So that's what happens in a mental illness. It's the more stress someone's under, and especially if they're not being appropriately treated, which we know he wasn't, then the likelihood is that the symptoms are going to become more severe.
What do you, how do you take the defendant's statements in his interview with the New Albany Police Department, where he talks about things like some of his delusions, right? He's talking about his mom, and he's talking about people threatening him back in 2013, and those kinds of getting people jobs, being an ambassador for Chipotle, talking about all these kinds of delusions. But when asked about shooting his gun or asked about doing the shooting at New Albany, he refuses to answer.
So he's delusional about the things that are very threatening to him. But in my opinion, he's not so delusional as to not be able to make lucid thoughts, lucid plans. And he knows that shooting people is illegal. It's against the law. It's also immoral. I don't know if he thinks about that or not, but legally, he knows that that's wrong. And that's where he was making that distinction about who he was going to shoot and who he wasn't going to shoot. So along that same thread, along that same channel, when the police ask him about shooting someone, he's not going to talk about it. Now, he didn't go as far as denying it and bluntly denying it, at least in the stuff that I saw, but he's just going to shut down and not talk about it. He, though, questioned, for instance, the veracity or the legality is a better word of the search warrant for his apartment, for instance. He questioned who's banging on his door, and when they said, something about it's the police, or, he opened the door, and what he told me was that he told them, don't shoot, don't shoot. He knew that he was about to be arrested. He knew that he was in trouble. It's the same when he was in the car with the Uber driver. He doesn't want to talk to the Uber driver about the police that are pulling into the parking lot right behind them. He wants that guy to get out of there. There was some statement, and I can't remember if he told me or if it's in the discovery, that he changed his clothes in the car, in the Uber car as well. Again, odd behavior, right? Unusual behavior. Now you could say, is it delusional? Well, at no point did he tell me that there was anything wrong with his clothing. The clothing was clothing. That never came up. So why did he change his clothes? And we can only make practical conclusions to that this is all part of hiding evidence, hiding the story that had unfolded.
Even if it wasn't a great plan and he didn't get rid of the clothing that was found in his apartment.
Great plans, I never see great plans.
But that makes zero sense. Because he's hiding evidence, but he left him in his apartment. This makes no sense to me. How can you have that view of him hiding evidence, but then him just leaving all the evidence in his house? There's no logic to that reasoning. I think you're trying to put a square peg into a round hole with that. That makes no sense.
Now, in his interview with the police, there's a point in that interview where he's questioned about, on video, it's you, Bruce, shooting these people. It's you shooting your 4 other coworkers.
He didn't want to see that.
He shook his head.
I don't want to see that.
Negative, and said, I don't believe so. Would you count that as a denial, the shaking the head, and I don't believe so?
So I'll give him the
That's
benefit of
not
the doubt there. Nobody wants to see shooting, right?
So he's asking him, that's you in that video, isn't it?
But he's also trying not to look at the video. I think that's the other thing that's coming up. So I'm not going to pass a judgment on that one. I think that's a very graphic thing to try to see. Shaking your head could be, no, I just can't even look at that. It could be a denial, but all the other steps are there. So that one, I just didn't put a lot of weight in.
And him not wanting to see the video because of graphicness or because it would be real, showing it him.
I'm
not sure.
So I've seen tons of videos. I don't like to watch them, right? I've seen other people see videos and have really bad reactions to them, whether they're the defendant or the victim. I think we as human beings can't judge what a person is doing when they're looking at something that graphic. Maybe as professionals, we've kind of grown up learning how to manage that information, but I think most people can't manage that information. So in that moment, shock, it could be shock, it could be denial, it could be grief. I mean, there's a lot of things it could be. I'm not going to give you.
With the defendant watching the video.
With the defendant seeing that video.
And he did not see the video.
He refused to look at it.
Right. He is asked during that interview with investigators, and he acknowledged that he knew something had happened at the workplace, correct? He was aware of it, he wasn't hurt, but he didn't want to talk anymore about it, right?
That's correct.
Like he had a chance to,
That's correct.
he didn't share any information. So on page 15 of your report, coming down to like the end of your report, talking about the analysis and your conclusion, that I don't know, last paragraph where it starts regarding the knowledge of wrongfulness. What is your clinical opinion? What do you state there?
In my professional opinion, the defendant knew the wrongfulness of these actions at the time of the charged offense, despite having an acute and severe mental illness.
And that's page 15. On page 14,
Yes.
do you say it's my clinical opinion that the defendant was delusional after being threatened by his coworkers, family, classmates whom he feared? That was his delusion, that he was being threatened. Is that
That's
correct? Okay. He wasn't actually threatened. That was just his delusion.
I found no evidence that that was reality.
And did you make all of these conclusions and opinions based upon a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes.
Thank you. Right. Just moving your
Mhm.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Dr. O'Donnell, good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Jeff Stavroff. I'm one of Bruce Foster's attorneys. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Can I just ask your name again? I didn't.
Jeff Stavroff.
Stavro. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir.
So you prepared a report on Mr. Foster's mental state at the time of the offense, correct?
That's correct.
You have it in your hand, right?
I have my, yes,
And that report is obviously reduced to writing. It's a written report.
it's a
right?
written report.
Okay. And so it's based off of a review of several documents and records, correct?
Quite a bit, quite a
Um,
few.
Documents you received from the prosecutor's discovery packet.
Yes,
Collateral records you received from various agencies, whether they're health providers, law enforcement, so on and so forth, right?
yes,
Also based on your in-person interview of Mr. Foster, right?
correct.
All right. And that interview was on February 18th, 2026.
26,
Okay.
correct.
And if any time, if you needed to pause and look at your
They just said it here now, Sarpi, so we'll see what she says here. I don't know. She says it can
so
appear.
on and so forth, right?
Yes,
Okay. Also based on your in-person interview of Mr. Foster, right?
correct.
All right. And that interview was on February 18th, 2026.
26,
February 1826. So it was, I don't remember when it all happened. Yes, so it was well after, yes.
correct.
And if any time, if you needed to pause and look at your report, please do so.
Okay, thanks.
That interview lasted for an hour and 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
That was the only time you met Mr. Foster, right?
That's correct.
And that was at the Licking County Jail.
Yes,
You made findings and you rendered an opinion in your report, as we just heard, right?
that's right.
And that included your analysis, really showed your work about how you reached your opinion, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you agree with me, it's fair to write a thorough and complete report, right?
Yes, sir.
In any circumstance, right?
That's the goal.
Okay.
Yes,
And it's based on your review of the data and the facts,
yes, sir.
based on your interview of Mr. Foster, and based off of your training and experience, right?
That's correct.
So you include as much detail in there as possible, right?
I do.
I agree.
And the reason you put it in writing is so that it's fresh in your mind. So if you're being called to testify maybe a year and a half later, you remember what happened, right?
Do I remember, are you asking me, do I remember exactly what happened?
I kind of fouled up that question. Let me put it a different way. So you put it in writing so that you remember what you observed and what you perceived for possible use at a later time.
Correct. To use while I'm sitting here without all the things that I had in front of me at the time.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. So when you first, I want to talk about when you first met Mr. Foster. He was at the Licking County Jail. Before that, he was at Central Ohio Behavioral Health, correct?
Yes, Lord.
And he was there because two of your colleagues, Dr. Ledgerwood and Dr. Stinson, had deemed him not competent to stand trial.
Correct.
But he was restorable within the time allotted by law, right?
Apparently. Mhm.
Okay. And you weren't involved in those reports, right?
No, I was not.
And before you did your interview of Mr. Foster, you hadn't considered the findings in those reports, right?
I had or had not.
Had not.
That's probably not accurate. I mean, I had considered that whether he was competent now or not, because I knew that a competency evaluation had been done.
I guess my question was, you hadn't read actually verbatim those reports before you saw Mr. Foster. I believe you
That's
said,
correct. That's correct.
I believe you said you wanted to keep it independent.
I try to keep it as independent as possible.
Right, okay. So the court ordered him, Mr. Foster, to undergo restoration treatment, to your knowledge, right?
Yes,
And that included the introduction of medication.
that's correct.
Because at that time in his life, Mr. Foster was psychotic.
When doctors Stinson and Ledgerwood saw him, they both opined that he was incompetent due to the symptoms of his mental illness.
Yes, and you said something under direct examination that resonated very well for me, who's not a psychologist, but he had textbook signs of delusion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he acted with, would you agree with me that based on your review of the records, that he was acting with acutely delusional beliefs with paranoia?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that he had grandiose thinking?
Yes.
And he would say things like, and I'm quoting from page 8 of your report.
Yes.
You can flip there if you
Yep.
want, or you can just take my word for it. I am great at everything I do. And he noted that he was in danger because family members wanted to cause him harm, and also the mafia.
I believe that's what he told Dr. Ledgerwood.
Okay, but that's your recitation of what Dr. Ledgerwood was saying.
That's correct.
In reviewing collateral records to arrive at your own opinion.
Yes, and so what I was doing there was comparing the mental status, his presentation to me, to what he had looked like when I didn't look at Dr. Stinson's report because I got that later, but comparing what Dr. Ledgerwood saw to what I saw.
Okay. And he also had some, what you would call somatic delusions at that time, correct?
Mhm.
So he believed, and he actually was taken to a hospital because his delusional mind, he had bullet fragments in his body.
That's correct.
But you and I both know in reality, there were no bullets in him, right?
I had to look that all up, but yes,
And those were based on the records you reviewed.
that's right.
Okay. And eventually he becomes competent over time and he's sent back to the Licking County Jail, right?
Correct.
And he's medicated and he's being compliant with medications to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, that's what he told me. That's what the records revealed.
And you come to realize that he's becoming less fixated on his delusional beliefs.
That's correct.
And that tracks with how you interviewed him and how you found him when you interviewed him in February of 2026.
That's correct.
So when you met him, he didn't have nearly the amount of paranoia or delusional beliefs that he had back in February 4th, 2025, correct?
Fortunately not.
And he didn't have delusions of grandiosity when he met and sat down with you at the jail.
No, he did not.
He didn't say that I'm the greatest, I'm going to be a doctor, I have a cure for cancer, or anything of that effect.
No, the complete opposite. He was humble and gracious and polite and calm.
He was pleasant to speak with.
He was.
Okay.
He's a likable guy.
And he didn't endorse those somatic delusions, like having the bullet fragments in his body.
He recognized that those were delusions.
Right. If you note on page 10 of your report, he could chronologically organize his version of events, as well as those that preceded and following the shooting when you met with him.
That's correct.
Okay. He couldn't, and I know you didn't meet with him while he was still psychotic, but based on your experience, you probably would have a very difficult time doing that in a psychotic state, right?
He would have a hard time, I think, not including the delusional beliefs in his account, which is why the doctors found him incompetent.
Okay. And you saw the police interrogation of Mr. Foster, correct?
Mhm.
That's a very difficult video to watch, right?
It is.
He's all over the place.
That's true.
And the only the only way you would ever know he was psychotic is by reviewing records, correct?
Well, that interview gave me an inkling that there was something going on.
I
Is
guess
that what you mean?
I guess I would consider that a record too. Just
Oh, I see.
Records, videos, anything that was provided to you
I see.
other than your firsthand experience.
I lost it. It's late in the day.
It was
So
a little.
give me a
compounded.
break here.
But other than reviewing the records that you did and the collateral records that you received from the prosecutor in discovery, you would have that's how you determined Mr. Foster to be psychotic, correct?
Yes, and can I go just a little bit further with that?
Sure.
Because you mean in comparison to what I was seeing when I was actually interviewing him in the moment in
Exactly.
2026.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. I want to talk about this delusional framework because I think it's really important. I mean, you said it great, textbook delusion. You had learned that Mr. Foster had been pink slipped on 2 previous occasions, correct?
I knew that. Yes.
Okay. And a pink slip's just a informal term for an involuntary hospitalization, correct?
That's correct.
And you learned that he had been previously diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder.
Yes.
And you noted on page 9 that he made a self-report of numerous delusional statements, and I'm going to highlight a few of them.
Okay.
You noted that Mr. Foster told you he had an increasingly pervasive belief. These are from self-reports of other records, but Mr. Foster had an increasingly pervasive belief that he was being watched, monitored, and was in danger from people trying to kill him. You also note that he said he thought these people were the mafia or gangs, as you said in your direct examination
Yeah.
testimony.
Sorry about that.
It's one of the same for us in reality, but were either trying to get me killed or were themselves going to kill him. You remember that from page 9 of your
Yes.
report.
Yes.
Okay. So, and he also identified people from various groups, his relatives, his classmates, his coworkers, and he didn't know whom to trust when he was psychotic.
Correct.
And then you also noted under direct examination that at the same time while all these psychotic behaviors are happening, he's declining pretty substantially.
He is. He's still holding 2 jobs and
Sure.
trying to keep his day together. So
But he's not sleeping well, right?
he's not sleeping well.
He's extremely nervous.
He's getting more and more distressed.
He's having difficulty completing daily tasks.
Yes,
He's not showing up to work on time.
that seems to be a pattern for him. But so I'm now very careful to what you're saying, because what I'm doing as the clinician in the room is I'm thinking about, on a continuum, how bad was he?
I understand that.
Okay.
But so he's still showing up late to school. I'm sorry, late to work though, right?
Yes.
He's hearing voices at these times, from time to time, correct? He's having auditory hallucinations.
Do I say that somewhere?
Yes, that would be at page 9 of your report. We're still on Mr. Foster's self-report.
Oh, and a self-report. Okay.
Yes. So these are all the things that
Yes.
what I'm getting at, these are all the things that Mr. Foster's conveying to other clinicians while he's psychotic, okay? And so he's isolating himself out of fear of being hunted while he's psychotic, correct? Again, that's page 9 of your report.
So, okay.
And he's extremely preoccupied with figuring out who's trying to hurt him.
He is.
Right.
That's correct.
And he's trying to figure out, as you said on direct, who's safe and who's not safe.
That's correct.
Who do I discern as a threat? Who do I discern as friendly to me?
That's correct.
And he, on page 11, you said he specifically only shot at the people he thought were, quote, trying to get him.
That's correct.
Again, on page 11, he thought some of the people at KDC were working for, quote, the guys who were trying to kill me.
That's right.
In fact, Mr. Foster thinks that some of the people he shot, as you referenced, were from high school. That's his delusional belief that.
And something that happened in 2013.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's delusion. That's not the reality, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
To my knowledge.
And eventually, as you answered on direct, he bought a gun, right?
Yeah.
And he bought a gun for protection.
He made it very clear that that's why he bought that gun.
Right. He didn't buy a gun to intentionally inflict harm on people. That's not what he conveyed to you,
No,
correct?
that's not what he conveyed to me.
Right. And he brought the gun to work in his bag.
Regularly. He
Okay.
carried it with him all the time.
And he got it out towards the end of his shift, and he shot people. We know what happened.
So that's where I think the line is crossed.
So, but he got the gun out of his bag, and he began shooting people. ever.
That's correct. Mhm.
So he told you, and I'm at page 12 of your report, that he didn't think the people he shot were innocent, right? That's what his report is to you.
Not all of them.
Okay. And in fact, I believe he even tells you, or he tells someone in the course of this, and I'm at page 12 of your report, he was trying to shoot a woman who he said had threatened him before, but he couldn't find her.
That's correct.
Okay. And all the victims in this case, I believe, are male, right?
Okay.
Okay. And he told you it'd be wrong to shoot an innocent person.
That's right.
Someone eventually took the gun away from him, and he said he was scared he would be killed with it, correct?
Correct.
And that tracks what you've read from the discovery file about how the gun was stripped from Mr. Foster.
Right.
And he ordered an Uber from his phone and went home just as the police were arriving.
So I believe he ordered the Uber
Yes.
before he shot these people, and that the Uber was there waiting for him in preparation to take him home.
And he was eager to get home and get out of KDC.
Yes,
All right. And when he got home, he threw up, he took a shower,
that's what he told me. Okay,
he went to bed.
that's what he said.
In fact, the next morning, that's when he was waken up by the
Wait,
marshals.
right.
And so he's telling you these things, and he's endorsing these things while he's confident, correct?
He's telling me these things. Yes, because I interviewed him a year later.
And he's medicated, correct?
Correct.
He's on psychotropic medications, and to your knowledge, he's being compliant with those medications.
Correct.
Whereas in the past, he was not compliant with those medications, and he was psychotic.
Correct.
So you reviewed the pink slip records. You mentioned that at page 7 through 8 of your report. He was pink slip because, at least on one occasion, he was making threats to his mother, correct?
That's right.
And he had this delusional and paranoid belief that his mother was conspiring against him.
That's right.
It's part of this theme that people are plotting against him or conspiring against him.
It's a consistent theme.
Okay. And you watched him being interrogated by the police. And he tells the police he thought his mom was putting drugs in his drinks.
That's what he told me.
And that a lot of people want him to die.
Yes.
You would agree with me that he was manic during that interview.
Yes. I
So,
would agree with that.
I use that term loosely, but someone in your field, mania is a symptom of, is it like a byproduct or symptom of bipolar disorder?
It is a symptom of bipolar disorder.
So you might, if you're manic, you might have high energy.
Yes.
Or if you're manic, you might be very grandiose about having certain delusions.
Yes.
And you also might not be sleeping a lot.
So you would be if you are manic, you are very likely to be grandiose and have delusions, not grandiose about delusions. Okay, just be careful.
Thank you.
So grandiose and have delusions, very unlikely to be sleeping.
Okay. So again, he was all over the place during that interview, right?
Yes.
And he asked, do you remember him asking for an interpreter at the very beginning?
I do not remember that.
Would you believe me if I told you that Mr. Foster asked for an interpreter?
I would hope you would not lie.
Yes. And would you agree with me that Mr. Foster speaks the English language?
He does speak English.
So it would be odd to you for someone who is speaking English. It's like if I asked for an interpreter and having a conversation like you and I are having right now, you'd find that odd, right?
That would be an unusual question.
Because there's nothing to interpret. We understand each other.
Correct.
So he told the police it looks like a big setup, and he asked about a pardon, correct?
He did.
A pardon.
Pardon? He did.
He kept asking, he wanted to talk to a judge or an attorney or an official. He made reference to those type of figures, correct?
He actually made reference to having some kind of document that gave him an immunity.
Yes. And he wants to get in front of a judge or an attorney as soon as possible, right?
Because he recognizes that he's in legal trouble.
Okay. And you saw the video again, and he's asking the police officers to get a copy of that video in front of a judge specifically, correct?
Correct.
And he tells the officers that he wouldn't lie to the judge, right? Would you believe me if I told you that he told the officers that he wouldn't lie to the judge?
Okay.
Okay. And
I'm just going to stop. So it's hard for me to know that you are telling me the truth. I'm sorry, because I've had the experience where an attorney has not told the truth. So I will take your word for it but don't give me credit for acknowledging it, okay? Like
No, and listen to me. If you want to listen or see any portion of the interrogation, we can do that. It's queued up.
Okay.
But I think you can trust me in saying that what I'm representing is true about
Okay.
Mr. Foster's interview. Okay?
All right.
We understand each other?
Okay, we do. Yeah,
So-
I just want to make sure we do, so.
I understand you. And the bottom line is the person you saw in that video is a completely different person that you met in February of 2026.
Absolutely.
And you watched the surveillance footage from KDC-1, correct?
I did.
And it's very graphic.
It is.
It's very disturbing. He reports to work late, correct?
Yes,
He's wearing his uniform to the best of your knowledge.
it looked like it.
And do you recall footage of him in the cafeteria?
No.
Would it help you if
But
I
I
showed?
went very fast through that because I do not want to see that.
Would it help you if I showed you about a 20-second video?
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to play it.
Oh, no, it's just up there, you sent it.
I know. Your Honor, I'm playing what's been previously identified and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 2A. This is the KDC video timeline, and I'm at timestamp, or I will be going to timestamp 120.
Okay.
1 minute and 20 seconds.
There you go.
Okay, Dr. O'Donnell, do you see what's on the screen right now?
I do.
Does that fairly depict what you saw?
Yeah, and when I was going really fast through these videos.
I understand. There's a lot of things to go through. But
Yeah.
I'm just going to play from timestamp we're at 121. I'm going to play it for like 20 seconds. or
Okay.
so, okay. All right, I'm stopping it at timestamp 2 minutes and 8 seconds. When I watch that video, I make some observations, and one of the things I'm looking at is I'm sorry, I'll turn off the video, but one of the things I'm looking at is the way Mr. Foster is moving his hands. You see that he's shaking his hands in that video, correct?
Yes?
I'm also making an observation about his face. He's wearing some sort of protective equipment, probably because this is like a FDA compliant facility, so they don't want to contaminate things that they're making. But he's wearing a hairnet, he's wearing a mask, it looks like he has a gown on. So you can't, he's somewhat concealed in this circumstance, correct?
Correct, I wasn't sure it was him.
Right. And you can see his mouth and his jaw moving up and down. Do you recall that?
I didn't see that.
Would you like me to replay it for you?
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
Would you trust me if I told you that his jaw was moving up and down, correct?
Okay.
I mean, I would be happy to replay it for you.
I'm listening, continue.
So, there was no one around him, correct?
Correct.
And there was a gentleman who comes in towards the end of that little clip, and he appears to be getting a napkin or a fork or something like that. But no one appears to be within range, perimeter of Mr. Foster,
Okay.
such that he'd be having a conversation. You can agree with me about that, right?
No one was there for him to have a conversation with.
So if he's moving his jaw and he's moving his hands around, I mean, that almost sounds like he's talking to him. It looks like he's talking to himself, right?
I have other hypotheses, but okay.
It could be a reasonable hypothesis that you consider, though, right?
It could be a reasonable hypothesis.
And it's hard to really discern that because we don't have audio, which that's
Right.
fair, right?
Right.
Okay. So do you believe it's undisputed, all the experts in this case agree that Mr. Foster has severe mental disease, correct?
That is my opinion.
All right. And you believe that he did know the wrongfulness of his conduct on February 4th, 2025?
100%.
So you, in page 14, which I would say this is where you show your work essentially, and you really provide your analysis. On page 14, you list a few points, and you don't list them in bullet points, but I'm just going to kind of summarize them for you, and you can tell me if you agree with them. Your points for finding knowledge of wrongfulness are the discrepancy in how he chose his victims, leaving the scene and encouraging the Uber to leave the scene, changing his clothes, and a motive to retaliate against his employer. Was that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Did you ever consider any counterpoints to your analysis that might make you reach a different opinion, meaning that Mr. Foster did not know the wrongfulness of his conduct?
I absolutely considered whether he did not know the wrongfulness of his conduct. So I looked to see what signs there would be that he did not know. For instance,
All right, so
when he walked into the
I need you
cafeteria.
to stop right there. I'll ask you some more direct questions about that.
Okay.
So you opine on that same page that there are discrepancies in how Mr. Foster chose his victims. He admittedly shot someone he had not previously identified whom he thought might try to thwart him just because of proximity. That
Correct.
sounds right? So isn't that true in Mr. Foster's delusional mind? The people he shot were an imminent threat to his life. You know, he had no choice but to kill them.
So I disagree with that statement. I disagreed with it when the prosecutor brought it up.
Isn't that consistent with the medical records that you reviewed while he was psychotic and while he was undergoing competency restoration treatment?
He was delusional and had been delusional for months.
And did you review the records from COVH and the providers that, and
Yes.
isn't it true that he made statements to the effect of a conspiracy against him?
He did. He
Yeah.
made those statements and he had been making them for months.
Okay, and isn't it true that Mr. Foster clearly said, we're all in agreement, it'd be wrong to shoot an innocent person?
He clearly said that.
And in his delusional mind, he didn't think that people he shot were innocent.
Except the one person who was going to maybe thwart him. And also the
But he
discernment
told you
about,
it'd be wrong to shoot and kill an innocent person.
he did.
All right, and he didn't shoot his coworkers at Chipotle, right?
He did not shoot
And
them.
he didn't shoot his fellow students or professors at school.
He chose who
And
to
he
shoot.
didn't shoot his family.
He did not.
Okay, though
He
they,
accepted
though he
money
did,
from his family.
okay,
His
so but
pride.
though he did threaten them in the past, and that's why one of the reasons why he was pink slipped, correct?
Correct.
So he was suspicious about his family's intentions, right?
For months. I think that's why they sent him back from California.
And he had no hesitation shooting his coworkers because in his mind he was certain, right?
He had a list of people that he thought were going to harm him, which
But he-
happened to be somebody who was going to fire him.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But he felt like he had to act first, right?
He felt like he had to act first. He felt like he had to act in that moment.
So, yes, thank you. And you mentioned this issue of shooting someone just because of proximity. That video, I mean, it's chaotic. People are running. Some people are seemingly running in tandem, like parallel with Mr. Foster, and I don't think they even know that he was the shooter.
Correct.
Okay, so it's craziness there.
Mhm.
He's not shooting them though, right?
No, he was very specifically choosing who he was shooting. He had a motive about who he was going to shoot.
So proximity is not really the issue here, okay? It's the delusional thinking that's the issue. It's the delusion that's causing him to believe that these are the people that are part of the mafia and the people that are out to get me, and that I need to kill them before they kill me.
So he could not refrain from shooting them.
So I want to talk about leaving the scene. You opine again at page 14 that Mr. Foster carefully chose the time to carry this out to coincide with his ride away from the crime scene,
Correct.
and that he encouraged the driver to leave, not investigate any further.
Correct.
Isn't it true that Mr. Foster used Uber as his primary, the only form of transportation?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true that you ordered it from his own phone,
He did,
from his own account,
very methodically.
and it was from his own account, though, correct?
Correct.
Right, and he took the Uber to his home.
He did.
The mafia. Yeah, an aside about the mafia. He's frightened about the mafia.
Interestingly, yes.
Okay, because it's delusional. It's interesting to us because we know that's not true in reality, right? But in his mind, he is delusionally afraid and fearful of the mafia, right?
Correct.
So eventually you came to learn that the mafia is not a couple people, but the mafia might be the mafia's members of his family, members of his
It's a
agency.
large cohort.
Yes, including law enforcement and the police too, right?
So that is not clear to me because once he found out that it was the police at the door, he opened the door.
He was afraid what the mafia would do to him if he stuck around any longer at KDC though, right?
But he went home.
Yes, and he went home because he was afraid, right?
Okay.
And it seems like an inference that you draw from this point. It's a fair inference, but that he left because, leaving the crime is consciousness of guilt, right?
So that is one indication of leaving the scene
It's
is
one-
often considered an indication of knowledge of wrongfulness. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that may make sense for you and me who aren't psychotic, who have their faculties and don't have a severe mental disease, right?
Okay.
And Mr. Foster was psychotic back on February 4th, 2025, right?
He was.
I talked about changing his clothes. Again, at page 14, you're opining he apparently changed his clothes as he was leaving.
Yes.
Again, he committed these acts on an open floor of KDC.
He did.
It was well lit, right?
Yes.
And in front of dozens of witnesses.
Correct.
Without any face covering. Is that a yes or no?
Well, you just showed me a video. He was all covered.
That wasn't the shooting, was it? That was before the shooting,
That
right?
was before the shooting.
Okay, it's really important that we get this straight though. Before the shooting, he's wearing his uniform and he's masked up.
Correct.
Okay. Before he starts shooting, he takes off the mask.
He does.
Okay. And he's clearly visible. His face is visible.
Yes.
In fact, it's not everyone knows who the shooter is, and it doesn't take much longer to find out it was Mr. Foster. So he wasn't wearing a mask, right?
Correct.
Right. And you mentioned that, I think, very early on in your direct examination. Knowledge of wrongfulness. We're looking at a legal, not a psych construct, but we're looking at things like masks, clothes, and stuff like that. He's not wearing a mask. He's not covering.
No, and I did not imply that those were factors that he did. That's when I'm teaching about wrongfulness. Those are examples of knowledge of wrongfulness when people try to hide their appearance or run away from the scene.
Now that we've established he wasn't hiding his appearance, he's not wearing any gloves to hide fingerprints or anything like that, to your knowledge. And he didn't pick up his shell casings as
Objection, he was wearing gloves. On video. So it's characterization.
I'll withdraw the question and I'll move on to the next question. All right. So he didn't pick up his shell casings. Did he?
No, I do not believe that he did.
That's really important because there's a firearm that was collected,
Mhm.
and if they can find the shell casings, they can match that to the firearm.
Of course, that's what a logical person would think.
So he didn't do that, and he didn't discard the clothing once he got home that he took off, right? The clothing was at his home.
It was still at his home. That's correct. It
And
was
the
found in the search warrant.
The boxes of ammunition, including the ammunition, the box that he opened up,
That's correct.
put into the Glock clip and used in the shooting, that was found in his apartment.
Yes.
In the box that he purchased the firearm, that comes from the manufacturer, that was found in the apartment too.
Correct. Yeah, that was all found with the search warrant that he questioned.
Okay. I'm not trying to be annoying, but we need a yes or no. That's fine.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. The police found all of that,
Yes, they did.
and they found him in his home.
He was at his home the next morning.
They found him in a very vulnerable state when he was sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Right. They didn't find him at an airport boarding a plane.
No, after he'd had a night's sleep.
Okay. So recall the surveillance footage. Actually, I'll withdraw that question, but it would make sense for someone to conceal their identity when they commit a crime, right?
Gosh. So 30 years of doing these cases,
But
it's rare for people to conceal their identity, frankly.
So
So
let me just give you an example. If you and I rob a bank and we don't want to get caught,
I rob a bank. I'm going to do it very differently than this.
I would agree with you. We could talk about that after this trial. But if you and I are going to rob a bank and we don't want to get caught, maybe we're going to cover our faces, right?
Maybe.
We're going to maybe cover our tracks, at least to some extent, to make sure that we throw the police off or we send them on a different trail. Correct?
That's we are very different.
Yes. And
Somebody-
Mr. Foster is very different.
That's
from us.
correct.
Thank you. So. The last thing I want to really consider is the motive theory, the disgruntled employee theory, because you opine at page 13 and 14 of your report that some of Mr. Foster's victims were involved in an investigation that could have led to his termination, and additional discovery information suggested that he knew he was at risk of losing his job.
That's correct.
No one told him he was getting fired, though, correct?
He knew he had been written up for being tardy.
Not my question. No one told him he was getting fired, though, right? It's a yes or no question.
I'm flipping through the pages in the discovery. In
You
my
can flip through the pages of your report, 13 to 14.
Okay. To my knowledge, nobody explicitly wrote on a piece of paper, you're going to get fired.
And that makes sense because he showed up for work, right?
He did show up. And in fact, he worked the weekend before, according to him.
And he clocked in, right?
Late.
And yes, of course he did, because he's consistently late, because his life's falling apart at
Yes,
that point. But he
100%.
goes in and clocks in and he passes the security desk, correct?
Yes.
No one stops him and says, "Hey, Bruce, you're fired. Get the hell out of here," right?
No, they let him work his whole shift.
Exactly. So he works his whole shift, and no one told him he was going to be fired. Or,
Well, that was all part of his leaving.
no, actually, I believe you reviewed records from
Correct.
KC1. And you're telling me, you would agree with me that the records in KDC-1 in no circumstance indicate that he was put on notice that his termination was imminent.
So I think there was a train wreck of situations here. He had been fired from another job for being tardy.
Let me stop you there. I'm not talking about Chipotle or any other job. I'm just talking about KDC-1 and the records that you reviewed at KDC-1.
To my knowledge, he wasn't specifically told you're going to be fired.
Thank you. So
Why do they make it so hard? Just answer the question.
the people he shot were not HR, people in the HR department, correct?
That I don't know. I did not draw lines to who was who.
Okay, and the HR department would normally be the people who have the hiring and firing authority, correct?
Correct. Like in the office.
These people weren't in a nice air-conditioned office. They were out on the shop floor. The people I'm talking about, the people that were shot, right?
The people that were shot were from the floor. That's correct.
They were in QA, quality assurance.
Okay.
All right. So I want to get back to something you said early on about malingering. You had no reason to suspect Mr. Foster was malingering his symptoms, right?
That's correct.
You have no reason to believe that this was substance-induced psychosis, correct?
I did not think that this was substance-induced psychosis. I dismissed the importance of his frequent marijuana use.
Yes. So he smoked a lot of marijuana, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But that's not something that you would consider caused any of his delusions or his mental illness, correct?
No, I believe he has a mental illness.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back through your report just to kind of wrap things up. So, at the beginning, you told me that your report was fair and complete, and it sounds like you didn't really consider any alternative hypotheses to the theories that you reached. And one of the examples I want to give you is that Mr. Foster fled the scene. Remember, we know he fled the scene. Did you ever think to ask him why he fled the scene?
When I talked to him about it, he said I was getting out of there because I thought somebody was going to kill me.
Okay. Did you ask any more questions about why he thought someone was going to kill him?
Well, he'd already told me all of his delusions about why people were going to kill him.
Because the mafia was going to kill him if he stuck around anymore.
Okay.
Because the police are one and the
You're
same with the
telling me
mafia.
that. He did not tell me that.
But you reviewed collateral records
I
that
did.
clearly said that were better, more reliable than what he's telling you when
That's
he's
correct.
saying, because he was psychotic at the time, right?
That's right.
So you didn't ask why he changed his clothes, correct?
I did not specifically ask why he changed
You didn't produce any of those considerations, those maybe competing theories in writing in your reports, correct?
He specifically, in both the collateral information and in the records that I had, made it very clear that he had an intention, he
Let me ask
remembered the intention,
I'm going to ask
he
you to
knew
stop
the
right there because you're not
illegalities
answering
of
my
it.
question. So the question I asked you was, you didn't reduce those alternative findings to writing in your report, yes or no?
I don't understand the question.
I asked you to consider alternative hypotheses, maybe a different explanation for why he fled the scene, why he changed
Oh, so
his
you're
clothes.
asking me why I don't have alternative hypotheses in my report?
I'm not asking you why, but I'm asking you, you did not contain them in your report, yes or no?
Contain them.
They're not written in your report, right?
So you're asking me why I didn't put them in my report?
They're just not in your report, right?
They're not, the alternative is not in my report.
Thank you. And that would have given you possibly more data to consider in this case, correct?
If it was in my report,
If you ask him the questions, it's going to give you more information about him and his state of mind, right?
I believe I did a very thorough job.
Maybe moving on. Sure. Dr. Dell, thank you for your patience. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Dr. O'Donnell, you're on air, first witness.
Sure.
And you respond to statement 22L. L. That is a corrective action from KDC, correct? For Bruce Foster?
That's correct.
And up at the top of that, it indicates that it's a final, is that correct?
It does say final.
And on the second page of that document, as soon as you have a chance to flip to the second page,
Where it says the above, oh, the second page, okay.
it's signed by Bruce Foster, correct?
Correct.
And I can't remember which paragraph it was where it talked, I think it's up toward the top. Does it indicate what will happen if Mr. Foster has another tardy or unexcused absence?
He signed it on January 2025. Let's see. Been discussed with him multiple times, improve his attendance. Expectation is not to accumulate any points going forward within 1 year at any point. Any point that he accumulates, any points that he accumulates will result in termination.
And that was signed by the defendant, correct?
It was signed by his supervisor, and it looks like it says employee signature, so I'm guessing that's Mr. Foster's signature. I don't know.
So it has his name on it.
Yes, it does.
So it is a document that was gone over with Bruce Foster, correct, where he was now aware
It
that,
appears to be.
yeah, and then
And someone wrote the excuse of the tardiness is the Uber situation.
yeah, and yes, information. So he was on notice. Would you agree, based upon this document right here, that another absence, another tardy, you're gonna be fired?
He absolutely was on notice there. He had lost the job at Chipotle. He told me that he was failing his classes because he was late to his classes.
I wanted to ask you what your alternative hypothesis, when you were asked a question about his behavior in the cafeteria,
Yeah.
what would you attribute that to, or do you have an alternative hypothesis?
So I actually when I saw him, I was thinking about things like tardive dyskinesia, which is a neurological disorder. A lot of people who have severe mental illness, when they're off medication or on the wrong medication, they have tremors, jaw tremors, hand tremors, tongue flipping. There's several neurological conditions that look like that. He also was obviously struggling to make a decision about what he wanted. I was trying to figure out in the moment. He got a reasonable drink, sat on the counter. I don't know if they have to pay for what they're doing there in the cafeteria, but he looked like he was following the norms of the proceedings there. That's my point about him the whole time.
You wouldn't interpret that as him being agitated?
I did not see him as particularly agitated, although I will concede he is a very mentally ill person and he was not in good shape.
Thank you. Which brings me to the question of that mentally ill people, delusional people, psychotic people can commit acts and know their wrongfulness.
Yes, and I think it's really important to recognize in this case that he was a very mentally ill person and he tried really hard to keep his life on the rails, but eventually he couldn't hold it together. He couldn't refrain from taking an action on these delusions. And unfortunately, I think it was 1990 or 1997, we kicked the refrain clause out of the NGRI statute.
The impulse,
Right, he could not refrain from taking an action on this delusional thinking, even though he knew it was wrong and it was dangerous. He knew it was dangerous to him. He knew it was dangerous to innocent people, and he knew that there were legal consequences. In fact, he tried to use the legal consequences. Oh, that search warrant's not legal. Oh, get me in front of a judge. I want to talk to. I don't know that he said I want to talk to a lawyer, but he was careful about acknowledging he understood his rights. He knew all that.
In fact, he said it was wrong to kill or shoot an innocent, right?
That's exactly.
But he in fact did shoot an innocent. By his own
By his
definition.
definition, his definition.
By his definition. His own definition. When he shot Nick Harris, who was with the first guy he shot, right?
Yes.
You were asked about him and his plan, his maybe flawed plan, right? Where he didn't put a mask on, he didn't pick up the casings. Folks can make plans. They don't have to be good plans.
I didn't mean to be flip about that, but 30 years, I don't see people don't come to me because they had a good plan. People make mistakes in their plans, and a lot of times it's because of their mental illness or inexperience in committing crimes successfully. I mean,
would you agree that
practice.
Mr. Foster wouldn't really have much time to pick up casings? But he's chasing a man down, shooting him while in the back while he's running, and then he's going to the next place to shoot people and getting the gun taken away from him, and then he's got to run because he's afraid he's now going to get shot.
That was the conclusion I reached.
And if I tell you that the video that's been admitted into evidence here in court shows Bruce Foster wearing gloves during the shooting, would you believe that?
I'll give you the same latitude that I give the defense.
I think you said something that he had to act in that moment, right? He tells you that he had to do it, but he didn't act until he had called for an Uber to make sure he had to get away.
Correct.
And he didn't act until he had already changed his clothes in that production room first, and modified his uniform. He changed into something else,
his clothes, right?
and then changed again in Uber. But
We can't know exactly why he changed his clothes, but when you look at these in the aggregate, when you look at each step, it certainly went to his benefit. At no point did he do something that deviated from the one thing he wanted to do, which was shoot these people and avoid being caught for doing it.
That makes no sense. In no way did he deviate. He used his own account to go on the Uber straight afterwards. He went home to his actual place. He didn't get rid of his gun. He didn't get rid of his clothes. He didn't run away anywhere. He was there when the officers turned up. How that's just bizarre that she just said all of that. Like, I question her ability in this. I don't get it.
Ross, Mr. Severin.
Yes, sir. Dr. O'Donnell, it states exhibit 22L that Ms. Wells handed you a copy of.
Yes.
Mr. Foster was on notice that he could be terminated, right?
Can you get the 22L so I can see it again?
Yeah, for sure. Yes.
Can I read it?
Go ahead and take a look at it.
Okay. So the above absences have contributed to 23 points. KDC's policy results in a termination beyond 10 points. And then the plan for improvement, as I said, I'm an administrator of an agency, and so I recognize this form. The expectation is not to accumulate any more points. It doesn't say more. It says any points going forward within 1 year, and any point that he accumulates will result in termination.
Okay. So he's on notice that there's his conduct in showing up late could result in his termination, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, but no one told him he was fired.
Hey, Tinsley.
No one told him that. To my knowledge, that day, he was not told he was fired.
And that record does not contain anything that says you
Good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well.
are terminated, or we are starting termination proceedings, right?
In my agency, this and the language
I'm
on
not
it,
asking about your agency, I'm
Okay.
asking about the document.
policy results in a termination beyond 10 points. To me, that says you're about to be terminated.
Okay, but no one's told him he's been fired, right? Because he showed up for work and he clocked in and he worked a full shift, right?
That's correct.
And that was back on January 6th. That document's correct.
This document is from January the 8th,
I'm sorry, January 8th.
Yeah.
My mistake.
No.
And then the shooting occurred February 4th, 2025.
1 month later.
And I want to ask you about Mr. Foster's definition of innocent. His definition of a lot of things back in February 4th, 2025 is marred by his delusion, correct?
Definition of things back February 2025. It's marked by delusion. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. So that's my process.
I am too. It's okay, but we're almost done.
Okay.
Everything he's considering at
Can you
that
do that one
time,
more time? I'm sorry.
his definition of delusion doesn't sync up with the reality of
His definition of innocence
innocent. I'm
doesn't
sorry.
sync up with, okay, I'll give you that.
Yes. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Doctor. You guys have done? Josh, nice to meet you. You did. All right, council, come on up here. Let's talk about schedules.
This is prosecutors, and those were here. Thank you.
I was muted, hang on. I'll just leave it at it. Why can't they say out loud? Come on, I want to know what's going on. Everyone loves Boston Dave. Everyone loves him. What's that, chewing gum? Oh, we can't see where it is. I'll try to lower the white noise. I hope they tell us out loud what's going on. Oh, but this top's a bit too small for me. Because I can still see my tatas, but I am shrinking though. No worries, Sarah P, always here to please you. Here we go.
Okay, we have no additional witnesses for today, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, so let's plan on resuming tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Any further before we recess? Thank you.
Oh, fuck's sakes. So what are the witnesses that they got? That's all the experts done anyway. Yeah, this is Ohio, New Albany. Judge W. David Brunstool. So we're back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Well, I'm going to be back 9 o'clock East Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Baghdad time. So we're going to be an hour behind. So, oops, the state must have more witnesses then. Every state has a city named New Albany. Oh, do they? I should change it to Ohio, really, shouldn't I? It came up as New Albany, so that's why today. Shows the boobs. No way. He's either gripping tightly or needs a bit of lotion. Thanks, the lad. Thanks. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Yeah. So they're back at 9 o'clock Eastern, so we'll come back at 10 o'clock Eastern. Bex, that's 10 o'clock in the morning for you. I know you won't turn up to about 2 o'clock, but still. So yeah, 9 o'clock Central Time and 3 o'clock Badaza time. So with all that, people, I don't know what witnesses are coming tomorrow. I have no idea. But with all that said, we shall see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. Take care of yourselves. I'm going to shop in the morning. So good night when I get good and ready. Yes, 10 o'clock your time. 10 o'clock your time, KD. 3 o'clock your time, Badaza. See tomorrow. Hey, just put a short up on the El Chappie Sports Show, Dave, about Josh Jacobs. So you can see that he's got some misdemeanors coming up. So anyway, everyone, take care. Goodbye. I'm going to end the stream.